We interrupt this program for an ABC 3340 storm alert from the Weather Authority.
So at 1:33 it begins. This is our first tornado warning of the day. This is for a very small part of Marion County in northwest Alabama. Much like the situation we had late last night, early this morning, this is for the northwestern corner. And understand, this does not include Hamilton. It does not include Winfield. It does not include Guin. Again, this tiny part of northwestern Marion County you see here for this thunderstorm complex that is over Monroe County, Mississippi. And let's look at the velocity here, Evan. And again, this storm has looked relatively disorganized in the past couple of volume scans, and it still looks relatively disorganized at this point. Quite frankly, it's hard to pinpoint a specific spot where there could be a well-defined tornado here, but the signature did look better earlier. And based on the atmospheric conditions we have today, I think you're going to see a lot of that. The Weather Service will be issuing warnings on cyclic storms as a course of least regret. So again, we have Evan, again, we've got a confirmed tornado warning on this in Monroe County, Mississippi, and I think earlier, perhaps from a spotter or perhaps we had debris being lofted here, but again, the flashing red polygon has gone to purple, which means that that would be a confirmed tornado. And again, the signature not looking that impressive, but again, as a course of least regret, the Weather Service at Birmingham posting a tornado warning for a tiny part, a very small part of Marion County in northwest Alabama. And again, Scottsville, that'd probably be the largest community here. That's Interstate 22 right here. And as always, as we begin to get into this today, the one thing we're going to say a lot, we advise that you do not drive into a tornado warning polygon. And if you happen to be in one when it's issued, the idea is to pull off at the next exit and just stop at a gas station, fast food restaurant, convenience store, any place that can offer a shelter. Anything's better than a car. So again, Interstate 22 is located right here. That's the Alabama-Mississippi state line. And a storm is crossing over into the extreme northwestern corner of Marion County. And again, Hamilton is here. Hamilton, you are not in this polygon. You don't need to do anything. And that's the one thing, again, we'll try and do during the course of this is tell the folks who are in the polygon and the folks that are not. And if you're not, yes, absolutely, pay attention. Everybody's got to pay attention for the next really 10 hours here. But we don't want people going into a shelter when they don't need to. And there's no need to do anything right now in Hamilton, Winfield, Guin, Hackleburg, Bear Creek, Brilliant, any of these other communities in Marion County. It's just a very small part of the county up here around Scottsville. And again, that's based on a thunderstorm complex that is coming out of Monroe County, Mississippi. And again, you can see that the signatures are not very strong at this point. They certainly don't look tornadic at the moment, but perhaps they could later. So that's the current situation, and we note the Weather Service in Huntsville is going to issue a tornado warning for parts of Franklin County for the same thunderstorm complex. And this will include Russellville. This is US 43 right here. That's Highway 13. Phil Campbell is here. Bear Creek is down here. Phil Campbell is not in the polygon. Hackleburg, not in the polygon. So again, Hackleburg and Marion, Phil Campbell, and Franklin counties, you are not in either one of these polygons here. So again, you've got Russellville, which is the largest town in Franklin County. That's in the polygon. Back over toward Vina, Hodges, Red Bay. All those cities are in it at this point. So again, we have a tornado warning for the northwest corner of Marion County in a fairly decent part of Franklin County, as a thunderstorm complex comes out of northeastern Mississippi, Monroe County. And again, you see the Weather Service in Memphis. Memphis is issuing the warning for these counties. They have a confirmed tag here. In fact, what I'll do is kind of cruise over to their Weather Service chat and see what's exactly prompted that. Evan, you have any idea what's prompted that tag confirmed?
No, I was looking, and a couple of these have shown confirmed tags on them, and I assumed that there was either a storm spotter or that there was a debris signature lofted with that, because that's what we look for confirmation. You can't just look at it and say, oh, we think that there's one absolutely there. And some of them in South Mississippi have absolutely had those signatures that say, okay, there's something on the ground. We'll take the debris signature, and we'll go back just about 30 minutes or so for when they confirm that, and see if there was any lofting of debris. And again, I don't see anything of note. It could have been a chaser there that saw that. There might have been a little bit right there near Amory, clutter that pops up on the radar. Could have been a very brief, say maybe right there. I'm going to draw a circle and then switch over products here to see if maybe that could have been. And again, we have to look at multiple things because you can get these odd returns, but it doesn't necessarily mean so. Again, not a great signature specifically there, but and you look at the reflectivity and there's absolutely nothing. So that was probably not where it was confirmed. But needless to say, as we head into the afternoon, what we're going to see is these cells that will at times be, we say cyclical all the time. What does that mean? It means it cycles. It at times might not have a tornado on it, or it may have shown through a couple scans to indeed have a tornado on it. It goes back up, it recycles. The storm briefly becomes more benign in nature as far as becoming a mesocyclone, and then it will touch back down. So the point of today is to just be aware, because these will be coming through, especially areas further to the south. And I'll actually zoom out really quick, James, if that's all right, to show some of the warnings here. I think some of these are a little bit more concerning once you get down into central, southern, and southeast Mississippi. You see all those confirmed tornado warning polygons that are back to the west of Hattiesburg, and these will end up tracking up towards Sumter County, towards Pickens, Greene, and Hale. Again, it's a long ways out. These would probably be working their way into Alabama closer to 2:30, 3 o'clock on the current trajectories, but those have looked a little bit more impressive further down the line. But the one that we're on here for, again, was this one that was initially a confirmed tornado over in Mississippi, in Itawamba County, Mississippi, and that moved through Monroe, Mississippi as well. So
let's clarify one thing, Evan. For those that are in Marion County, you might be hearing a siren in Hamilton. You might be hearing a siren in Hackleburg or Winfield or Ewan. You are not under a tornado warning. Again, this is a very small polygon. Tornadoes don't affect an entire county. Tornadoes are small, counties are big. Even a big tornado, relatively speaking, is small compared to a county. So there's absolutely no need to warn an entire county. That's what we used to do back in the 70s and 80s. But we went to the polygon system where we just identify the danger zones. And again, this is a very tiny part of Marion County. So again, if you're in Hamilton, Hackleburg, Bear Creek, Winfield, Ewan, or Brilliant, you don't need to do anything right now. Yes, absolutely pay attention, but there's no need to take any action. Again, around here in Scottsville, this part of Marion County, that's where the warning is in effect, and the warning goes up into Franklin County. And Evan's highlighting Interstate 22 right here. So Marion County here, Franklin County here. This does include Russellville. And again, the signatures are very, very weak at this point. That's not really a classic tornadic signature. And as Evan pointed out, our greatest concern, it's the storms in southeast Mississippi that will be moving into west central Alabama later this afternoon. Those are violent storms down here, and those are the ones that we'll have to watch these carefully. In fact, that's the lead storm right here that's crossing Interstate 22 near Newton, or Interstate 20 near Newton, Mississippi. And again, that'll be moving up into northern Sumter County and ultimately perhaps coming in the general direction of Tuscaloosa. And these other storms are violent storms down here, most likely. We've had tornadoes down, and this is where the conditions are very favorable for very meaningful, violent tornadoes. So again, what you see down here in southeastern Mississippi, these are all moving northeast right up toward west central Alabama. So for those of you in Sumter, Pickens, Tuscaloosa counties, Greene County, understand that these will be coming pretty quickly. These are moving at a very rapid clip, probably 50 to 60 miles an hour. And they could wind up in the western part of Alabama easily within the next 45 minutes to 1 hour. And again, these are approximate arrival times coming up into the western part of the state. So again, just understand these storms represent our greatest concern coming out of southeastern Mississippi. But having said that, let's go back up to Marion County. And these are storms that are producing heavy amounts of rain, a lot of thunder, a lot of lightning, possibly some small hail. And we should mention, too, for the shoals up here, we have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for the western part of Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin counties. And again, these are severe thunderstorm warnings here for the shoals, not a tornado warning. And again, we've not had any really strong wind reports out of these storms coming into northwest Alabama. We've had some reports of small hail and gusty winds. Quite frankly, the gradient winds seem to be a little stronger here. But there's that one spot where the Weather Service apparently had a spotter report of a tornado. And again, the Weather Service in Memphis handles Monroe County, Mississippi, and as a course of least regret, Weather Service in Birmingham and Huntsville posting warnings for these two counties. We had the exact same thing happen late last night. If you watched us overnight, some of you probably haven't slept at all like us. But if you watched us on the live coverage late last night, early this morning, this basically was the exact same spot. We had one tornado warning in the whole state for round one early this morning, and it's the exact same spot right here. But let's go back to the velocity display, and again, it was really noisy, and it's still really noisy. We just don't see any evidence of a tornado in here at this point. But again, as we go through this, we want you to respect the polygon and be sheltered. And I know it's inconvenient, but we've talked about this event for days, and I think people are ready. It seems like everybody is kind of on edge, and folks are ready to do the right thing today. So if you're in any of these communities up here in the northwest corner of Marion County, Franklin County, including Russellville, Hodges, Vina, Red Bay, you know the routine. In a site-built home, small room, that's a hall, closet, bathroom, near the center, lowest floor, away from windows. You're going to wear a helmet, bike helmet, perfect. Batting helmet, football helmet, motorcycle helmet. And wait until we give you an all clear, and when that happens, you can go on about your business. But this will be a fairly long duration event. Understand the window for severe storms will last a while. Now, in northwest Alabama, the threat should be winding down by 6, 7 o'clock this evening. But the threat for areas to the south and east, Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden, that could go on until 9, 10 o'clock tonight. And for East Alabama, it could go until midnight. And it's 1:44. So again, that's what we're saying. It's going to be a long duration type event here. But again, you can see the broader situation with that lead storm coming up into the northwest corner of Marion County and the western part of Franklin County. And also there are other warnings back behind that. And no doubt we'll have to watch here, but the better environment for tornadoes, it's down to the south. Those storms down in southeastern Mississippi. And again, if you're in Sumter, Greene, Pickens, you got to watch these things. Evan, it looks like we've had some pretty significant damage with these down in South Mississippi. In fact, I noticed for a couple of these, we had a tornado emergency down there.
Yeah, you don't see those too often, tornado emergencies, and that's when you know that you have a very intense tornado, and of course, over time, we're going to get damage reports on that. If we still have that I-22 cam, we can show that view. It's an algo cam. This is up right near the state line, I believe. As you head out of Alabama and into Mississippi. And again, some creepy looking clouds, but nothing of note there on that algo cam. So if we can get that, we can take it. If we'll stay right here. But when you see a tornado emergency, as we did down south of Jackson, Mississippi earlier. So there's your algo cam right there. And again, this is right there close to the state line, and you have what we call creeping clouds, but there's nothing there of note that would give really any concern as far as obviously a tornado being down. So we'll keep a close eye on that here. If you're just now kind of getting caught up to speed with the weather, I want to show our tornado watch that is in place for really a huge chunk of the state. Most of the Birmingham DMA with the Huntsville DMA, this goes until 8 o'clock. Now, as James just laid out, our window for severe weather actually goes well beyond 8. So the thinking with this, it's a PDS, a potentially dangerous situation here with the tornadoes. So that'll be window number 1. And then when the line comes through later on tonight, the tail end of that, there'll probably be a different watch issued if those threats pivot and change to some extent. So this is kind of for that first round, these individual cells that we're starting to see come to fruition here across Mississippi. And I'll go back to the radar, and we'll put this in still so you can see here. And again, these individual ones you got to be more concerned with, because these tend to, if they form out ahead of the line, right, there's nothing to impede the airflow within these. So these that form by themselves, typically are not disrupted by any surrounding cells, and you have good inflow, you have good updrafts, and we know that atmospheric winds are such that it will cause these thunderstorms to rotate.
Let's take WEX 05 real quick. So this is going to be a still shot of Interstate 22. And again, there's no tornado here. Those are scud clouds, low, ragged clouds. And again, this was a still capture from our friends up in Marion County at the EMA. And of course, we had some video of that earlier. But again, this is at mile marker 3, which is right by the state line looking west back into that storm complex along Interstate 22. And again, no tornado here. That's scud clouds. There's no rotation. But I just wanted to show that quickly. And if we can take Riley's stream, he should be on live view yellow rim 7. He's on Interstate 22. And Riley is in the process of moving up toward that part of northwest Alabama where the tornado warning is in effect. Okay, I'm seeing it here. Apparently, they're not seeing it back in the back. There we go. Thank you. So again, Riley Blackwell is in our Storm Chaser vehicle, and we're going to have multiple live streams today. John Brown, the legendary John Brown, he's going to be out today. And again, the object is for us to get a camera on this stuff. We know through social science studies that you tend to take action more quickly if you see a tornado, an actual photograph or a live stream of that. And of course, it's very hard to do here. This is not Oklahoma, this is not Kansas, this is Alabama. We have tornadoes that are rain wrapped. We have hills, we have trees. They're very hard to see. But again, this is, at this point, Riley is not quite in Marion County. He's close. I think he's past Carbon Hill. He's coming up toward Winfield. But I wanted to show a quick shot there. And of course, we'll be watching all of these streams today. So let's go back to the radar. We'll put that behind me. If you're just joining us, it's 1:49. And we have tornado warnings in effect for northwest Alabama, just for a small part of Marion County. I stress, the warning does not include Hamilton, it does not include Winfield, does not include Guin, does not include Bear Creek, it does not include Brilliant. It includes basically Scottsville, this west corner of the state here, and then the warning is extended up into Franklin County, and the Franklin County warning does include Russellville, Hodges, Vina, and Red Bay. And again, that's US 43 right here going up to Hackleburg and up to Russellville. That's Interstate 22 down here. And let's look at the velocity one more time at this, Evan. And again, you can see evidence of maybe just some very weak rotation up here in Franklin County, but there's just no evidence of a tornado here. And again, on a day like today, sometimes the Weather Service will they'll push that trigger pretty often because of the atmospherics we have today, the conditions that favor tornadoes. Even if maybe the signature is not the best, maybe they got a report from a spotter. But again, at this point, we're just not seeing, I can't specifically point out any tornado here. Could it cycle back up? Yes, absolutely. And again, if you're in the polygon, please respect it. Even though we see no strong signature here, if you're in the polygon, stay sheltered until we can give you an all clear. But again, we have tornado warnings in effect for the northwest corner of Marion County and about the western two-thirds of Franklin County. And again, I want to stress for our friends in Phil Campbell, you're not involved in this. Of course, Hackleburg is here, Phil Campbell is here. These two communities were hit so hard by a violent EF5 tornado, April 27, 2011. A lot of folks here have PTSD, and I don't blame them. But in this case, this broad rotation is not close to you, and you don't need to do anything. Now, that might change later, but at the moment, you're not in a tornado warning polygon here. So let's go back to the reflectivity, and let's put on I want to show the shoals as well for those that are watching up in here. And we've got a severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like for a decent chunk of Colbert and Lauderdale counties for this storm complex coming in from the west. And the velocities are not looking that impressive, and the hail size not looking that impressive, but still there could be some gusty winds. Quite frankly, gradient winds are probably a bit stronger here, and a chance of some hail as well. So again, if you're in Florence, the Shoals, Sheffield, Tuscumbia, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect here for you. No tornado warning, that's a severe thunderstorm warning. The tornado warning is in effect down here for the western two-thirds of Franklin and the northwestern corner of Marion counties. And again, you can see that line segment is now clearly into that part of the state. And look at the lightning count, Evan, 546 lightning strikes. That's
incredible. And as these come through, people who are scared of thunderstorms, I mean, this is going to be a very loud system here, a lot of instability. So you get these tremendous lightning numbers here, especially right within the core of some of these thunderstorms. And again, there is a hail threat today too. We talk a lot about the tornadoes. Those can be the most impactful. But when you start talking about hail cores up there, those can often create an environment with a lot of lightning strikes. So we'll have to watch that in addition to those gradient winds. We've seen this a whole lot. I'm not sure, James, if you've seen the one down in Tylertown, Mississippi, but that is in southern Mississippi, but that is a large tornado confirmed on the ground. But that's, again, all back to the south and west of where we are right now. And as these continue to move through, we'll have to watch these on the lead edge. So over here in Pickens County, there's nothing of any severity on this, but you start to see these little individual cells, and that bears watching because these ones that form freely out ahead of the line, those have the best tendency to rotate. And as we head into the early part of the afternoon, I think one of the concerns is going to be this tornado threat with this first batch that comes through.
Let's go to WEXO 5. We got some video coming in from Scottsville. This is going to be in the tornado warning polygon right here. So again, this is from north of Scottsville, not too far from Vina. This is really near the Marion-Franklin County line. And again, these folks are in that tornado warning polygon. And again, watching the video here, there's no evidence of a tornado at this particular spot. Again, we've got some low, ragged cloud bases, and you're going to see that. But a low, ragged cloud base doesn't mean a tornado. In fact, most of the time it's not even closely related to a tornado. It's just simply scud clouds. This is another shot from Scottsville and Vina. And again, you can see, again, you might think that's a little suspicious, but I'm not so convinced that that would be a tornado. So again, we're thankful. And as we go through this event today, we want to remind everybody we love your photographs and videos. It is our window to the world. We got a lot of cameras out in the field today, but we can't have cameras everywhere, and everybody's got a phone. But just a reminder, please be safe when you're shooting these videos and sending it back to us. But again, that is from the tornado warning polygon that is up in northwest Alabama. And I will say, let's go back to the radar behind me here. We had a report, Franklin County Fire reported some broad rotation in Vina, which is right here in Franklin County, but no tornado. And again, we've had no reports from Marion County Emergency Management. In fact, again, I spent last Saturday in Marion County with emergency management folks at a big event they had there at Bevel State, and they're good. They're very good at what they do, but they're not reporting any damage, not reporting any tornadoes, not reporting really anything meaningful here other than just some broad rotation, and like you saw in those videos. So again, that storm complex is coming up out of Marion into Franklin counties. And again, Vina is here. We had that report of broad rotation, which is right here, but that's not a tornado signature here. So again, I just don't believe at the moment we have a tornado down. But again, we've got those tornado warnings that are still in effect. Hopefully they will be dropped soon. And again, like we've talked about, our greatest concern is those storms down in southeastern Mississippi. Any storm we have to watch today, but these down here are nasty. And again, we have a confirmed tag here where you see the purple flashing polygons. Those are tornado warnings with a confirmed tornado, a visual or debris being lofted on radar. And we have 1, 2, 3 down here in southeastern Mississippi, and actually another one behind that. And those are headed for West Alabama. So let's look at this lead storm up here, Evan. This is the one that's going to be crossing into northern Sumter and Pickens counties in just a little bit. And again, let's peek at the velocity really quick on this one. And this is going to be coming from the Columbus Air Force Base radar. And the beam is fairly high here. We probably had a better view from Jackson on this one, but again, spotters apparently have seen a tornado there or debris has been lofted. And understand this particular tornado, which is north of Interstate 20, north of Newton, northwest of Meridian, that will be coming into northern Sumter or Pickens counties here pretty soon in 30 to 45 minutes. This is the state line right here. This is Sumter and this is Pickens. So if you're in Emel, up here toward Aliceville or Pickensville, just be aware you could come under a tornado warning. And we're going to have a number of tornado warnings today and tonight, a lot. And there's going to be a lot of things going on here, and we're going to have to bounce back and forth between storms. And we just encourage you to stick with us, and we will look at every storm, but we have to look at all of them. We can't stay focused on one when there are multiple storms and multiple tornadoes down. But Evan is showing the approximate arrival times here. It's 1:57, so in about 40 minutes or so, these will likely be in northern Sumter or Pickens counties. This one storm that is producing a tornado north of Newton, Mississippi, north of Interstate 20. So again, that is really our greatest concern in terms of tornado activity. And again, I would expect to have tornado warnings in effect by probably 2:15 for northern Sumter and parts of Pickens County. So just be ready. No tornado warning now, but I think it's coming. But let's go back to the northwest part of the state. And again, we're watching thunderstorms that are moving through extreme northwest Marion and Franklin counties. And we still have the tornado warnings in effect here. But the signature, it's pretty weak. And again, you can see there might be, well, no, there's not even evidence of anything right here. That's just nothing going on here in terms of tornado activity at this point. So, Evan, I've not heard of any damage. Marion County EMA, no damage, nothing on the cameras. In fact, let's take Riley's live stream real quick if we can. And It looks as if he could be in Winfield. If I had to guess, he's gotten off Interstate 22 and he is in Winfield. That would be the old Highway 78 there, Alabama Highway 5. So that he's in Marion County, but again, he's not in the polygon. But again, obviously, and there's no really tornado on radar, but what broad rotation we had, that's well to the north and west there. So Evan, so far so good. So far so good.
And again, this is more or less, the very beginning of this. We mentioned we came on here a little bit after, 1 o'clock or 1:30. And it's for this very, very small sliver here. And in fact, parts of the polygon, it's not even raining out there. And again, as we go through the day today, there's going to be more of these that we have to follow. And I've had several people asking me questions like, okay, it's starting now. Something to note, we talked about how fast these are moving. They are moving very quickly. Most of these between 50 and 60 miles an hour. But the motion is to the northeast. So what does that do to it? Well, even though it looks like this line is not far away, these cells are moving in this direction. So there's not a ton of west to east movement. They're moving from southwest to northeast. That's why our concern is some of those cells that are actually back in central Mississippi, because the trajectory of those will bring them into central Alabama here. We just got an update from Riley. He was in downtown Hamilton there. So he is, I'm going to stop this and I'll zoom into where we just saw his feed from. So he's coming in to the Hamilton area, and it came right up I-22. And let's see, pan down here. So he's outside of the polygon and outside of any rain. So Riley right here, and I would imagine they might track a little further to the north and see. They've canceled that tornado warning for Marion County just now, so we are free and clear in central Alabama, the Birmingham area, of tornado warnings at the moment. We remind you, we still have a warning going on here in Franklin County. This goes until 2:15, so if they let that ride here, we've got another 15 minutes. That includes Russellville, areas basically to the west of Highway 43, not including Phil Campbell, and some of the heaviest rain here. I'm going to zoom in, and just in this cluster alone, you see these returns here. Could be even some hail within these. That's another thing here today, is that we'll have the possibility for some hail. And I can promise you, driving, as James mentioned, you don't want to do that, because you come across, even if it's not a tornadic cell or one that's producing a tornado or even strong gusty winds, you get these pockets here. We could have some hail just north of Dempsey. We'll have to watch for any reports of hail up in that area. But there's a lot of side effects and byproducts to these cells that are going to be moving through here today. So again, they've canceled the tornado warning for Marion County, so we're free and clear there. And again, a lot of folks, even in Hamilton, as close as that storm looked, it's going to pass off to the north and west, and we'll make that tornado warning for Franklin County. And then I think our next big thing to watch here is going to be what is coming out of Mississippi. So some of the images I've seen here on social media showing some of these very large wedge tornadoes, non-rain wrapped, which we don't get those a ton, but in these higher end threats, we'll sometimes get these tornadoes that are not obstructed by rain, but are very strong here. So this is looking down in Mississippi towards Winston County, Noxubee, Lauderdale, Newton, Jasper, and all of this is moving off to the northwest. Again, these cells at about 60 miles an hour, but they're moving instead of straight, west to east towards Livingston. This is cells headed towards, Aliceville, northern Sumter County, southern Pickens County, and we will have to watch for that as we move ahead into the afternoon. Is how these evolve. They're coming into an area that's untapped. The sun came out this morning, and that's certainly not a good thing when you talk about the atmospheric thermodynamics. It can warm things up. It's more energy for these cells to something else I want to show. I'll switch over to the Birmingham radar really quickly here. Is we're getting a cluster of storms here, and that includes around Tuscaloosa. None of these are of any severity. In fact, look at the difference in lightning strikes. Brookwood, Coaling, Moundville. 6 strikes within this whole frame in the last 10 minutes. These are well below severe limits. A lot of this is showers, a few thunderstorms. And you get enough of this calming rain or stabilizing rain. We call this convective contamination. That's a fancy word for you got rain falling through the atmosphere, and it zaps away some of that energy that these storms could have as availability later. So this could, in turn be a good thing if we continue to see some showers. Again, this extends down to Greensboro. So if you're asking, hey, I'm in Moundville, I'm in Tuscaloosa, none of this is of any severity here. And for the rest of central Alabama, we're still a good ways off. We popped on here because there was a tornado warning in Marion County that has since been canceled. And the big picture here, I tried to plot on where some of our vehicles were. We've got a reporter headed down in Tuscaloosa County. They're headed down 2059, so they're going to be very close to that cell that's going to be coming out of Mississippi and eventually into Sumter County. So we're going to have as many eyes on this as we can for the time being. There is no immediate threat right now from any tornadoes, from any severe thunderstorms in central Alabama. There is still a tornado warning up here in Franklin County, and we've been watching this for a while. This one was labeled as confirmed back in Mississippi, but since then we have seen no evidence of that. I'll switch over just to the velocity here really quickly to check in. Again, a lot of lightning. It's very noisy, but again, not much in the way of a concern for rotation within this one. This is going to pass, it looks like, just to the center of this, that is just to the west of Russellville, and this will be headed up into Lauderdale County. Going to cross over Highway 43 here, it looks like, within the next 15, 20, 25 minutes.
Let's make it clear for those in Marion, you're done with the tornado warning. You're done with it. If you're in Scottsville, you're good. The Weather Service has canceled the tornado warning for Northwest Marion. So again, Marion County, you can come out of your safe place. Everything is okay for now. The warning continues in effect up here in Franklin. And again, like Evan has talked about, that's very, very broad rotation here, very broad. That's approaching Highway 24. 24 runs over to Russellville and back over to Moulton, and again, just south of Belgreen right here. But that's not really a tornado signature here. And we've had a lot of reports of broad rotation, which is what we're seeing here on radar. And we're getting a pretty good slice. The radar beam is probably 1,000, 2,000 feet off the ground from the Columbus Air Force Base. It's fairly low, but that's not really a classic tornado signature here. And again, but that broad rotation will be crossing Highway 43, US 43. That's the major north-south US highway in Alabama. Russellville here, that's Highway 24 going back over to Moulton. And again, we'll see. But they're going to keep the warning apparently going for a while longer here. So if you're in the western part of Franklin County, this is the one tornado warning. There's just one right now in the entire state, and it's this one for the western part of Franklin. And again, this does not include Phil Campbell. Phil Campbell is right here on Highway 13. You're not involved in this. This broad rotation will pass north of you. And again, it'll be close to Russellville. And we'll see if this thing can cycle back up. We'll see. And again, as long as you're in the polygon, you stay sheltered. And I know, it's inconvenient, but that's the way it works. And one of the things we're going to try and do today is we're going to try and do better for people that live in manufactured housing, mobile homes. The average lead time for a tornado warning is about 12 to 15 minutes. For some people in a trailer, they need 30 minutes to get to a shelter or some place that can serve as a shelter. And we need to give a little better lead time when we can. Again, there's only so much we can do in physical science, but still, we're going to be cognizant of that today as we go through this event. But again, the latest volume scan, it's very, very, very broad rotation that is coming through Franklin County up in northwest Alabama. And we're getting a lot of images that we're watching here. And let's see, and again, we love to look at the images because it often helps to look at a real-world situation. Let's go to WEX 05, and this is some video that is coming out of, I want to say this is Haleyville in Winston County, so they're kind of looking at it from a distance, and again, obviously a pretty good south wind. We have good gradient winds today, but again, that's what it looks like in the northwestern corner of Winston County. And again, this is a view from the Scottsville area in Marion County earlier today. This was about, I'd say, maybe 15, 20 minutes ago, and they were at the time in the tornado warning polygon. You see a lot of scud and low-hanging clouds there, but there's no evidence of a tornado as it came through Marion. And again, we have no reports from Marion County EMA of any damage, which is a very good thing here. That's good. So back to the radar. We're at 207. And the really greater concern, it's these storms that are rolling through southeastern Mississippi. And again, you've probably seen it. We've talked about this for the last, 24 hours. We have a high risk, level 5 out of 5 today, and which means the atmospherics are very, very prime for tornadoes and maybe a few violent long track tornadoes. And these are the ones that could ultimately be the ones we deal with in terms of violent tornadoes this afternoon and tonight. And these are moving rapidly northeast. These will be crossing over into West Alabama. This is Marengo, this is Sumter, Pickens, Sumter, this is Choctaw, Washington counties right here. And let's look at this lead storm. This is the one that is north of Meridian, and that's approaching the Alabama border. And let's look at the velocity. It looks a little less organized. I'd say it looks a lot less organized than it was, which is a good thing. But again, it could cycle right back up, and these are the ones that we have to watch very carefully here. So, and again, Evan, we've had some pretty meaningful damage, it looks like, back in Mississippi with these.
I'm thumbing through some of the reports from Jackson. Debris being lofted. They've confirmed tornadoes on the ground here. And that's the concern, is these things are going to lead ahead of that line that's back to the west. And until they enter an environment where they can no longer, maintain tornadic strength, they're just going to keep on going. So this one looks like it might be cycling. It looked pretty good a little while ago. It had a confirmed tornado signature or polygon on it, I should say. Let me back this up and see if we can see maybe when it looked a little bit better. Probably down closer to Beulah, Mississippi there, where you see a little bit better. And again, this is a good ways away from the radar. So the way the radar works is the further away you get, we're looking higher into the actual storm, the cell itself, so we can't necessarily confirm that rotation is coming all the way to the lower levels of the atmosphere. But this is the one that the National Weather Service in Birmingham is going to watch very closely as we move forward. Some more info from the Jackson office, and again, it looks like we are seeing, again, some lofted debris back into Mississippi, which is a telltale sign. We don't have a radar view from Jackson to see in depth to these, but they certainly look very intense, because notice how they're themselves. When you hear the word discrete, it sounds fancy. It sounds, it just means by itself. It's all alone here, meaning these have nothing to clutter them up. Sometimes you'll get rain, you'll get showers out ahead of them, and that'll block the inflow or disrupt the flow of the cell itself. But so far, these have been able to go unimpeded to this point. And we started this whole...
Let's take Wexo 5 real quick. Evan, I can see Jackson's radar through here, and look at this thing. That's nasty looking. This is at Taylorsville, Mississippi.
Yikes.
And again, US 84 is down here. Laurel is right here. And again, that looks like a violent tornado that is down, and it's moving northeast up in the direction of Bay Springs. So I just wanted to show the single sight view coming out of Jackson, and that looks like a pretty violent tornado. And again, looking up in this storm, it's much less organized. The one that's approaching northern Sumter and the one that's approaching southern Pickens. Again, there's evidence of some broad rotation in here, but nothing like what we saw earlier. But clearly the storm of the day at the moment is this one right here at Taylorsville, Mississippi. I would imagine that we've got perhaps a large violent tornado down. In fact, we'll quickly check the correlation coefficient product, and that's differential phase. There's CC right there, and yeah, we got debris being lofted. That's bad. This most likely is a violent tornado, and again, it's come through Taylorsville, Mississippi. Next up is going to be Bay Springs, Mississippi. And obviously, our friends in the Hattiesburg Laurel market are covering this, but that storm ultimately is going to wind up in the western part of Alabama. And these could be long-track tornadoes. These could be the ones that stay down for a long time today. So I just wanted to show that. And again, I'll kind of expand it out, and you can see we have the storm I'm talking about right here, Taylorsville, Mississippi. Another one down here at Bassfield, Mississippi. Same thing. That looks violent. The Alabama state line is here. This is Sumter, and this is Choctaw County. So, again, Evan, just looks pretty nasty.
Yeah, some of that stuff I'm looking in the Jackson office, and they're thinking that there's been debris lofted at least 10,000 feet. Getting reports of homes damaged, and it takes time to get these reports in, because right afterwards people slowly come out. But looking at some of these arrival times, and I've calibrated these arrivals, the speed of these storms to be between 50 and 55 miles an hour, because that's about what they're moving. So these will be rough estimates, and I drew them to the state line. So this one south of Philadelphia, Mississippi, coming into northern Sumter County right at about 3 o'clock. These cells, this one just due west of Laurel, Mississippi. This would be at the state line, southern Sumter County, by about 3:30, and then this one even further to the south, closer to 4 o'clock. But again, as long as these stay out ahead and on their own, and there's no contamination, no convective contamination, there's really no reason why they shouldn't be able to hold together. And that's what we'll have to watch for as we go through the day today. So we'll continue to watch these, and I want to stress for anyone who's just now tuning in with us. We'll go to the latest radar scan, and we've got a polygon just over the state line that is for Lowndes and Noxubee, Mississippi, and this is right butts up to Pickens County here. We'll hop on into that one and see. Again, this looks very noisy from a reflectivity standpoint, but we'll hop in here and maybe down north of Shequalac or south of Macon. There's a little eddy right in here, and I'm going to put a little bit of a lapse on this to show the motion, because in some instances here, these storms have almost been moving completely south to north with a little bit of a easterly motion here. So this is over the last 15 minutes, and this is coming up, I mean, almost even with the highway. This is 45. If you've ever driven to Columbus or over towards West Point, this runs all the way down to the beach. This goes all the way up to Tennessee. But this is moving almost parallel to it. This is going to head up towards Columbus, and eventually this may swing into parts of Pickens County if this does hold together. Again, not a phenomenal signature on this one here, but one that we'll certainly have to watch. Is this a newer one? So at the moment, there are no warnings for Alabama counties, but this is kind of the opener for us, right? We're going to probably have a busy afternoon for folks in in Tuscaloosa, in Dora, in West Jefferson, McCalla, Hueytown, even down into central Hale County, into back towards Aliceville. What's coming down out ahead of this is all well below severe limits, which is obviously good to hear. We do have those tornado warnings still extending up into the shoals for Franklin. I believe now Lauderdale County is included. They've extended this. So we'll hop in here and see if there's anything of note. We've been watching this for quite some time, and nothing that really stands out here, but this has been issued to go Colbert County until 3:15. So this continues to move off to the north and to the east towards the shoals, Florence, Killen. Eventually this will cross over the Tennessee River into the northernmost extent of our Alabama counties. So this was the one that initially brought us on the air. It is clear of Marion County. It is clear of anywhere in our DMA at the moment. And I think the next one maybe to watch in the short term is going to be this one down here. It's just south of Macon, Mississippi, Noxubee County, as this is moving off to the northeast.
Let's do mention real quick, Evan. We are cognizant that we're most watching this on YouTube or Facebook, and the TV markets make no sense here. So we're going to do our best to cover the whole state for you. So again, we're going to be bouncing back. A lot of storms today, and we thank you for choosing us. We're honored that you're here. So again, we've got a tornado warning in effect, again, just to the west of Pickens County. But let's go back up to the shoals here. I want to talk about Florence and the shoals very quickly. So Florence, Muscle Shoals, Sheffield, Tuscumbia in the polygon here. And this is based on this thunderstorm complex that is coming out of Franklin County. So again, for those of you in Florence, around the campus of the University of North Alabama, Sheffield, Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals, Killen, this includes Lexington. Rogersville is basically on the edge of the polygon here. So everybody here needs to be sheltered. And again, we're not seeing a really strong signature on radar. We're not. But based on the atmospherics we have today, the Weather Service in Huntsville believes the right thing to do is to extend out the warning based on some reports of broad rotation. So we have those of you in Colbert, Lauderdale, the Shoals. Now is the time to be sheltered. And if anybody in the back, if you guys can maybe pull up an algo camera that's up in here, we could take. In fact, we do have the camera at McFarland Park, Evan, if you could pull that up in the Barron system. It's in the evening set. We've got a live camera at McFarland Park on the shore of the Tennessee River up and through here. And we'll take a look at it from that particular camera. There's your tornado watch, by the way. And again, this is a PDS tornado watch. PDS means particularly dangerous situation. This is a day where we could see some potentially long-track violent tornadoes in through here. Thank you. So this is McFarland Park in Florence. We're looking south. This is the O'Neill Bridge crossing the Tennessee River. And again, obviously, it's just raining. There's a lot of rain in the shoals right now. But the Weather Service believes there's a chance there could be a spin-up tornado involved in the segment coming up into Florence. So I just wanted to, again, give you a live look at this, and we'll come back and visit this again. But this is on the north shore of the Tennessee River in Florence at McFarland Park looking south, and we're not going to see much. Again, this is a day where it's going to be tough to show tornadoes because most of them will be rain-wrapped, and this is nothing new. This is the way it works here. So let's go back to our, and again, we will show you what it looks like with that tornado warning polygon. Again, you can see maybe some large hail falling down here just to the west of Littleville. And again, large hail, a definite possibility in through here. But let's go to the velocity and let's see if we can identify any spot where there could be a tornado. And again, we're just having a hard time finding that. And if we can go to maybe high top and give it a different view, just to look at a different angle, it's going to be a little farther away, but we'll take a look at the angle coming in from the high top radar in northeast Alabama. And again, this shows a little better evidence of broad circulation right in through here, coming up toward the shoals. Again, right here. Again, this is not, by the way, the Bear Creek in Marion County. This is the Bear Creek that's in Colbert County. So again, we're seeing evidence of some rotation right in through here. Again, the shoals here, you cross the river. This is Florence right here. Killen is up here on US 72. Lexington is up here. So with that, and again, this is broad. It's not the most classic tornadic circulation, but still, with that being the case, on a day like today with a high risk involved, the right thing to do is to be sheltered. So small room, lowest floor, near the center, no windows. Nobody should be in a mobile home or a trailer. You need to be sheltered. No cars, and that's the other thing. We don't want anybody driving out here anywhere around the shoals until this segment passes. So again, broad rotation, not a classic tornado signature, but this could tighten up at any time on a day like today. And a tornado warning's in effect for Lauderdale and Colbert, including the shoals. So let's go back to our southern storm, the one that is approaching Pickens County from Mississippi. And again, we'll bounce right back up here. This is going to be a day where we're going to have to go from storm to storm. We're going to be bouncing from storm A to storm B to storm C. Again, we've got fairly disorganized looking thunderstorms coming into, about to come into Pickens County here. Again, this is Pickens, this is Lamar. This is Lowndes County, Mississippi. Columbus is right here. Let's look at the velocity on this, and we'll see if we can identify any specific spot. And yeah, it's right there. So that's what they're warning for, the possible tornado at Macon along U.S. Highway 45. And again, this is moving generally in a northeasterly direction like this. And if that continues on that track, that could wind up Pickens County. Again, this is Pickens County right here, and then ultimately Lamar County. So again, evidence showing the potential arrival time up here in Pickens County at 2:49. Might be sooner than that. These things are screaming along at a very, very fast pace. So again, we're watching all of these carefully. And our friend John DeBlock down at the Weather Service, he's saying it looks like the Lauderdale-Kemper storm is recycling. And again, this would be what you see right here. And again, this is Scuba, Mississippi. This is Sumter County, Alabama. Livingston, York, Gainesville, Tombigbee River, Interstate 5920, U.S. Highway 11. And again, the possibility of a tornado here, and that's going to be crossing over into Sumter. So I will tell you, this could be a day where we might have 4 tornadoes or more down at the same time. And trying to tell a coherent story can be really hard. There's not a book, there's not a manual on how to handle 4 or 5 strong violent tornadoes at the same time. But we will do the best we can do and try and give each one of these equal time as we go through the afternoon and tonight. But just, you'll need to pay really close attention and kind of stay focused to keep up with the multiple tornadoes. So again, this particular rotation could be entering the northern part of Sumter County, north of York and Livingston, in about 15 minutes or so. So be aware of that. Let's go back up to the northern circulation, the circulation that's north of there. And again, this one right here at Macon, Mississippi, and it's the same thing. That's moving northeast. That could wind up in Pickens County. This is Pickens County, Alabama right here. That's US 82 here. This is Reform. This is Gordo. This is Carrollton. That's the county seat. And again, that particular rotation could wind up crossing into Pickens. So it's very conceivable here in a matter of minutes, we're going to have tornado warnings in effect for both Pickens and northern Sumter counties for 2 distinct rotations coming out of eastern Mississippi. So let's bounce back up to the shoals. Evan's going to have his fingers will be worn out by the time we get through this thing tonight. So again, this is the other one, and we'll go to the high top radar and take a look at that because that's giving us the better angle of the rotation here. And this is fairly broad, but again, it's right on top of the shoals right now. And what I would like, and again, the camera at McFarland Park is just right here. So let's, if we can, Evan, let's go back to our McFarland Park camera and we'll take a look at what's going on here to see if we see any evidence of strong winds, tornadic activity, rotation. And again, this is Alabama. This is what it looks like here. If there's a tornado here, it's going to be awfully hard to see. But again, just to get your bearings straight, that's the O'Neill Bridge crossing the Tennessee River. You've got Florence on the north side of the river, Muscle Shoals to the south. And again, we just can't see much. Obviously, we got some lightning strikes here. But again, you need to stay sheltered if you're in the shoals until we give you an all clear. And that we have, it's broad. It's not the most classic tornado signature. It doesn't look like the ones we're seeing down in eastern Mississippi, but still, this is a storm that you want to take seriously. And that's the one thing we want to encourage folks to do today is take these things seriously. Every time you're in a tornado warning polygon, based on the atmospherics today. So let's go back to the radar, and again, we're going to bounce back and forth between some of the storms today. So again, there's your broad rotation right on top of the shoals. Tornado warning in effect, Lauderdale and Colbert counties. It's basically out of Franklin County. We'll give Franklin County an all clear from this. So let's go back down to our two rotations in Mississippi, and again, these are knocking on the door. I mean, they're knocking on the door big time. We'll go to the Columbus Air Force Base radar, and again, that looks pretty nasty right there. This one that's northeast of Macon, Mississippi, that's very strong evidence of a tornado. And that will be moving over into the vicinity of Pickens County here. This is Pickensville. This is the Tombigbee River right here. And that will continue moving to the northeast up toward Reform on US Highway 82. So just a heads up, if you're in places like Pickensville, Ethelsville, Coalfire, Reform, just be aware that this circulation could be affecting you. And it's got more of a northward component of motion like Evan is drawing here, but he's got it coming into Pickens County at about 2:51. That's an approximate arrival time. This is US 82 right here. This might be coming up to a point where US 82 crosses into Lowndes County, Mississippi, and of course that's going to keep going into Sumter County. So again, if you're in Millport, anywhere in Lamar County, be very well aware of this. Lamar County here, Pickens County here. And that's a very meaningful tornadic circulation right there. So let's, all right, we got an algo camera real quick. We'll take a look. And again, there's nothing going on at this point. Not quite sure where that would be. That's probably somewhere around Reform or Gordo. Right, US 82 is a long road. Again, that's in... all right, that's probably going to be from Reform. So again, that's a Reform camera, and we have a sky cam at Reform, but let's go back to the radar. And again, we're going to watch this other circulation here and this circulation here. This is the one we just talked about, and this is the second one down here. That'll be coming up on Sumter County. So we've got two distinct circulations in eastern Mississippi, one northeast of Macon, one to the southwest of Scuba. And the southern circulation coming up into northern Sumter County. This will be north of York and Livingston. This circulation coming up into Pickens County, probably up in the northwestern corner of the county. But both of those are showing strong signs of being a tornado at this point. We don't have the confirmed tags at this point, but again, they're in fairly rural areas. They're probably rain-wrapped and they're hard to see. So potential tornado 1 near Macon, potential tornado number 2 southwest of Scuba. And if you're in Pickens or Sumter, just a big heads up, Evan. It's going to be a busy afternoon.
Yeah, it is indeed. And what's interesting is the motion of these. So I've been trying to kind of bounce around with the speed. I've got our time of arrival calibrated to about 55 miles an hour. So that should hold pretty accurate as far as the timing. The interesting part is some of these are moving very much in a northerly direction versus a northeast. So this one is moving almost parallel to US 45 over in Mississippi. And if you've ever driven through there, if you try to get to the beach from Starkville or Columbus, that's a long track. So that's where it's headed right now. This will probably clip extreme northwestern Pickens County if it does. This one further south, coming just south of Scuba, Mississippi. This is more or less moving in a classic northeasterly direction. So tracking these, you look at them on radar, and they're not all going to be moving in the exact same direction. So let's do some TOAs on these. And this one into central Sumter County here, before 3 o'clock, and this is going to be eventually moving into perhaps Greene County, and then even further along, we'd be looking at I-20 to see some of our people in the field where this would be headed, and then the one that's near Macon, Mississippi, a little bit harder to track this one because this is moving in such a northerly fashion, almost kind of parallel to the line. This would be coming into extreme northwestern Pickens County and perhaps southern, just to the south of Millport there in Lamar County over the next little while. So we're about to enter, I think, a much more active window here. Again, I think right around 3 o'clock is when it either clips parts of Pickens County here or it's in extreme southwestern Lamar counties. Either way, we're probably here within the next 30 minutes starting to see things get much more active in western Alabama. For those who have asked questions, and I know there's a lot of them, how the rest of the state is doing. It's very quiet as you get closer to I-65. This is going to be a stretch here where much of central, eastern Alabama, East Alabama, we could be looking at some sunshine for the next several hours. And it could be misleading as of what's coming later. So just if you're going to be out and about today, especially, I was talking to somebody who's up there in Collinsville, just to the north of Center there in Cherokee County, and they said, I have to get out and about, run errands. Someone had to take their pet to the vet. And these are all things that we all do on a daily basis. There are things that you go about and get done. If you can limit those today, that's great. East Alabama, your threat's coming later in the day. This is going to be more of a now for West Alabama, and for those along I-65, we got a couple of hours, and there's a cluster of showers, a few thunderstorms that are approaching I-65. I want to stress these because you'll hear thunder, you'll see lightning, and people say, hey, what about me? I live in Jasper, and it's thundering, or I live over in Brookwood, or over in Moundville, it's been thundering lightning. All of this stuff ahead of the line is just rain, a few thunderstorms. There's nothing of severity with it, and in some sort of a positive spin, sometimes getting this rain ahead of the line can take a little bit of that zap, that energy out of the atmosphere. So we'll see if that helps things. But again, our focus will be on these cells that are back near the state line, one just to the north of Macon, Mississippi. We tried to follow the chats here. And certainly the history of the stuff that's coming out of Mississippi is pretty strong. We've been looking at these for the last hour or so, and these have had some good signatures, good debris signatures on them. And we'll be watching this one coming out of just to the south of Scuba. This is in Kemper County, Mississippi, and this will be the first one up for Sumter County. And again, this will probably get there at just before the top of the hour the way this is moving. And these are moving fast, 55, 60 miles an hour. So you don't want to be waiting to the last second. James mentioned lead times. Birmingham is phenomenal with lead times. It's one of the better offices in the country for that. So they get good lead times. But when these are moving at 60 miles an hour, I mean, they'll get on you quickly here. And this will be moving again into a fairly rural part of Sumter County here within the next 20, 25 minutes, and that will be one to watch.
Let's go back up to the Shoals real quick. That's a pretty big population center where a lot of us are obviously concerned. So the tornado warning again for Franklin has been canceled. Let's look at the high top radar. We'll check the velocity display and we'll see what this looks like. And again, this is your rotation right here. And again, this is U.S. Highway 72 right here. Green Hill is here. Brooks High School is right here. Brooks Elementary School is right here. This is Killen. And again, the circulation pretty close to Brooks High School. And again, that's going to come up to the northeast, up in the direction of Lexington up here. Again, this is U.S. Highway 72. So even though it's fairly broad, we've had no reports of damage at this point. We encourage those of you from Killen back up to Lexington to stay sheltered. We can pretty much give an all clear now to Florence, Sheffield, Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals, and that the broad rotation is now northeast of the Quad Cities there. And again, coming up, it's very close to Killen right here. And again, that'll be coming up toward Lexington. So a tornado warning in effect now for the eastern half of Lauderdale County. This is up in northwest Alabama. A lot of folks are concerned with obviously Shoals and being a population center. The good news, we have had no reports of any damage here. And again, if we were to have damage, I think I would know about that by now. The Weather Service with no reports. I've had no reports. And again, it just looks like it's a broad circulation, not necessarily a tornado. But understand, on a day like today, it could come down at any time. And again, you can see Lexington up here at about 2:49. So from Killen to Lexington, up here in Lauderdale County, you want to be sheltered. And this should be over into Tennessee really by 2:50. It's moving pretty fast. This thing is really moving very rapidly here today. So again, just wanted to show that, and that's our circulation up in the far northwestern part of the state. So let's look at a big picture. Let's kind of do a reset, Evan. People are, again, for those of you in Anniston, Gadsden, they're saying you're ignoring us. Well, we're not, because there's nothing happening here. Nothing happening on the eastern side of the state. Everything is west of I-65. And we have showers and thunderstorms approaching Birmingham. And again, this is just some disorganized convection here. There's nothing severe going on here. We have thunderstorms in parts of Bibb, down into parts of Hale and Perry counties. Again, no sign of any severe issues here. What you see in Fayette County, Marion County right now, Walker County, Winston, nothing severe. And here's our tornado warning now for northern Sumter. So this, what the Weather Service in Birmingham is doing, they posted a tornado warning in effect now for northern Sumter. This is Alabama Highway 17 right here. This is the main north-south road through Sumter County. Geiger and Emell are along here. This is all north of York and Livingston. We want to stress this polygon does not include York, does not include Livingston, does not include the campus of the University of West Alabama. This is for the northern part of Sumter County. And again, the Tombigbee River represents the border here. And once you cross out of northern Sumter, this is Greene County here. And again, if this thing, let me just say, in fact, let's look at Tuscaloosa. I want to see this storm in relationship to Tuscaloosa. Just kind of show you what happens here. If this thing stays together, you can see it might be pretty close to Tuscaloosa. It's about 56 miles here. And I've been doing this a long time, and we've had so many storms that have been close to Scuba, Mississippi, that would come through northern Sumter, come through northern Greene, and wind up in the city of Tuscaloosa. So you've got about probably 1 hour before it arrives in Tuscaloosa. But I just wanted to show that. But let's look at our velocity display on this thing. And again, this is one of these spots where the radar beam is going to be pretty high. The radar beam is going to be several thousand feet above the surface. So the velocity display we're going to see here would represent some pretty high altitude stuff, not necessarily low level sampling here. But again, we've still got evidence of circulation right in through here, right down Highway 45. And that's going to cross the state line. This is the state line. That's Alabama Highway 17 right here. The town of Geiger is right here. The town of Boyd is right down in through here. So just be aware, northern Sumter, you got a tornado warning. And these are the storms that could really produce some problems here. And ultimately, if it stays down, if there's anything down, it's going to wind up affecting parts of northern Greene and perhaps ultimately Tuscaloosa County. Evan, we've seen that track, goodness, countless times.
Yeah, and I think that some of the things we look for if a track's going to continue the way it is what's to the south of it. What could possibly impede this cell from moving continuously in that direction? This one's moving pretty solidly to the northeast, about 50, 55, as much as 60 miles an hour. And being 55 miles from Tuscaloosa, that would put it there within the hour here. But again, there's really nothing to the south to impede that, so we'll have to watch. This has cycled a couple times. It weakened a good bit back just to the south and west of DeKalb, Mississippi, there in Kemper County. It has since tightened up at times. I think as of now, the latest scan is not as impressive, but there's something there, and that certainly bears watching. And we're looking at the Columbus radar here, so that's well off to the north. So what we're seeing is the wind profiles that are a little bit higher in the atmosphere, right? So we're not seeing to the base of the cloud or what is in the lowest part of this particular storm. I've been watching the chatter of this from the Jackson office, and they have noted that tightening of circulation, tight, broad. And that could be a tough thing to track, and they'll probably keep the warnings on this because it does cycle. Have not seen any images of this, but with how it looks on radar, there's definitely some rain out in front of it here. So this moment's from moving into Sumter County, and as it gets closer to the Birmingham radar, we'll eventually get a better look at it. But this is in that almost no man's land here. When you get down north of Meridian, but south of Columbus, you get well south and west of Birmingham, and it's kind of a dead zone for radars, and it makes it hard to see. So there could be a better circulation in there, and it certainly bears watching. I want to jump up to this other one we were watching that had the potential to come up into Pickens or Lamar County. I think there's been some talk about that as well, that it does not
that one fizzled.
Yeah,
it totally fizzled out.
So that's good. That's good news.
Yeah, that is very good news. So again, want to, let's see, quickly go to WEX 05. And this is some of the hail that is falling up in the shoals around Tuscaloosa, Florence, with that storm. And this is some gradient wind damage that occurred. We've got some big tree limbs that have come down. And this is, I want to say, this is down in Childersburg. This is not near any thunderstorm that is gradient damage, and we've had a lot of that today. But again, so far, we want to stress here, we've heard of no tornado damage in Alabama as of 2:38. I'm afraid that's going to change, but as of 2:38, we're okay. We've had several tornado warnings so far. We've had the warning that came for the storm that came up through Franklin, that came up toward the shoals. And again, so far, no damage. We've had a lot of hail reports from that. So let's go back to the radar here. And again, what you're looking at here, this is the storm complex that is northeast of Florence. And again, where you see the shades of purple, we have hail falling. We'll check the velocity display on this. And again, the circulation is really weakened. Again, it's a little to the east of Killen. This is very broad. That's not a tornado signature right here. So again, at the moment, it looks like the main concern with the storm up here in Lauderdale and Colbert, that's simply hail, torrential amounts of rain. We've had some reports of flooding up and through here. Keep in mind, parts of northwest Alabama had some huge rains with round one this morning, and that heavy rain continues. And again, flooding, some small hail. And again, it looks like most of the hailstones are under 1 inch in diameter and very, very broad rotation, but there's no strong evidence of a tornado at this point. But still, as long as the polygon is up, you respect the polygon and you stay sheltered. So again, for those of you that are in eastern Lauderdale County, east of Florence, stay sheltered until we give you an all clear until that polygon goes away. So that's our storm up in northwest Alabama. Let's go down to Sumter County. The other tornado warning in effect is for northern Sumter. This is the storm right here. And again, that's crossing the state line. So let's take a look at the velocity display. This will be coming off the Columbus Air Force Base radar. And again, this is a spot where we're going to have different radar views of this, but the radar beam is going to be over 5,000 feet off the ground. We don't get a good low-level slice down and through here. For the fun, I'll look at Birmingham and just see by chance what it looks like. The beam is going to be higher. And again, there's evidence of circulation here up in the mesocyclone, way up in the thunderstorm, but down at the surface, it's just kind of hard to gauge at this point. So let's go back to Columbus. And again, the good news, the northern circulation up here has kind of fizzled out, but this one is still hanging in there. So tornado warning in effect for northern Sumter. Again, we stress this does not include Livingston or York. It includes the northern part of Sumter County. And again, you've got the town of Geiger here. That's Alabama Highway 17. The town of Gainesville here on the Tom Bigby. And if it holds together, the Weather Service might consider a tornado warning for northern Greene for areas north of Interstate 5920. And if it holds together there, next up would be Tuscaloosa. So again, Tuscaloosa, you're about an hour away from this affecting you if it affects you at all. But again, the atmospherics favor a few long-track tornadoes today. So it's very possible we might get a tornado down in eastern Mississippi and it stays down all the way to Tuscaloosa or even Birmingham. I'm not saying this is going to happen in this case, but it's just a possibility. So let's look at our northern circulation up here, the one that is located to the west of Pickens County. And again, it's still there. Again, it's located right here. This is south of Columbus, Mississippi. Ethelsville, Alabama is here. That's the state line. And again, that's moving northeast, and that will likely clip the far northwest part of Pickens County. And if that continues on that track, that'll move up into Lamar County. But there's no formal warning at this point. And I tell you what, if you can pull up our Reform Elementary Skycam, Evan, just want to kind of start getting that in view here. This is at Reform Elementary School. And again, obviously, there's nothing happening there at this point. But if that thing holds together, we might get a view to the west and have a chance of seeing something. But most of these tornadoes, it looks like today, are going to be rain-wrapped where we are. So just be aware of that. So again, potential circulation right here across the state line. And again, US 82 is right here. Coal Fire, Ethelsville, right in through here. Coal Fire here, Ethelsville here. That'll keep moving up toward Lamar if that thing holds together. So that's our northern circulation. Let's go back down to the southern circulation that's coming into northern Sumter. And again, right in through here, Tom Bigby River, Alabama 17, Geiger here. And again, Evan, any reports out of this thing in Mississippi so far?
I think there was a couple reports of debris being lofted back before it cycled down. That was back when it was to the south and east of DeKalb. There's so much going on in the Jackson chat, I can't scroll back up and find it, but there was a potential reports of, maybe I can find the debris signature if I back the radar up some, but this has been one of those in Mississippi that has looked impressive over the last hour plus. So if we back this up, I'll switch over to our debris signature here and see if anything pops up. And once again, we're looking pretty far away at this as it moves through Mississippi. And what this product is doing here is it's scanning, and anything that's not a hydrometeor, anything that's not supposed to be there, is going to show up in that different color. And, tough to tell from that view if there was anything of note there. But I did see some reports in chat that there was some debris being lofted further back to the west as it moved through parts of Kemper County. So, again, this is going to move. The circulation's about to move into Sumter County here. And, again, I think the main thoroughfare James mentioned and made note to was Highway 17 that's going to come down right through Geiger. And Geiger's probably going to be the closest one to this. So again, there's your circulation potential. There is Highway 30. Here is Highway 17. And if you're in Sumterville, you're not in this. Epps, you're not in this. And right now, there is nothing yet for Greene County, but that would be next up here as we move forward over the next hour or so. This is moving at 50 miles an hour off to the north and east. So these will come up on you pretty quickly. And this is kind of your heads up if you're in West Alabama, that things are really about to get going. We talked earlier about why we came on the air initially was that little sliver up in Marion County that again, left that part of the state unscathed. But the next little while with these cells coming into West Alabama, that's when I think this is going to get a little bit more interesting. I'll hop up and try to do a time of arrival on this. This one's a harder one to track because it's just a odd motion here. Its primary motion is honestly off kind of to the north, but this would come up on Highway 82 by the next 10 minutes or so, and then eventually in southern Lamar County. That would be near the Melbourne area, extreme southwest Lamar County. So we'll have to keep watching this. This one's falling apart, falling apart, coming back. So no confirmation on this one yet of anything being on the ground. But we're going to watch something else too to note. And I know it's not the highest threat today, but every one of these is going to carry a hail threat with it. Look at some of these reflectivity values that we saw up in the shoals, and where you see those tight concentrations of pinks or really, really dark reds, those could be hail cores. So just in addition to everything else, you have that to worry about, those outflow winds. But again, this one not looking overly threatening here. This will miss Ethelsville, I think, a little bit to the west, and this will head up towards 96 in Alabama, just to the west of Millport if it continues on its current trajectory. So lots happening.
And look at WEX 05. Look who's here.
What do we got?
Ginger Z.
Oh, boy.
ABC chief meteorologist. Dennis, did you give her that hat? Maybe she did. For those that don't know, Ginger's the chief meteorologist for ABC News, and Ginger's a longtime friend. She interned here way back in 2000. We're very close, and we communicate often. I knew she was coming, and she is here working the storm for ABC. But always good to see Ginger. We're in the gear. So back to the radar. Again, we've got business to take care of. We've got northern Sumter County under a tornado warning. And again, we're watching some of the videos and the cameras here, and it's just hard to see anything. It really is. Let's go look at our velocity display. And again, we've got evidence of broad rotation right here, and maybe tighter circulation. And that's about to cross Alabama Highway 17, and you got to stay sheltered. And again, in rural parts of Alabama, we have so many people that live in manufactured housing, mobile homes, trailers. Great place to live, affordable, wonderful. But you can't stay there during a tornado warning. If you're in a tornado warning polygon, you've got to get out. There is no safe place in a mobile home during a tornado warning. And you've got to go to a community shelter or a business that's open 24/7. You need transportation to get there. And hopefully, the minute you hear the tornado warning, then you go right to that shelter. So again, no cars. Nobody should be driving up Highway 17 right now, north of York and Livingston, until this thing passes through there. A car can be thrown around like a toy, and we have many tornado-related deaths from people in cars, and you can't be in a car. So Things to think about. And again, if you're in a site-built home in your safe place, you need to wear a helmet. And I think people have gotten the message. We've seen so many pictures from the big box retailers where they've sold out of helmets, which is great. They've sold out of weather radios. People have really prepped for this one. The last time we had a high-risk day was March 20th of 2021. And on that day, we had 10 tornadoes, and we had 3 long-track EF3 tornadoes. And that was a rough day. We had 6 fatalities that day. 6 people lost their life. And the goal of what we do here, it's to mitigate loss of life. That's what we do. Everything we do here, it's to mitigate loss of life. And we want to get through this day without anybody losing their life today. So if you're in these polygons, today is a day to really take them seriously. You should take every one of them seriously. It's respect the polygon, but especially today. So what could be a tornado is crossing Highway 17. And again, as we get closer to the Shelby County Airport radar site, we'll get a lower slice of this storm. And again, this will be coming out into northern Greene County, and the Weather Service will make a decision soon on issuing a tornado warning for northern Greene. This is going to be for areas north of Utah if they do that. And again, that's Highway 14. Highway 14 runs from Utah, which is down here, right there, up to Aliceville. And it would be crossing Highway 14, coming out into southwest Tuscaloosa County around Ralph, and then moving right up toward the city of Tuscaloosa. And we hope that it just fizzles out. But on a day like today, we don't expect a lot of fizzling out. Atmospherics favor some tornadoes that might stay down for a long time. So northern Sumter County. But quickly, let's go back up to Lauderdale. I think we can give an all clear up here in that circulation should be in Tennessee, and that is the case. So again, the tornado warning is no more for Lauderdale. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect now for parts of Lauderdale, Limestone, northern Lawrence up here in the Tennessee Valley. I just wanted to show that is totally gone now. So if you were sheltered in places like Killen or Lexington, come out of the shelter. Of course, always be weather aware, pay close attention here, but there are no active tornado warnings. So again, a severe thunderstorm warning now for eastern Lauderdale, for western Limestone. That does include Athens. And there's some pretty good size hail in here. I think that's the main issue. It's hail with this particular thunderstorm complex up here. That's US Highway 72 right here, Rogersville, Center Star, Killen. Again, large hail, gusty winds, and some flooding, tremendous amounts of rain. The main concern might be flooding out of all the hazards up here. So I just wanted to mention the tornado warning is off the board. So we're down to 1, Evan, in the whole state. 1 tornado warning. 1.
Yep, that's great, and I really hope that trend continues. I am concerned that it will not. As we look back here, we have some confirmed tornado polygons that are approaching Meridian. If you know anything about Meridian, you go down I-20 far enough, past Tuscaloosa, past Utah, and you find yourself in Meridian, Mississippi. And just look at these lined up here back to the west. And I'm not trying to get too far out ahead of things, but this is what I think our afternoon is going to be focused on, is what's coming out of Mississippi. And based off of everything in the Jackson office, these are packing a punch, and we'll have to watch these. Let me draw some potential time of arrivals here. And again, this is a rough estimate. Most of these are moving between about 50, 55, as I've seen as fast as 60 miles an hour today. And so, movement here into the Alabama state line, about 3:30 from this cell in Meridian. Back here towards Bay Springs, this one has been a confirmed tornado. I've seen a lot of chatter about that. A little bit closer to 4 o'clock here, but this is what's next up, and we'll certainly have to watch how this evolves once it moves into the environment that is in central Alabama. There's one more down here south of Collins, Mississippi, and this one's even further out. This could be coming into southern Sumter County after 4 p.m. So a lot still happening back to the west. We have time to watch these evolve, but these have absolutely been reporting or producing reports, that is strong damage reports all through Mississippi. We have a new tornado warning now that they have extended that, James, into Pickens, it looks like, and northern Greene County. This will go till 3:45 for that same warning we just talked about.
Again, this is the trajectory. If it continues on that path, that'll take it up into Tuscaloosa. So you can pop me on the key wall here. Thank you, Dennis. This is the Sipy River right here. That separates Pickens County from Greene County. We got a possible tornado that's about to cross the Tombigbee. This is the Tombigbee right here. The Sipy runs into the Tombigbee here, and that'll be coming up into northern Greene. I want to stress this is for extreme northern Greene. This does not include Utah, does not include Forkland, does not include Bolagie. This includes the northern part of Greene County. The community of West Green is right here. Benevola, which is in Pickens County on the Sipsy, is up here. Aliceville is not, and again, when you're looking at Pickens County, Carrollton, not in the polygon, not Reform, not Gordo, you're not in this. This includes Northern Green and Southern Pickens, the areas near the Sipsy River. And that circulation will be coming up in through here. So again, if you're in any, and we certainly don't advise driving on Highway 14. That's the route from Utah to Aliceville. Nobody driving on Highway 14. And if you're in any of these communities, you need to be sheltered. And again, we have a very large mobile home population in this particular part of the state. And this is when now you need to go to your shelter. Now, don't wait, now. In that this particular tornado signature right here looks better with each volume scan. And you need, if you don't have a shelter to go to a business, a gas station, a site-built home that a friend has, and shelter within. But you cannot stay in a mobile home in these polygons because it's just a death trap. I hate to be like that, but it is. You can't. They're wonderful, affordable housing. They're great places to live, but it's like cars. Cars are a death trap during a tornado. You can't stay in a car and you can't stay in a mobile home. And again, Jenna's located right here. This is in Greene County, the far northeastern tip of Greene County. And then this is Tuscaloosa County, Romulus and Coker right here. And again, if you follow this out, this might be on a trajectory that would pass north of Tuscaloosa. Tuscaloosa here, Northport here. But again, it's going to be really close. And it's about 50 miles. This tornado is about 50 miles out southwest of Northport. And this is moving at about 50, 60 miles an hour, I would say. So it's going to take probably 50 minutes to an hour to get here. So kind of a heads up if you're in Coker, Northport, city of Tuscaloosa, Elrod, Buell, any of these places out here, around Sipsy Valley High School, Romulus, you just want to consider, if you're in a mobile home, going to a shelter now. We're trying to give you a little more advance notice on that. Even though Tuscaloosa County is not under a tornado warning. We want to stress that, but with the atmosphere as it is today, these could be long-track tornadoes, and these could stay down for quite a while. So again, just be aware of that. If you're in the northern half of Tuscaloosa County, including Tuscaloosa Northport, if you're in a trailer, you might want to consider going to a shelter now. And we certainly advise that for those in the polygon here. And again, this is Southern Pickens, Northern Green. The danger is defined by this shape, a polygon. You are not in the polygon in Utah. You're not in the warning. You're not in the warning in Forkland, not in the warning in Bolagie. You're not in the warning in Knoxville, the Greene County Greyhound Park, not in the warning. This is all north of there. And again, the Sipsy River is what you see right there. And this is Pickens, this is Greene. So this is the one tornado warning we have in the whole state, with a one tornado indicator here with two specific warnings, one for northern Sumter and one for northern Greene, southern Pickens. We can give it all clear to Highway 17. If you're on that Highway 17 corridor, points west, the tornado is past you. The tornado is now approaching the Tombigbee River north of Gainesville. And if there's a tornado down, it's going to be interesting that we'll have a brief water spout for that moment that the tornado crosses the Tombigbee. It's a water spout. Then, of course, it's a tornado once it gets right back over land. So, Evan, the good news is that for the moment, we just have that one tornado indication, one tornado area there.
Yeah, I know we like to do this a lot. I'm going to do like a little reset here, just show the big picture, because, again, a lot of people watching in Birmingham, in Hoover, in Cullman, in Gadsden, we're way off. If you live in eastern Alabama along, 431, I mean, we're a couple hours out, but this is the time, take action, do what you need to get prepared. There's rain, there's some thunderstorms coming down here in parts of Cullman, Jefferson, Shelby, Tuscaloosa County. But this is all well out ahead of the more dangerous storms. They've canceled that tornado warning that was associated with that cell over in Noxubee County, and that is now just a thunderstorm in extreme northwestern Pickens. This is coming into southern Lamar County, and we have some storms up in Fayette. And the way this is trending now, the most dangerous cells may end up being south of places along Highway 278. At least with these discrete cells, because the track of everything back here in Mississippi, as of now, there has not been a tornado warning on anything within this line in quite some time. So what's coming from Tupelo down to Kosciuszko, this is going to move into a lot of our central and northern counties, and that'll be worth watching. The tornado threat exists much further to the south, and these are the type that are going to be heading into, again, Sumter County, Green Hale, Tuscaloosa, eventually Bibb, and way on down the line, Shelby and Jefferson. because they are moving in this general trajectory here. So the one tornado warning that's in place, and something else I've noticed is really picking up as the circulation has intensified, is the lightning strikes within this. Want to note that we also are carrying a hail threat on this warning, and there'll be a hail threat with just about all these tornado warnings that come through here this afternoon. You see where that pink is near Clark. And this little cluster, that's where you could potentially have a hail core. 323 strikes in the last 10 minutes here. That's very impressive. And it certainly looks like we have a rain shield out ahead of this. So folks who want to get and try to see this, don't. It's not a good idea. You won't be able to see most of these coming today. And as James has mentioned, a lot of mobile homes out in this part of southern Pickens, northern Greene County, and even into Tuscaloosa County. So get to a safe place when you can. Know where your storm shelter is. Alabama's done a great job of getting these storm shelters up and making it very accessible for a lot of folks. So that's what we'd like to see here. But this cell, this rotation, it continues to, it looks like, tighten up here. This is just about to come right over the river here, and this will now or eventually be in Greene County. So the dangerous weather is going to be picking up here over the next couple of hours, and absolutely don't say that to scare anybody, but more or less to make people aware that we had that morning round that clipped our extreme northwestern counties. It was sunny at my house this morning. It was sunny, 64 degrees, and very breezy. So we got these gradient winds out ahead of it, but our focus is going to pivot to this tornado threat that is going to be building here over the next little while. I'll do a quick time of arrival to the edge of this polygon, which will be just south of Gordo here, but moving at about 50-55 miles an hour.
Let's go to WEXO 5 real quick. This is going to be some video from northern Sumter County. This is from Chief Vaughn. He's actually down with the fire unit down in Cuba, but this is from the northern part of Sumter County in the tornado warning polygon. And this video is just in, and this is right in the middle of that polygon. And obviously, if the tornado was down in these videos, I think that it's rain wrapped. It's really going to be hard to see that. In fact, he sent one more video. We'll take a look at this one. And again, this is right in that tornado warning polygon. And obviously, he's kind of focused in on that spot. That does not look like a tornado at that point, but there's clearly a chance we've got one down. We just can't see it. And again, the tornadoes that we have here in the Deep South, they're just not visible. They're just not on most occasion. I know a lot of people look back on historic events like April 20, 2011, and on that day, we actually had a number of visible tornadoes. But today, I don't expect that to be the case. So let's go back to the radar, and we're working basically one tornado warning now, one storm with a tornado in the whole state, and that's why we're focusing on this. And again, you can see the inflow notch here and the possible tornado here. The thing it's starting to it's got the classic look to it. Inflow notch, hook, tornado here. Large hail in advance of that. And again, that circulation is in the process of crossing the Tom Bigby, which is right here. This is Sumter County, this is northern Greene, this is southern Pickens. And this is a storm that's going to be moving northeast. And again, on a day like today, I would encourage you to take these things seriously. This is serious business. This is serious business on a day like today. We have a high risk of severe storms, level 5 out of 5. The last time we had a day like this was 4 years ago, March 25th of 2021. And typically on a high-risk day, you're going to wind up with some very meaningful, long-track, often violent tornadoes. And by violent, we're talking EF3 or higher. And this is the part of the state where we have the greatest concern for that. Up in the northwest part of the state where it's pouring rain, that's good news. In fact, let's pop on the reflectivity. I want to kind of show what's going on up here to the north. This is just a lot of rain here. And again, I know we have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for parts of Franklin and Lawrence and Lauderdale counties up here in Limestone, but this is just a big rain mass with some hail. This is what round one was like this morning. But what this is going to do is going to keep the air relatively cool and stable and rain cooled, and the odds of a really big tornado are not as high here. There certainly could be one, but they're not as high up here. The greatest concern is down to the south, where the air is somewhat untouched, and we've had some sunshine today, and the air is more unstable, and you can see this, that, and others down to the southwest, and those are like trains coming down the track, and all of these are going to wind up in Alabama. So let's, again, you can see this is the one storm of concern, so let's go back into this, and again, we're live at 3:02 on Saturday, March 15th, 2025, and we've got a very organized looking storm here, on radar that is possibly producing a significant tornado near the Tombigbee River. This is in the far northeastern corner of Sumter County. And again, we stress this is far, far north of York, far, far north of Livingston. There's no impact there. It crossed Highway 17 not too far from Geiger. The tornado is about to cross the Tombigbee in a matter of minutes if it's not doing it right now. And then it will be moving along, maybe close to the Sipy River. The Sipy River is located right here. And again, this is Pickens, this is Green. It looks like the tornado itself might stay in northern Green, but it certainly could cross over into southern Pickens. Benevola is right here, Lewiston, Pleasant Ridge. That's Alabama Highway 14. We probably have some hail falling right here. These hailstones could be 1 inch in diameter or larger. That in itself could create some damage. That's the hail core inflow notch tornado right here. And again, it's a classic looking supercell storm now. And remember, this as it moves out of Pickens in northern Green, it goes into Tuscaloosa County. And that's where your population base. But again, understand the way we do it here, it doesn't matter if 5 people live in one place. It doesn't matter. Every human life is precious. Every human life is precious, and we're here to take care of everybody, whether you live in a city or out in the country. It doesn't matter. And it's always been that way here, and I'm very thankful we're allowed to do that. But there's Tuscaloosa right here. And again, you can kind of see that if this stays on that current track, it's most likely going to pass north of Tuscaloosa, maybe the northern part of Northport. But remember, sometimes storms can turn to the right of the mean flow when they're very wrapped up like this. And right-turning storms, that would increase the threat to Tuscaloosa. And again, there's no polygon defined here. And the polygons are perfect. That defines the danger. And if you're in it, you do something. And if you're not, don't worry about it. But the polygons allow room for right-turning storms and other things to happen. But again, confidence is high that a tornado could easily be down and coming right through northern Greene and southern Sumter counties. And again, let's go back to WEXO 5 real quick. And I wanted to show what it looked like near that storm. And I want to thank Chief Vaughn down in Sumter County for sharing these videos with us and the Weather Service. And again, videos, we just can't see much. If there's something there, it's wrapped in rain. And again, this is a day where you're not going to see it. And then we say this all the time, don't wait to see a tornado. And listen, we have a lot of cameras out today, and even with a lot of cameras out, they're going to be rain wrapped, and we just can't show them. So just be aware of that. This is the storm as it came through northern Sumter in the polygon. And again, that's about to cross the Tombigbee over into extreme northern Greene, and it kind of dancing right along the Sipy River. Any damage reports, Evan, from Sumter?
Not seeing yet, but as you've mentioned, it's a very rural part of the county, and it looks like there's some intensification with the updrafts coming in here, according to the National Weather Service. And I think as this gets closer, unfortunately, to more populated areas, we're going to start to see if there are damage reports, if this thing is on the ground as we believe it to be, more of those reports. So to give you a couple ideas, we have a couple of churches plotted on the map. So Little Vine Baptist Church is right here off of County Road 117. This is just a couple miles from there. This eventually will be crossing State Road 14. This runs all the way from down near the Utah area up into Pickens County, and is one of the bigger highways here. So I can highlight that so you can see Pleasant Ridge is right along this, and this goes down to Clinton. But again, the areas within this polygon include Pleasant Ridge, include Lewiston, and this will eventually move off in the direction of Tuscaloosa County. But this certainly has been the most intense looking one. In fact, there's an even better signature on this here as it gets closer to 2 radar sites. We're kind of in that odd zone where we're pretty far away from 2, but we're getting closer to the Birmingham one, or the one down there at the Shelby County Airport. But right here, this is coming right up to, let's see, you've got County Road 115, County Road 117, and then of course here's your State Route 14, right in the middle of that polygon, and this is moving in that general direction, and we'll continue to move off. And I say move off, it's hauling off. I mean, these are moving, 50, 55 miles an hour, so they get upon you quickly. So if you're looking further ahead here, if you're looking into, western Tuscaloosa County, Coker, Northport, Romulus, those areas there, there's no warning right now, but it probably will be extended the way that this pattern has looked. So this would eventually put it up near Buell, Coker, Flatwoods, Northport, just to the north of Tuscaloosa, that Highway 82 stretch there. And again, we're just trying to give as much heads up as possible. That's the goal.
Let's
here.
go to WEX 05. This is some video from just north of Geiger. This is in the tornado warning polygon. Geiger is in northern Sumter County. Oh, we got a cow in the shot here. I knew I'd like this video. But again, you see off in the distance that heavy rain shaft. And again, that could be a rain-wrapped tornado. You just don't know. That's the one thing I tell spotters in these spotter classes all the time. It doesn't matter if you're a PhD in meteorology. When the thing is rain-wrapped, you really don't know if it's down in a situation like this. But the video is looking right into that intense couplet. And again, this was taken about 10 minutes ago when the tornado was kind of crossing Highway 17 near Geiger in Sumter County. You can see the inflow going into that. But again, that's what it looks like actually looking at this particular storm. And again, there could be a very violent tornado in there, but you just can't see it. And thankfully, it didn't affect this person's home there, as you can see. But again, that was the view from near Geiger in northern Sumter County, and that is the storm that has now crossed the Tombigbee, and it's an extreme northern green, almost touching the Sipy River. So here we go. And again, there's your inflow notch, tornado here. That's Alabama Highway 14. So the urgent call right now is don't be on Highway 14. You should have stopped traffic here about 30 minutes ago when the warning was issued. But this is a major thoroughfare from Utah to Aliceville. And again, this is the inflow notch, possible tornado right here. And that thing's about to cross over. Let's look at the velocity on this, and we'll take a look at that. Is this Birmingham or Columbus?
This is still Columbus. We can check Birmingham.
Yeah, let's look at Birmingham real quick, and we'll see what it looks like from a different angle. And again, because of the variations in the radar beam height, you're going to see different locations of the rotation, and sometimes updrafts are tilted when the winds aloft are really strong, and it looks like there's a tilted updraft in this storm. And again, this is showing the rotation up in southern Pickens instead of northern green. But that's why we have these polygons here. But as the storm continues to move northeast, it's going to be closer to the Birmingham NexRad radar site. We'll get a lower slice and a better perspective of the exact location of this particular tornado here. But again, there's pretty good evidence. We have a tornado down near Highway 14, green Pickens County line near the Sipy River. And again, that's going to be moving northeast. Just for the fun of it, let's look at correlation coefficient. This is where we can see debris being lofted, and that's a lot of noise. I don't think that's a TDS here at this point. If we had a TDS, that would be flashing purple. That just seems to be all noise. And the way it works when the radar beam comes back, the way radar works, it sends out electromagnetic pulses, and it bounces off raindrops. Raindrops are moving, comes back differently. That's the Doppler shift. We calculate wind velocity that way. But the radar processor puts all the returns in a bin, and sometimes the echoes look different. And if thing's not correlating with everything else, there's a big drop, and that means it's not a hydrometeor. It's not a hailstone, raindrop. It's tree limbs. It's leaves. It's parts of buildings, things like that. So, but again, that's not really a classic TDS signature here, not a CC drop at this point, but it's something we'll watch. So we'll go back to the radar, and again, we're focusing on this one storm because this is the only tornado warning we have, the only active tornado warning in the state right now. And again, a possible tornado is near Highway 14. Again, the Sipy River is right here. That's the Sipy. And again, this is Pickens, this is green. And that'll be coming out toward the community of Lewiston. This is in northern Greene County. Benevola is up here. That's in Pickens County. We have large hail falling north of the tornado. Up in Pickens, a large hail is falling most likely here near and just to the east of Aliceville. And obviously, if you're in Jenna, Benevola, you need to be sheltered right now. Baseball country. All these places we're calling out, you've got to be sheltered. And again, if you live in a mobile home, and if you're in western Tuscaloosa County, I'd be sheltered now. I would go shelter. If you're in Buell, Romulus, Elrod, Coker, Ecola, any of these places in western Tuscaloosa County, west of Tuscaloosa, I think the best thing to do now, if you're in a trailer, a mobile home, is to go to a community shelter. That will give you a little extra time. There's no formal warning here yet, but again, we're going to try to do that today because sometimes you need more time to get to a shelter. So we have this one supercell storm that's located basically on the Pickens, Greene County line. This will pass north of Utah. This will pass south of Aliceville. It's crossed Highway 14, and it's basically going to ride right down the Sipy River here. And again, that will ultimately put it into western Tuscaloosa County, which is here. This is US 82. Interstate 5920 is down here. This will not affect 5920 at all. This is well to the north of the interstate. And again, this will be in a position pretty soon where we'll be able to hopefully see some things here. I think we have Riley that's in Ewan. We might want to shift him down further to the south and get him in this unstable air. Evan, he's up in that rain-cooled air mass up there.
Yep, and that rain-cooled air mass is a good thing for limiting tornadoes. We have another crew that I believe is in Foster's. I'm going to see if they can pivot back perhaps towards that Highway 82 stretch in West Tuscaloosa, because I believe if they stay south of that circulation, you might get a good view of it, at least from the south here. But again, that will be headed towards, here's your Highway 82, there's Gordo, the idea being that it would pass somewhere between Gordo and Buell. But again, they can turn, they can oscillate, which is something that we see quite often, and that's why, as James mentioned, they do these polygons and they get wider as they go further out to account for that. So we're going to be watching this as it moves through southern Pickens and eventually into Tuscaloosa County. But this does look like that classic supercell. You've got your inflow notch here, but then also this forward flank here is carrying that hail. So as the updraft is built and you've got that rising air, this hail core gets displaced just off to the north and east of the center of circulation here. So we may very well have some good reports coming in southern Pickens County, just south of Carrollton. And I don't see any hail reports just yet, but this one is certainly the best looking one on the map. And just for a second here, I want to go back to the big picture, because I know there's a lot of people watching everywhere else. And I've got friends and neighbors who are asking questions as well. Everything up here is subsevere. And in fact, this is a good thing. We're looking at this rain here, and it might be loud. There might be lightning strikes. There is in Ewan. There is in Jasper, in Cullman, in Kimberly, in Birmingham, north of Hoover. But this is all just thunderstorm activity. Doesn't mean it's not pleasant. Lightning strikes can knock out power, and this can be, an unfortunate setup. But there's no warnings here. That's why we haven't talked about it. What we're going to watch is this cell as it comes up into Tuscaloosa County. It'll be interesting, James, too, to see what does this cell do when it interacts with some of this rain-cooled air that is out in front of it. It could end up being a beneficial thing for us here as we head into the afternoon hours.
Did you say we have a crew of Foster's?
Yes, last I checked, we had, I believe, Aaron.
Do they have their live stream up? I would really like to take
I'm not
that.
Sure.
If we have a producer back in the back, be sure that all of our crews have their live streams up on the dash cams now so we can see them. That's absolutely critical. Okay, right, this is at Foster's. Okay, thank you. This is at Myrtlewood Elementary School. Again, I recognize that spot right away. So this is Foster's in Tuscaloosa County. So again, this is a spot where they're going to be pretty close to this as it comes up into western Tuscaloosa County. So thanks for that. And again, we're going to keep an eye on that. So again, this is a live look at Foster's. This is southwest of Tuscaloosa, Myrtlewood Elementary School. And there's no warning yet for Tuscaloosa County, but there could be one very, very soon here. Let's go to WEX 05 real quick, Dennis. These are some images coming in from Tornado Warning Polygon. And again, this is Alabama, hills and trees and rain wrapped. If there's anything there, you just can't see it. These, again, were taken a little earlier in northern Sumter when the storms were coming through there. And again, it's just hard to see much at all. So let's go back to the radar. And we are live at 3:16 working a tornado warning. There is a supercell thunderstorm that is on the Greene-Pickens County line. The city of Tuscaloosa is here, possible tornado down here, not too far from Lewiston, and again, that's near the banks of the Sipy River. Inflow notch, possible tornado back in here, and that'll be northeast. And again, that's going to ride the Sipy River, crossing into Tuscaloosa County. Our crew in Foster's is right here. So again, we'll be looking for a camera angle to the northwest for our crew that's in Foster's. And Romulus is here, Coker, Buell, Elrod, all of these communities out here. Again, if you're in the western part of Tuscaloosa County, the advice would be, if you're in a trailer, to go ahead and go to a shelter. We tried to get you to consider that about 10 minutes ago, but I think that's the right thing to do. And we'll see how this thing behaves. And again, let's look at the velocity display. And it's looking sloppy. It's not as tight as it was. And these things have been somewhat cyclical. The ones we had during round one early this morning and the ones we're having this afternoon here in round two. And that's not the tightest rotation signature at all here. So it could be that the tornado is occluded and lifted, but it could re-intensify and cycle back down. And oftentimes when you see this happen, you can have that kind of a right turning tendency when the occlusion occurs. So again, we'll see how it behaves, and the Weather Service will make some decisions on Tuscaloosa County here soon. But again, there's certainly circulation here and a very well-defined supercell thunderstorm that's on the Sipy River, the green Pickens County line moving northeast. And again, if it keeps on that track, it's going to wind up in western Tuscaloosa County in a matter of 15 to 20 minutes. Let's see. So again, that's the spot we're watching right here on the river. And it should be in Tuscaloosa County about 3:30. And that's in 12 minutes. So again, if a warning is issued, gut feeling it probably will be, that's getting pretty close here. And we'll the other decision, what part of Tuscaloosa County do you include in the polygon here? If it's a right-turning storm, you might consider putting Tuscaloosa in it, but if it stays on that track, most likely it stays north of Tuscaloosa, but it's going to be a close call. Certainly Northport is at risk, Coker is at risk, and Samantha is at risk up here, up Highway 43. So again, this is a situation where in a matter of minutes, we'll probably get a new tornado warning. And we understand there are other storms in the state. It's raining, thunder, lightning, you got some small hail, but again, we're focusing on the storms that are life-threatening. And again, you can see just a big old mass of rain up here, north and west of Birmingham, and that's a good thing. That rain-cooled air should really help to offset the tornado potential. But again, let's look up here. Looks like they pulled the trigger on a tornado warning for Limestone County. So let's go to high top real quick, and we'll go right back down to green. Let's look at the velocity display coming off high top, and again, that's looks like just a big mass of rain up and through here, and not seeing much at all here.
Nope.
So maybe they had a report, or maybe they saw a photograph or something, but at the moment, for Limestone here, that does not look like a tornadic situation here. It just looks like a big rain mass up here. But still, in fact, while it's up, let's look over here and see what they're saying up in Huntsville. He says the circulation tightened up just enough to trigger a warning. It's the same mesocyclone that affected Franklin and Colbert counties earlier, but again, there's just nothing there. There's no evidence of any tornadoes. So again, respect the polygon, you're in it, but I don't think this will be a long-lasting polygon. So again, this is Limestone, this is Athens back up toward Elkmont and Ardmore in North Alabama. So let's go back down to the green Pickens County storm. And we'll take a look at that as this seems to be cycling. And the Weather Service in Huntsville says that the Limestone County, it's weakened, and they're going to take out that warning soon. So again, if you're in Limestone, that warning's about to go away. So right here, again, we're watching the circulation. It is literally coming right down the Sipy River. And again, the community of Benevola, that is just across the river in Pickens County. And it will keep on moving to the northeast, and we'll find out soon what happens for Tuscaloosa County. So, but Evan, I still have not seen major damage, but it's been over a sparsely populated area. But so far, I've not seen any damage from this.
Yeah, and that's a good sign, and we haven't seen any debris lofted on that correlation coefficient. I'm trying to get our crews. We've got some crews out in that general area. Riley's coming down from the Ewan area. We're going to try to get into Tuscaloosa County, and then we have another crew that's in Foster's. They're going to be just to the south, I think, of this circulation, so getting maybe a little bit further to the northeast on 11, maybe staying south of Tuscaloosa. That general area will be able to look up into this. Also, I've noticed what looks to be more of a kind of a slight right turn. This was coming right over Pleasant Ridge, and it looks like maybe the center circulation is on the southern side of this polygon now, so we could be looking at a right turning cell, which is something, of course, to watch, because if it's the right, that would be taking it closer to Tuscaloosa. If it stays on the trajectory it's had, that would take it a little bit closer to Northport, Huntington Place, Coker, Highway 82 to the north of Tuscaloosa. So this is the one that, of course, we'll be very watching, of course, moving forward. I just want to take a glimpse back here because we've had several confirmed tornadoes back in Mississippi, and so this will be next up. So, Demopolis, Southern Green, Southern Hail. This might be, a couple hours down the road, but eventually all of this is moving here towards I-20. Meridian is not that far off. You drive a good ways in the middle of nowhere, it seems, but eventually this will move into Sumter County, and then you got more back here towards Laurel, and there have been confirmed reports of tornadoes on the ground, damage done in these spots, so that's what we'll have to continue to watch. For the rest of central Alabama, this These thunderstorms off here to the north might be the best thing that could happen today. One other thing I want to point out here that's not related to these warnings, look back here. There is not a single warning from just south of Tupelo all the way to Kosciuszko. This is supposed to be that potent line closer to the front, and because we've had all this rain, these storms in front of it, that has significantly weakened this. I expect the same thing to happen here in central Alabama, where we've had this cooled air, these storms, that takes away some of that energy, and as it does so, that could lessen that severe threat here. But again, these storms to the south, there's nothing blocking, there's nothing weakening what's coming through here. We've seen some rain in and around Jefferson County, so if the cell holds together through Tuscaloosa and gets into Jefferson, we'll have to see, does it hold together? Does it fizzle out? Does it occlude? Does it weaken as it gets closer to extreme southern Walker and western Jefferson County? But I do not have any reports of anything from this particular cell as of now. As it gets closer to the Birmingham radar, this is going to be, we're going to get a good look at it. And you can certainly see, evidence that there is rotation. And there was some gate to gate, it looked like briefly, from the Birmingham radar, which when we say gate to gate, that's where the red and the green touch. We love red and green on Christmas only, certainly not on the radar. And where you see those touching, that's where you've got winds going in different directions with respect to the radar, and very close together. So that shows where rotation is tightest. And something else to note about these cells today, we've got strong vertical motion, you've got the wind shear, and so just to the north of all of these center circulations where that tornado is possible, you've got these hail cores, okay? And you'll typically be able to find those where there's a ton of lightning, because the hail bouncing around, it causes those charges to form, and you get a lot of lightning strikes typically where hail cores are at. You'll note when they bottom out, they'll go away briefly, but most of the hail we've seen so far has been pea-sized hail. Had some egg-sized hail in some of the stuff that was up near the shoals I saw in the Huntsville chat. But it looks like, this is right on the cusp of being a tornadic supercell. It certainly looked like there's a tornado on the ground, but again, we've had no video, no damage to show evidence of that here moving forward. We have a crew right here near Foster's, I believe. James, they are doubling back towards Tuscaloosa. Riley is coming south from Guin, so maybe one of those two can intercept. And of course, with these, you want to be to the south, looking north, the general track of these, so you can stay out of the center circulation here. But again, this is the lone tornado warning in central Alabama, and this will be approaching. Notice how quickly this. We were just talking about Highway 14 here. That is well in the clear, not even, but a light rain. And there's the tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County. They've gone ahead and issued that, and that makes sense. This does not include Tuscaloosa. We'll stress that right away, James. This does not include Tuscaloosa itself. This is going to be for areas, very close.
Close. So again, let's quickly tell folks who's in the polygon, who's out of the polygon. So basically, it's going to be, concerning Tuscaloosa, north of the river, you're in the polygon. If you're south of the river, you're not. So downtown Tuscaloosa points south, not. The greatest concern is going to be Northport and points north. And again, this would include places like Coker, Northport, Buell, Elrod. Romulus is in the polygon. This is 43 going up into Fayette County. That's 171 going up toward the city of Fayette. And again, so the polygon does not include the campus of the University of Alabama. Let's give some parents some level of comfort here that have students down here, although they might be on spring break now. Everybody's got different spring break weeks. But again, northern Tuscaloosa County, if you are around Lake Tuscaloosa, you need to be sheltered. If you live in Northport, you need to be sheltered. If you are in Samantha, near Northside High School, Samantha, or Walker Elementary School, you need to be sheltered. Up Highway 171 up toward Brownville, same thing, you need to be sheltered. US 82, Coker, Buell, Elrod, you need to be sheltered. And obviously, we need to remind everybody that nobody should be in cars in this polygon, which means no driving on US 82 from Northport to Gordo. You should stay off that highway. Nobody should be in a car. A car can be lofted by a violent tornado. Same thing for Highway 171, US 43, Alabama Highway 69, the roads that fan out north out of Port. Nobody should be driving here. And again, cars, no. Mobile homes, you need to be in a shelter. You can't stay in a mobile home to survive a tornado, a direct hit. You've got to be sheltered. If you are in a site-built house, this is when you implement your tornado plan. Small room, lowest floor, near the center, no windows, wearing a helmet. A bike helmet, perfect. If you play sports, batting helmet, a football helmet, and understand this is for adults as well. Children, adults, every human life. Again, like we talked about, every life is precious. And we promise we'll tell you as soon as you can go about your business. But again, from downtown Tuscaloosa south, you are not in this polygon. You are not. There's no danger here from this particular supercell storm. But from Northport, again, from basically the Warrior River north, that's the greatest concern. Now, Holt, Peterson, Brookwood, no, you are not in the polygon. Out Highway 217 out here. This is Holt. This is Brookwood. Vance, no. Duncanville, no, you're not in the polygon. Englewood, no. Foster's, no. Again, we have a crew in Foster's, and it would be interesting if they could maybe come up toward Romulus, up toward Sipsy Valley High School, and if they could get in that parking lot at Sipsy Valley High School, that would probably give them a good look into this thing from the south, and that's where you want to be, is coming in from the south. Again, tornado warning in effect for extreme southeastern Pickens, extreme northeastern Greene, and northern Tuscaloosa County, north of the city of Tuscaloosa. This would include Northport and points north. It includes Coker, Buell, Romulus, Elrod. It includes Samantha, Brownville, Lake Tuscaloosa, Wyndham Springs, all these places. We have, and I don't think we have the Wyndham Springs camera, do we, Evan? I think it's down. We have a 2,000-foot tower up here. Unfortunately, the camera is down. But again, this is what's coming up into northern Tuscaloosa County. So again, it's a tornado warning, and this is radar-based. It is not confirmed. We have not seen any damage so far, but understand it's been over a sparsely populated area. And so again, when we get our crew and Foster's up in a place, Evan.
They're right here. They're off of US 11. I'm trying to find the exact spot, and there's a ton of lightning. They're looking to the northwest, I believe, into the base of this cell, and it's just been kind of a nonstop lightning show. There was a really good cluster a little bit ago. Just reached out to them about potentially going to the Sipsy Valley High. Like you had mentioned, to maybe get in a better position, but you can see the cloud-to-ground lightning, the cloud-to-cloud lightning bolts there. Certainly some other byproducts to this besides just the tornado threat, but the most immediate concern is the tornado threat.
All right, and again, that is a camera looking up into this, and again, we have to keep every field safe, and we'll certainly do that for our crew that's down in Foster's looking up into this. But again, inflow, tornado down in here, possibly. It's been cycling, and again, boy, it's tightened up again. That is a very good tornadic indication right now that is just north of the Sipsy River. This is in southern Pickens County, just northeast of Benevola, pretty close to baseball country right here. And that'll be crossing into Tuscaloosa County. And again, clearly, if you're in Romulus, anywhere near Sipsy Valley, you need to be sheltered. Sipsy Valley schools, US 82, Northport, Coker, Buell, Elrod, you got to be sheltered. And again, up Highway 43 up toward Tuscaloosa County High School, Huntington Place Elementary School, Northport Elementary, all the schools up here. If you're anywhere near County High, you've got to be sheltered. If you're farther up the road in Samantha near Northside High School, you've got to be sheltered. If you're in Wyndham Springs or close to Wyndham Springs up Highway 69, you've got to be sheltered. And again, the couplet continues to increase. Let's look at the correlation coefficient to see if we have any debris being lofted. And at this point, no, which is a good thing. But we'll be watching for a lowered CC here. We don't see that at the moment, but still, it takes a while for the debris to be lofted. It takes a little while for that to happen. So we'll go back to the reflectivity and look at the structure of the storm. Inflow notch, possible tornado here. Let's go to the velocity. And again, watch right here. You'll see that couplet. Again, just north of the Sipsy River. It's about 2 miles west of the Tuscaloosa County line. And this is where we encourage you not to go outside and try and shoot video of a tornado with a phone. We appreciate the effort. We're thankful that you want to do that, but that's dangerous if you don't know what you're doing and if you've not been trained in storm spotting. The folks we have in the field, they've been trained, they know how to stay safe, but we want you sheltered. That's the most important thing, is that you are sheltered. And again, we've got the tornado coming up on Highway 171 and US 43 near County High about 3:52. It is now 3:32. That's in about 20 minutes. And again, no driving on US 82 west of Northport. No driving on Highway 171 north of Northport. No driving on US 43 north of Northport. No driving on Alabama 69 north of Northport. We don't want anybody in a car during this. And again, this is one of our better tornado circulations that we have seen through the course of the day today. And again, this is a case where you just want to stay sheltered. So again, it's about to cross the line. And this is Birmingham, right? We're looking at the
right. That's a new scan. It looks a little better.
Yeah, we're getting a better slice in the lower levels now. And again, the couplet continues to tighten up. And it will be coming out here toward, probably passing a little north of Sipsy Valley High School, but it's close. Listen, if you're in this polygon, you got to be sheltered. It doesn't matter where you are in the polygon, and we'll give you an all clear as it passes. And again, you got Highway 82 right here, coming out of Northport. Coker, you've got Westwood Elementary School right here. This is Buell. This is Elrod. Ecola, which is north of US 82. Brownville, which is right off Highway 171. 171 runs from Northport to Fayette. US 43, you've got County High right here. Tuscaloosa County High School, Northport Elementary School. And again, this is moving in that direction. So, hey, this is serious business, all right? Serious business. I think you've been here long enough where you can read me and what I'm saying. And on a day like today with these atmospheric conditions, don't play around with this. You've got to be sheltered. I'm very serious about it. You need to be serious about it too. We don't want anybody being hurt today. We don't want any loss of life today. So if you go under a polygon today, you've got to be in a safe place. You've got to be sheltered. You cannot be in a car. You cannot be in a mobile home. So all the things we've prepared for the past week, really, we've been talking about this for 4 or 5 days. You've got to implement those plans today. And we're thankful at the moment. This is the only tornado warning in effect for the entire state. We have one tornado warning where we're, and again, it's right here, and that's about to cross over into Tuscaloosa County. And I'm watching all the live streams I can see here. And boy, look at that. Wow. Let's look at the correlation coefficient real quick. We've got a new volume scan. Still, so far, no debris being lofted, which is good. But again, it takes a little while for that to happen. So at the moment, we have no confirmed tornado, but certainly within the radar beam, we've got some pretty violent circulation here that's at least off the ground. And again, Coker, Buell, Romulus, Elrod, shelter now. Now, don't wait on this. Don't go out there and look for it. You go to a safe place. That's what you've got to do. You've got to be sheltered for this. So watching the various channels here, and again, I'm afraid if it is down, we're going to start seeing some damage reports pretty quickly here. I don't at the moment, Evan, so far, which is good. I'm seeing a lot of sky shots of ominous clouds, but no damage at this point. Now, there could be. Oftentimes there's damage and we just don't know about it, and cell service can go down where you've got tornado damage and people can't get cell service to send photographs here.
It looks like one of our crews is going to be, if you're familiar with Dry Creek Road, and they're going to be looking, I think, right towards the center of this.
Is this Erin Wise?
Yes,
yeah.
Erin and crew. So
which one of these is she on?
She's on BAM 1, I believe.
Okay. So again, this is our crew that is coming up on that tornadic storm that is moving into western Tuscaloosa County. And they're going to come in from the south. That's the way you attack this thing. You come in from the south to the west. You want to be on the backside of the storm as it's moving away from you. That's the safe way to do that. You can't attack it from the east. It's coming right at you. And obviously, this is what it looks like down here in the deep south. This is why a lot of the storm chasers don't like it down here, because we have all the hills and the trees and you just can't see that much. That's a classic Alabama country road right there with a lot of trees, but we'll hopefully get them in a position to where they'll have a decent view into this, and we'll be able to see if anything is down. And even if it is down, it could be rain wrapped, even if they find a clearing here. So we'll keep an eagle eye on that camera. But we have very, very, very strong indication of a tornado here on the Pickens-Tuscaloosa County line. And this will be passing north of the city of Tuscaloosa. And again, we want to stress for the University of Alabama, you're not in the polygon here. Downtown Tuscaloosa and points south, you're not in the polygon. The concern, it's north of the river. So again, Northport, Lake Tuscaloosa, up toward Samantha, over to Coker, Buell, Elrod, up toward Brownville, up Highway 171, Wyndham Springs, up Highway 69, which is right here. Everybody's got to be sheltered, and that couplet is basically sitting on the county line. I think we can give an all clear now for sure to Greene County. If you're in northern Greene, this northern Greene is right here, and the circulation is here. So northern Greene will give you an all clear. And Pickens, we can pretty much give you an all clear as the storm is coming into Tuscaloosa County. So again, Pickens and Greene, all clear. You're good. Now the concern, it's exclusively northern Tuscaloosa County. And again, we're getting very impressive gate-to-gate shear right off of this thing. And this is Birmingham, right? The Shelby County Airport radar. County line is right here. And again, that'll be crossing the county line soon. The community of Elrod is right here. This is US 82 here. Elrod is right here. Buell is right here. There's a good little ridge up in here. You can see that from Tuscaloosa. There's some pretty good little terrain out here, but again, that will not have any effect on this tornado. And with the dynamics we have into play today, this could be a long track tornado. That's the thing about it. These long track tornadoes can stay down for 1 or 2 hours. And they'll down for 30, 40, 50 miles or more. And that's the kind of day that this is going to be. And of course, the other consideration, if this stays on the ground, let's see, Evan, where does it go next? It's going to wind up moving into probably extreme northwest Jefferson or Walker County, which is right up in here. This is Jefferson and this is Walker. So again, heads up for those of you near the county line up here, Dora, Summerton, Sayre, Bagley, places like that. And again, if you are in the places I just called out, Dora, Sipsy, Empire, Summerton, Bagley, Sayre, Birmingport, Pumpkin Center, you might want to, if you're in a trailer, you might want to get to a shelter now. I know there's no warning, but we're just trying to give you some ample time to get to a shelter. So if you're in this zone right here and live in a trailer, now's the time to go to a community shelter or a business that's open 24/7 that can provide shelter for you. And a lot of businesses are willing to do that. We're thankful for that. But this will be north of Birmingham. Downtown Birmingham is here. But the focus, of course, in the short term, it's right on northern Tuscaloosa County. Let's go back to Erin's live stream. I want to take that. She's on, I think, Blue Rim 9. Again, we're starting to see a little better view into this, where if we have a wall cloud or a tornado, we might be able to see it. Of course, the only problem, Evan, the cell service is a little flaky out there.
Yeah.
But that's okay. Well, let's stay with it for a minute. Let's just stay with it.
They are about 9 miles from the center gate-to-gate shear of this, according to our map. We've got them plotted here. They're just outside of Romulus, looking northwest.
Yeah, this is going to provide the best view of this thing we can possibly get. And again, it's with the trees and the spotty cell data, it's going to be kind of hard to see, but we like for those live streams to be up. So again, we're going to watch that like a hawk. And Evan, if you see anything on that stream, let me know, and we'll go to a double box. We're not going to double box it right now, but we might do that in just a second. So let's go back to the radar. At 3:40, we're working a serious tornado warning situation for northern Tuscaloosa County. And again, this does not include the city of Tuscaloosa. And the polygon has been adjusted a little bit to the north, which is good. Downtown Northport City Cafe, is right here. Downtown Tuscaloosa here, and you can see the southern extent of that polygon is right around Tuscaloosa County High School, Huntington Place Elementary School. It sure looks like the greater concern here, it's going to be, again, up 171 toward Brownville, up 43, probably north of County High, up toward maybe Samantha, Northside High School. But again, everybody around Lake Tuscaloosa, you need to be sheltered. If you are in Northport, especially north of US 82, you need to be sheltered. And obviously, nobody should be driving along Alabama Highway 171. Nobody should be driving along US Highway 43 or Alabama 69 north of Northport through northern Tuscaloosa County. You just got to be in a good, safe place. And that in couplet is now exclusively in Tuscaloosa County. So again, Pickens County, all clear. Greene County, all clear. The problem now, it is exclusively for Tuscaloosa. And let's go to GWX and let's see if we can find a TDS, a tornado debris signature. Where John DeBlock, yeah, right here. So this is now debris that is being lofted by the tornado. And again, you see that lowered correlation coefficient. What the radar is telling us is that this is not a hydrometeor. It's not a raindrop. It's not a hailstone. It's not a snowflake or an ice pellet. This is something else. It could be limbs. It could be leaves. And again, that TDS, tornado debris signature, and again, now we have a confirmed tornado, the polygon going purple here, that is right on US Highway 82, right at the county line. And this is east of Gordo. Again, it's passing a little north of the community of Elrod here, and it's going to pass north of Buell, and that's going to be moving north of US 82, coming out here toward Alabama Highway 171. So again, anybody out here toward Ecola, back over toward Brownville, you've got to be sheltered. And then we now have a confirmed tornado. This is, again, this is serious business, and you've got to treat it that way. You've got to be sheltered. Don't go outside and look for it. Don't go outside with a phone and try and get video. We've got folks in the field that are trained on how to do that. But again, what seems to be a significant tornado is down now at the Tuscaloosa-Pickens County line on US Highway 82 that's moving to the northeast. And again, next up it'll be crossing Highway 171 between Northport and Brownville, and then crossing US Highway 43 after that. The arrival on Highway 171 is about 3:52. That's in about 8-9 minutes from now. Then it's going to cross Highway 43 in the vicinity of Samantha. And again, this is right around Northside High School, Walker Elementary School, around 4 o'clock this afternoon. And again, that's in about 15 minutes. And then crossing Highway 69 up around Wyndham Springs about 4:09. These are approximate arrival times, but just stay sheltered. But again, for those of you that are in Pickens and Green, the danger's over for you. The emphasis is solely now Tuscaloosa County. And again, we have the purple polygon here representing the fact that the tornado is down, Evan. So it's kind of more of a serious situation now with a confirmed tornado.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And, you know, we saw, I guess, video here they're going to show. What courthouse
That's
is
the
this?
Tuscaloosa County Court.
Okay.
Tuscaloosa County Courthouse. And again, that's looking back off to the west. You saw the Tuscaloosa City Water Tower there over toward the Tuscaloosa Country Club. And that's what it looked like from the courthouse. So thanks, Dennis.
Yeah, good stuff. We're still watching Aaron's live feed. It's frozen up right now, but they're headed right towards where, in fact, she just said there's a whole bunch of storm chasers there, so that's how you usually know you're in the right spot. But they are coming into, they're just outside of Romulus.
Let's take WEXO 5 real quick. This is coming close to Sipsy Valley High School. Dennis, this is, again, from right around Sipsy Valley High School and middle school. And obviously, we just can't see much because of all the trees there. I love that beautiful tree there, but again, it's just hard to see much of anything. But there could be, in fact, we know there's a tornado there now. So, again, that's what it looks like.
Yeah, and our crew is, I mean, they're due south of this right now, James. There's the debris signature about 10 miles to the south. They're looking right up into it. We just unfortunately lost their feed, so as soon as we get that back, we'll try to get that to you. But again, this is a confirmed tornado, and so this, we've been saying this really all day, that we're concerned that as we get into the afternoon, we're going to have these potentially long track tornadoes. This started back at Kemper County, Mississippi, all right? And this is held together to this point because there's just been nothing to impede it, nothing to slow it down, no stable air for it to move into. So as we just talked about, here within the next 5-10 minutes, this will be crossing over Highway 171, somewhere near Brownville, eventually right over Samantha here on 43, and then this will head up towards Wyndham Springs on 69 in central northern Tuscaloosa. So this is moving pretty quickly, 50 to 55 miles an hour.
This is from the Tuscaloosa Toll Bridge looking back over toward Buell and Elrod. Now, that might be a rain shaft. It probably is, but there could be a rain-wrapped tornado in there. Just wanted to show that, Evan, and that we're starting to see a lot of images like that. And we know there's a tornado down right now because debris is being lofted, and it could be a rain-wrapped tornado there.
Yeah, absolutely. But that does definitely looks like a rain shaft, but certainly there could be a tornado within there. It has been confirmed by radar. We've seen on both the Columbus radar site and Birmingham radar site that correlation coefficient, that drop, which is a debris signature. So this is once again coming up on Highway 171 as of now, and eventually this is going to be crossing over 43. This is to the north of Tuscaloosa. So for folks who have maybe students in Tuscaloosa, this is north. In fact, if you're down in Tuscaloosa, you'll probably see a lot of lightning. There might be even an overall lack of rain. You look at this here, and just to the south of this cell. There's not a whole lot happening. It's not even raining in Tuscaloosa. I'm looking at the sky cam there right now, but a very serious situation. Confirmed tornado on the ground. This is crossing over Highway 82 as we speak. In fact, it may have actually moved over Highway 82, and this continues to race off to the north. You see where we have these cluster of lightning strikes here. There may well be some hail on the northern flank, and we've seen that pretty consistently, where you have the center circulation right here. The forward flank of the storm is usually, that's where your updrafts go, and then you get your hail core pushed out just to the north and east of center. So you've got hail that's headed at least in that general direction of Brownville. Have not seen any hail reports just yet, but that's going to take some time. And again, as this gets closer and closer to much more populous areas, as it is doing right now, we're likely to unfortunately get more of those reports if this is
back to WEX 05. This is going to be from Coker linked to the north and west into that, it looks like that's probably the wall cloud back in there. And again, most likely there could very well be a tornado down behind the tree line. This was taken about 4 or 5 minutes ago. So again, that is video from Coker in Tuscaloosa County looking back into that supercell where a tornado most likely is down. Got one shot, this was taken from downtown Tuscaloosa looking back into the same region. That looks more like a rain shaft there, but again, that might be a rain-wrapped tornado. But again, this is all west of Tuscaloosa. But let's go back to the radar. We want to point out the location here. And again, the couplet is not as intense as it was 5 minutes ago, but it could tighten right back up. And that circulation is located right in through here, north of US 82, north of Buell. And it will be crossing Highway 171 here in a matter of minutes. And from there, it's going to cross US 43. And again, nobody should be driving along US 82 west of Northport, Alabama 171 north of Northport, US 43 north of Northport, Alabama 69 north of Northport, as this could cycle right back up. The Weather Service is a report of it crossing Highway 82, a visual. But let's go back to our debris tracker, the correlation coefficient product. And again, let's back it up a little bit here. Let's go back a couple of volume scans if we can, Evan.
I'm going to switch back over to the Columbus had a much better view of it. There we go.
And again, you can see the TDS, which is right here. And the TDS is becoming displaced a little bit from the actual circulation, which sometimes happens. The debris can stay up while the tornado is cycling, and we have a situation where the tornado dissipates briefly and it starts to spin back up, where there's been an occlusion process. But again, clearly, that's the concern over here in western Tuscaloosa County. So let's go back to the Birmingham velocity day. And again, that circulation is located north of US 82. And it's not as tight as it was. Not as tight as it was about 5 minutes ago. But this will be staying north of, again, get your bearings straight. Downtown Northport is right here. Downtown Tuscaloosa is right here. The Warrior River, of course, in between those two communities. US 82, McFarland Boulevard is right here. And again, the University of Alabama campus is here. This will not affect the University of Alabama in any way, shape, or form. This is going to be well to the north of there, so there's no need for anybody to shelter in downtown Tuscaloosa, University of Alabama campus, or point south. Downtown Northport, not affecting you. Now, some part of the city of Northport is in the polygon, the northern part of the city of Northport. And again, Lake Tuscaloosa, the northern part of Lake Tuscaloosa is in the polygon here. Most of the lake looks like it's going to stay north of you, but it's going to clip the northern part of the lake. Again, what you see right here, this is where it crosses US 43 and Highway 69. So if you're in Lake Tuscaloosa, up 4369, you need to be sheltered. And this is moving rapidly to the northeast. In fact, we can give an all clear now to the US 82 corridor. So if you need to drive from Northport to Gordo, you're good now. The circulation has moved north of US 82, so we can clear US 82. We still say no travel on Alabama 171, US 43, Alabama 69, until we give you the all clear there. And again, it is very quiet. John DeBlock says he has a report of damage. We don't have any specific information on that at this point. And I'm watching the social channels like a hawk here. And so far, I've not seen any reports of damage from this thing. Which is good, but it could be down. Again, often what happens when you got a tornado down, cell service goes away and people can't send photographs and videos, and we don't get the reports until later. But coming through northern Greene and southern Pickens, I've seen no damage so far from that situation. And that's a good thing, Evan, a very good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to briefly pan this back here because there is a lot happening behind this, and we'll just take a second here. But confirmed tornado down. This is moving into Lauderdale, Mississippi, actually Jasper, Mississippi first, and eventually into Lauderdale, Mississippi, where Meridian's the biggest town of note there. And this will be coming right up I-20. I mean, right up I-20 in some of these same spots. Again, there's another tornado warning for Kemper County in Mississippi, and this is where the past one originated, the one that's currently moving through Tuscaloosa. So nothing super impressive there. Have not seen Birmingham talk about extending this. I just wanted to touch on that. Moving back here, our crew is just behind this. I think their feed's starting to come back, but they should be able, James, to give us some view if there was damage. They're coming right up towards, I think, 82 Elrod, at least according to their location on our map. And they're coming right up behind where this just moved on through. But you're seeing a really, really high return here on the winds right up towards Huntington Place. You can still have, if there's not a tornado, there's still a lot of wind energy with this, and you can get these really, really strong gusts, and that's certainly a possibility here as we look at this. This is from the Columbus site. I'm going to switch over to Birmingham because that's where it's getting closer. And for the time being, it looks like the circulation is relatively broad here. But again, Huntington Place, 43, you're next up. This is right on top of 117. And to do it far out track here because, there's a lot of folks who are further north and further east who are wondering, okay, how's this going to impact me? And, this will evolve. It's moving into an area that has had rain throughout the afternoon. So Dora, about, 4:40 or so. This will be coming into West Jefferson, about, 4:33, southern parts of Walker County. And if this holds together, up near, say, Warrior, about 5 o'clock. But again, this is an area that has had rain throughout the afternoon, and there might be some more stability here. Again, just speculating based off of watching the radar trends. It's been some good rain, some thunderstorms, all subsevere, worth noting, in much of central Alabama. You look at the big picture here, there's the one polygon of note, but then there's all this rain that's been falling here, and that includes parts of the Birmingham metro, so we'll see how this cell evolves once it interacts with an air mass that's been a little bit tainted with some rain here. But
let's go to Wexo 5 real quick. This is some video of the storm coming from Romulus, and again, they're kind of focusing in on that one particular spot. And that could be a rain-wrapped tornado. It's really hard to tell at this point. But again, that is a video from Romulus in western Tuscaloosa County as it came through there earlier today. Just wanted to show that. But it's going to be very hard to get the visuals on these tornadoes today. Now, let's see. We're watching Erin's shot, and she's on blue rim 8, right?
I believe so.
Right, 9, okay. And it's pixelated, but again, as soon as we get a clarity on that, we'll take it. Let's go back to the radar. We'll put that behind me. It's 3:55. We've got a tornado warning for northern Tuscaloosa County, and the purple polygon means that this is a confirmed tornado based on debris being lofted earlier. The structure not looking as impressive now as it did 15 minutes ago, which is good. But again, despite that, we encourage everybody to stay sheltered. This could recycle back up. It is moving into an air mass that has been somewhat rain-cooled from rain this morning. But still, let's look at our velocity display. And again, you're going to see the rotation pretty clearly right here, right on Highway 171. And again, it looks like it's trying to tighten back up. And it's about to cross Highway 43. And this is very close to Tuscaloosa County High School and Huntington Place Elementary School, Northport Elementary School. Very close to the schools here. So again, that's the location of this potential tornado, and it could be down right now. Let's look at the correlation coefficient real quick out of Birmingham, and let's see. We're not seeing debris being lofted at this point. It looked like we had an occlusion. The tornado could have dissipated, but it's trying to get back down on the ground. So again, back to our velocity display. And again, right here, the potential tornado crossing US 43. It'll be crossing Highway 69. And again, you see the body of water here. This is Lake Tuscaloosa. And so everybody over the northern half of Lake Tuscaloosa, you need to be sheltered as this comes on through. It's going to come through quickly. This is moving at 50, 55, maybe 60 miles an hour. And it'll be crossing out past Highway 69. And next up will be either northwestern Jefferson or southern Walker County as this continues to move here. Again, this is Jefferson. This is Walker right here. That's Interstate 22. And so, again, just everybody around Birmingham, Pumpkin Center, Tutwiler here, the old Gorgo steam plant. Just be aware that you might be under a tornado warning soon. And again, if you live in a mobile home in this area, the extreme northwest Jefferson County, West Jefferson is here, Good Springs is here, that's Highway 269. You might want to consider going to a shelter right now. That gives you a little extra time. There's no warning, and hopefully there won't be one, but that would be the right thing to do on a day like today with these atmospheric conditions we have on a high-risk day. And again, we're watching this potential tornado that's about to cross US 43 near Tuscaloosa County High School. It'll be crossing Highway 69 south of Wyndham Springs and will ultimately come up into southern Walker or extreme northwestern Jefferson counties up and through here near the river. So just be aware of that. We've got it coming into Walker County, Walker County about 4:24. That's in about 25, 26 minutes from now. So let's take a little tighter view of this particular rotation, Evan. Again, we're here, and I know there are other storms, but this is the only tornado warning in the entire state at this point. And again, you can see that circulation is near, again, the Tuscaloosa County High School complex with Northport Elementary and Huntington Place Elementary, and that's going to keep on moving on to the north and east out toward Lake Tuscaloosa, and then ultimately crossing over. So, again, it's pretty remarkable to me that I've not seen much in the way of damage, but I got some more video coming in, and very interested to see what this looks like. This is going to be some video from Greene County as the storm was there. So let's roll the WEXO 5. And that could be a tornado there. This is in a good position. It's near baseball country up there in Gina up there in Greene County. But again, the trees just kind of get in the way. In fact, we have another video that's in the set right here. And he's looking up into the cloud bases. And again, this is the storm that is coming through Northport, the northern part of Northport right now. And it's going to be one of these days where it is so tough to see up and through there. So let's go back to the radar. Again, that was the storm coming through northeastern Greene County. And there's your tornadic circulation right here. And again, that will be it's crossing 43 right now. It's about to cross Highway 69. Wyndham Springs is right here. Those 2,000-foot towers we use for our transmission facilities, they're located right here just to the east of Highway 69. But the circulation, Evan, it's gotten tighter here in the last couple of volume scans.
Yep, and it went from very tight, that radar confirmed with the signature, back to very broad, lifted, it appears. From our crew in the field here, I've been talking as well as Riley, and they have some pretty good pictures here of what looks like the tail end of this, perhaps a wall cloud. They're on 82. There's no damage yet. They just drove through Coker, haven't seen any. They're going to be keeping us updated, and we'll send in photos if need be. But you can see where this is tightened up here, and absolutely bears watching as we move forward, because when you see these greens and reds get closer together, that's a much better signature. This is right over 43. This is headed next up to State Route 69, and we'll continue on that general northeasterly track as we've talked about. And this has been one that, in some fortunate sense, we haven't had a ton of damage reports, which that's a good thing as of now. This also has allowed us to look downstream and say, where is this headed? And we have a pretty good idea that if it holds together, this is headed perhaps to southern Walker, to extreme West Jefferson. This will end up north of Birmingham, but somewhere in that range here of southern Walker County, which is right here. Then you've got Coleman County, and then northern Jefferson County, if it does indeed hold together. This has been the longest track one that we've seen to this point, but this again is coming right up towards Lake Tuscaloosa, the northern part of Lake Tuscaloosa. Looks like they may have passed a structure that is on fire. That's something else too. There's a ton of lightning with this. We don't issue warnings based off of lightning, right? But that could be a huge nuisance. Power outages, lightnings. My house caught fire as a kid from a lightning strike in a non-severe storm. So that there's other things that can happen here with this. But the tornado threat is obviously number one, what we're watching. Let me tell you who's clear, because they've just shortened up this warning. And the pink there, where you're seeing that confirmed tornado, that's still there, but they've just shortened the polygon. So this part of Tuscaloosa County, you're good. So this would include essentially all of 82 once you head to the west of Tuscaloosa. And the concern is now, again, in this part here, as you head up towards 69 and you get into central and then north northeast parts of Tuscaloosa County. But
let's take WEX 05 real quick. This is some video coming from Huntington Place, which is basically right near that rotation that we've been watching here. And again, this is very close to Tuscaloosa County High School, Huntington Place Elementary School. And it's the same problem we have here in the Deep South. We've got trees, and the thing is probably rain wrapped. But again, this was taken not that long ago from Huntington Place, and that's what the sky looks like. But I've not seen any video out of all the videos we're seeing of the actual tornado itself. But it certainly could be there. But again, Evan, it's just it's rain wrapped. So let's go back to the radar very quickly. And here's the big picture. And again, you can see that we were just working one tornado warning in the entire state. Let's show the Tennessee Valley real quick. And again, up here in Huntsville, there is technically a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for northern Madison and parts of northern Jackson counties. But again, it just looks like a big rain mass up and through here. And that's a good thing. This large rain mass that will help to stabilize the atmosphere. The concern is farther south. But again, one tornado warning polygon is right here. And so that's the reason we're focusing on that. I know it's for a lot of you, it's raining, there's thunder and lightning. But let's go in and take a closer look at this. And again, this is a potential tornadic thunderstorm that is located in the northern part of the city of Northport, up Highway 43, that's moving northeast. We'll pop the velocity display back on and we'll see what it looks like now. We've seen this, again, there's your circulation right here. There's no doubt. We could have a tornado down at this point, a little north of Huntington Place. You saw the video earlier from Huntington Place. And next up, it'll be crossing Highway 69. But we can give it all clear now from Highway 171 west. Highway 171 west, you're all clear. You're good. You stay sheltered if you're along US 43, Alabama 69, or points north and east, the northern part of Lake Tuscaloosa. You need to be sheltered for about the next 15 minutes or so. And again, that will be coming out into either northwest Jefferson or extreme southern Walker County here. From here. But again, the encouraging thing is the fact that we're looking at so many different sources and we're just not seeing any major reports of damage. And I'm getting some video here, it looks like from Tuscaloosa Fire, and they're saying Tuscaloosa storm as it touched down. So let me, I'll get that downloaded here. We'll rack it up on WEX 05, and again, looking at this, it's just hard to see. Everything today, it is so hard to see. So let's go to WEX 05, and this is the image that was shared. And again, it's just, if it's there, it's rain wrapped.
Yeah,
it's a good vantage point, but we just can't see much at this point. That's from Isaac Dixon with the fire department there. All right, so back to the radar. 4:05 Saturday afternoon, James Spann, Evan Chick-Vera. We have Riley Blackwell that's out in the field. And we are watching a potential tornadic storm that is coming across the northern part of Lake Tuscaloosa, up Highway 43, north of Tuscaloosa. That's about to cross Highway 69. And from there, it's going to be headed up into either southern Walker or northwestern Jefferson counties. And again, there's strong evidence of rotation. You can clearly see that. You can't miss that. Just for the fun of it, let's check the correlation coefficient, our debris TDS situation, and see if we have any there. And really, we don't at this point. We had a pretty good TDS for a while, but that has gone away, which is a good thing. But again, if a tornado gets down, it takes a while for the debris to be lofted so we can see it on radar. So the polygon is still purple because at one point we did have the confirmed tornado. And again, we're almost in a position to clear 43. Not yet, but almost. We'll be here in about a minute or so. But that circulation is about to come out over Highway 69. Again, this is the northern part of Lake Tuscaloosa. And let's look at the one behind it real quick, Evan, the one that's near the state line, and that we've got these things coming at us fast and furious. And that one doesn't look quite as impressive.
Switch to Columbus. It's a little better look. It doesn't look any more impressive, but
yeah, and that's a good thing. And again, we'll watch this. But again, there's a tornado warning that's adjacent to northern Sumter and Pickens County. Again, this is Pickens County. This is Sumter. And again, we'll keep an eye on that. Hopefully that lead storm helped to kind of stabilize things. So let's go back into Tuscaloosa County. We've got the one tornado warning in effect here. And you can see this thing is really wrapped up. I mean, if nothing else, there's a lot of wind here. There's some screaming wind with this. But again, circulation is now east of Highway 43, so we can give an all clear for US 43 and points west. So again, for US 43 west, all clear. Stay sheltered if you're east of US 43. And again, this is Highway 69 right here. And again, that's going to be coming out across Highway 69 near or south of Wyndham Springs. And from there, it's going to move up into either Southern Walker or Jefferson counties. But I'm telling you, this has come through a densely populated part of the world here, and the fact that I've not seen a lot of damage is a very encouraging thing, Evan. That's good.
Yeah, and something else that we've seen reports of, if we take Riley's cam, he's coming down US 43. There's been hail I've noticed on his the windshield there popping off. It looks like maybe pea to nickel-sized hail. It's very hard to tell while they're moving, but he's coming right down. He just drove through that hail core that is just to the north of the center circulation, just displaced to the northeast, and that is where you will typically have the majority of the hail. So that's Riley's shot. I'll show you now what I'm talking about, because he was coming down 43 here. So right in here where you get these pinks, and that was just over 43, but near Gorgas, and it's headed towards Wiley, eventually into potentially southern Fayette and southern Walker. That's your forward flank. And what happens is you get that rising air, you get those hailstones that will form, and that hail core gets displaced from the center. And that's another byproduct we'll have with these supercell type thunderstorms that are moving through here. And again, there's been really no mention of them warning that other storm that's just over the state line in Mississippi. But big picture here, again, if you're to the north, if you're in Blount, Cullman, Marion, Winston, Lamar, even northern Walker, Fayette, this rain has been a wonderful thing, because this is stabilizing the atmosphere, and this is going to take the edge off of what comes through later. This line back here in Mississippi, all right, I'm going to switch over just to the Columbus really quick, because we said that there's two threats. There's this afternoon threat, these discrete cells, and then this threat. Look at this. There are no warnings from Corinth down to Tupelo. One severe thunderstorm warning north of Starkville, and then all the way down to Kosciuszko and towards Yazoo City. There's nothing, because where this line is moving through, the air has been stabilized by that precursor rain that we're seeing here. On the negative side, these confirmed tornado polygons further to the south, these will be moving into eventually Sumter, and then it looks like Greene and potentially Tuscaloosa. But again, this warned storm in Tuscaloosa County, headed towards Wyndham Springs, is now moving into the first air mass it has today that has had rain out ahead of it. So far, it's moved into an environment all afternoon that has had no rain, no stabilizing aspect to it. Well, now it's moving a little bit closer to areas that have seen some showers, some thunderstorms. With that in mind, though, there's still a good signature right here. So this is on top of Highway 69. There's Wyndham Springs, and then you head off into extreme northeast rural Tuscaloosa County. But this continuing to race off towards the northeast at about 50 miles an hour, and we'll do a quick TOA, time of arrival, on that. And this is into southern Walker County, so I'll go out to the Walker County line about 423. If it takes more of a southerly shift, if it steers south, this would be an extreme western Jefferson County by about 420, 425 or so. But moving quickly, again, I would circle this area right here as the locations to think about your plan of action now. Because if this holds together, this is going to impact southeast Walker County, northwest Jefferson County, and this will eventually shift into Tacoma and way down the line into Blount if it holds together. But these spots here, that's your heads up, right? The one thing about these longer track cells is it allows us to see where they're moving, where they're headed, and where they could be way downstream. So again, no warnings for that as of right now, but this is the cell we're going to continue to watch. And James, the last couple scans have looked a little less impressive here, at least less threatening from a radar standpoint, but as we know,
let's look out the window. We got some WEXO 5 videos here coming from neighborhoods. This is a very densely populated part of Tuscaloosa Metro, the area around Huntington Place, up near Tuscaloosa County High School, and these are some videos taken from those particular neighborhoods. And again, we're seeing a lot of rain, and if there was a tornado involved here, it is most likely rain-wrapped, which means it's going to be really hard to see. In fact, in a situation like this, you might have to just listen to it. Again, this is a video. Looks like that might be a mounted camera, or actually it's not. Somebody's got a handheld phone there. And again, that's looking right up into the rear flank of that storm under the updraft, where there could be a wall cloud, possibly a tornado. But again, with the population density, we would know pretty quickly if we had a big tornado down, and we're not seeing any damage at this point.
Riley says he's right behind it and to take his shot
All right,
here.
let's go.
I'm not sure where exactly he is. Let's see.
Can we talk with him, Dennis? Has he got a mic up? Riley, where are you to talk to us?
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, go.
Can y'all hear me?
You're on the air.
So we are right off of County Road or Highway 43, really close to Goodwater Road. We did see one car in the ditch, but as we drove through north side, we didn't really see that much damage. Whoa, just saw a big lightning strike. But we are southwest of this thing. On radar, it's still a very impressive signature, but as of right now, we can't give any ground truth, but I can confirm we are in a safe place. We are not in the path of this thing, and we're going to try to stay behind it as much as we can to give you guys some ground truth, because it's a wicked-looking storm on radar.
You say there was a car in a ditch. You think that was related to high wind or a tornado?
It certainly could have been. There was a EMT and police blocking the road, and it looks like it had front end damage, like it was thrown into the ditch and landed hood first, like the hood was dented real bad. And I think it certainly could have been wind or even tornado damage. But I think we're about to hit the road to try to stay, if we can stay behind this thing, James, and we'll try to get you some more ground truth here in the next few minutes.
Okay, good deal. Thank you, Riley. That's Roddy Blackwell, one of our meteorologists out in the field. And again, this thing, it's pretty impressive here. It's starting to tighten up, I think. Again, it's very close to our 2,000-foot tower at Wyndham Springs. If you live in northern Tuscaloosa County, you see those big twin 2,000-foot towers. It's very close to those. And again, so the good news, again, we can clear US 43 and points west. We've already done that. In a minute, we'll clear Highway 69. Not quite yet, but in just about a minute or so. And then it's kind of coming up here into coal country that's pretty sparsely populated. And again, this is the river. A lot of folks live on the river here, the Warrior River. And again, this is where the Mulberry and the Locust Fork split off. And again, that circulation is coming up into southern parts of Walker and northwestern parts of Jefferson. This will not affect the city of Birmingham. This will affect far northwest Jefferson County, if it affects the county at all. Places like West Jefferson, which is located right here, Birmingport along the Warrior River. But it's clearly, I would imagine, we're going to see a new tornado warning, Evan, in a matter of minutes here with this.
Yeah, I would think so. No talks of it as of now. I do see a report, Highway 43, which is where Riley was, some trees down blocking parts of 43. And it looks like John John DeBlock is showing a TDS over State Route 69. So I'm going to jump to that. That's how we tell if there's a debris signature. And you see how bright that green is there. This is cycled back up, and it is looking impressive here. So I believe that's what he's looking at right there. I'm going to drag this back and see if there's anything else in the last. Yeah, so there it is. It's not as impressive and pronounced as the one back along US 82 earlier, but there it is. That was at 4:13, so a couple minutes ago, and you can see where that is now, just to south of County Road 38. So certainly evidence that once again this touchdown, once again lofted debris, things that aren't meant to be in the atmosphere, and that is a way that we can absolutely, say, hey, there has been something on the ground here. So where is this headed? A lot of folks, asking that, and again, this is kind of meandered in and out of some higher population areas and lesser so. If you're up here in southeastern Walker County, it's a good heads up. This is going to be moving towards Tutwiler, Good Springs, eventually towards I-22. It looks like somewhere between Cordova and West Jefferson. So this is a wide berth we're giving it because it could shift. Sometimes these tend to turn, and especially now that it's ramping back up with its circulation, it very well could do that. So let me draw a track on this just to show a general idea of where this could be headed. And again, this is moving at about 50-55 miles an hour, and that would put it in these areas somewhere past 4:30, closer to 5 o'clock probably as you get over to Dora, and then that I-22 stretch. Again, if this holds, we'll have to watch too, as it has oscillated a little bit to the north and south in its history here, going back into.
Let's go to WEXO 5 real quick. This is a tree that is down, and I want to say this is up around Tierce Patton or Mitt Larry roads, and again, you can see This is some of the first evidence that maybe, if nothing else, the rear flank downdraft, but possibly related to inflow or possibly related to a tornado. And again, this is right where that couplet passed. And this was taken about 5 to 10 minutes ago. And this is in Northport up US 43. And again, this is an image that, or a video that came in from Lake Tuscaloosa. And again, they've got a pretty good look into this thing. And again, that's where we would see the couplet there. This was taken about, again, 5-10 minutes ago. And with all these videos, and we are so thankful for all of these videos. It's like our window to the world. And but we've not seen clear evident tornado. Not saying there's one probably there, we just can't see it. So again, now let's go back to the radar, and I would imagine here in a second we're going to see a new tornado warning. And there's your TDS, the tornado debris signature here. This is debris that's being lofted, so that's a sign the tornado is down. And in a matter of moments, we'll get a new tornado warning for parts of Walker and extreme northwestern Jefferson. But again, this TDS, the debris signature being lofted, is now well to the east of Highway 69. So we can give an all clear for Alabama 69 at points west. Highway 69 points west, all clear. You're good. You can come out of your storm safe place and go about your routine. Again, next up, we're going to be looking at probably southern Walker here. And again, Parrish is here. That's Alabama Highway 269. Good Springs here, crosses over into Jefferson County at Birmingport. That's Interstate 22 right here. This is Cordova. And understand on this track that tornado could be moving up in that general direction. We'll see. There's a lot of rain in there, Evan, a lot of rain here, and we hope that will help to mitigate this thing to some degree.
Yeah, it looks like, according to the Weather Service, they will issue downstream to Walker County. But I am very interested to see how this interacts with a rain-cooled air. Something else to point out here, James, there is now cells to the south and to the east of this, so that could potentially disrupt the overall circulation. So over near Oak Grove, you've got this subsevere cell. So this is going to be moving up in this direction towards Tutwiler, Faith Church, Good Springs, right just to the north of the Jefferson Walker County line, but it's moving into an environment that is much more stable. And I've watched these a lot over the years, and when they're freely spinning these supercells in a contaminated atmosphere or air mass, they tend to just keep going. This is going to move into an area that has seen a decent amount of rainfall here over the last little while. So again, big picture, that is the lone warning we have. It is a confirmed tornado warning. Everywhere else, again, it might be loud. If you're over in Aliceville and it is incredibly loud there, it absolutely is. You are 100% right. Look at that 500, 400, 300 lightning strikes in the last 10 minutes there just in southern Pickens County, but there is nothing of severity there right now. There's been kind of a suspicious looking cell we'll keep an eye on here coming up on Aliceville there and Highway 14, so we'll keep a close eye on it. But again, I want to go back just to the big view here. For those of you who are watching and they're saying, hey, we haven't talked about your town. If you don't hear about your town, it's a good thing. Okay, there's one lone warning here, and it's for this cell that's moving through Tuscaloosa County. It's about to cross into southern Walker County. All the rest of this is very stratiform rain, okay? And then you've got stuff back to the south and west that we'll have to watch over the next couple of hours coming out of Mississippi, as these have been confirmed tornadoes as well. But notice, this is moving into now an area that it's no longer freely by itself. And there's the tornado warning. So I want to get you the latest on that. This includes a big chunk of Walker County, including Parrish, Dora, Cordova, Barney, Good Springs. And this will continue off to the north and east here towards Sipy, eventually coming up on I-22, U.S. Highway 5 as well. I'll depict some of those roadways here. So this is I-22. Jasper, you are not in this polygon here. You're omitted. West Jefferson appears also just outside. So that's kind of your boundary. You got West Jefferson to the east, and you've got Jasper to the west, and points in between there are included in that new polygon. And this one is going to go it looks like for the next over an hour, or actually just under an hour. This will go until 5:15, and at the rate which this is moving, if you are in Walker County, if you are in these areas listed in the polygon, you need to go ahead and take action. This is moving very quickly here. Bankhead, you're just outside of it. Highway 69, you're just outside of it here. Once you get north of places like Bethel Church, 69 is included in this in southern parts of Walker County. Oakman, you're just outside of the polygon. And again, most of Jefferson County here, northern Jefferson County, omitted from this. This really goes right along the river there, James, and right along the county line. So we'll be watching this over the next little while. I'm going to do a time arrival really quick here. And again, the circulation is back here. Whoops, let's clear that out. Back here near 69, it's kind of broadened out again, but assuming this holds together, Good Springs by about 435, I-22 by about 440, Highway 5 near Sipy about 448, and then this would eventually head towards locations like Arkadelphia at about 5 o'clock this evening. So moving along pretty quickly. As I mentioned, this is moving into an air mass that has been tainted by rain. There's a lot of stratiform rain out here, and I would not be surprised if we slowly see the structure of this weaken, and I certainly hope that's the case here as we move forward the next half hour or so.
Right, so it's 423. This is James Spann with Evan Chikvera. We are working a tornado warning now for Walker County for this potential tornado that's moving out of northeast Tuscaloosa County. It is northeast of Wyndham Springs, and it will be moving up into southern Walker County. Again, you can see some of the communities in the path of this. You've got places like Highway 269, Parish, Good Springs, Pumpkin Center, right in through here. Cordova, right here, that's Interstate 22, and obviously nobody should be driving along Interstate 22 at this point from West Jefferson to Jasper. You just need to sit back, relax, wait till this thing passes. The last thing you want to do is be on the highway here. And again, Interstate 22 is right here. That's the old U.S. Highway 78. That's now Alabama 5. But again, Dora, Summerton, Sipsy, Empire, Cordova. You're all in the polygon right here. If we call out your name, you're in it. Parish, Tutwiler, you're in the polygon. So just be aware of that. And again, tornado is here, moving into Walker County right here. Jefferson County is not involved in this. This has enough northward component of motion to keep it out of Jefferson County. So again, this is exclusively the southern part of Walker County. And again, Jasper is not quite in this. The city of Jasper, the tornado warning polygon is just south of Jasper. So Jasper, north and west, places like Carbon Hill, you're not in this. Jasper, you're not in it. Curry, you're not in it. This is for, again, Sipsy, Empire, Cordova, Dora, Summerton, Gorgas, Good Springs, Parish, right here. That's Alabama Highway 269 right here. This is Alabama 69 coming up toward Oakman, but it's now east of Highway 69. And next up, the next road here is that will affect is Highway 269. And again, I've seen a few trees down. I've not seen any major structural damage at this point. But we get, and again, I'm so thankful for we can't show all the video that comes in. All the video is extremely helpful in that we can see the world as it happens. Radar is great, but you can't beat ground truth and ground video here. And in fact, I'll pop another one here. Let's see what this one looks like. Again, the very densely populated part of Tuscaloosa County has experienced this. So let's go to WEC 5 and see what we have here. That's probably the best look at the wall cloud we've seen, and that might be a tornado right there. Again, this is up US 43, and again, that could very well be that tornado, or at least a wall cloud. And it's awfully hard to confirm that, but again, that's a video taken about 10, 15 minutes ago. So let's go back to the radar here. Again, we are live at 426. We have a tornado warning, and notice the purple polygon. That means that this is a confirmed tornado here, based on a debris signature on radar, and that's crossing out of northeast Tuscaloosa County into Walker County. And again, the tornadic circulation is east of Alabama Highway 69. Next, it'll be crossing Alabama Highway 269. So again, Parish, all the way down to the river. You need to be sheltered. Good Springs, Pumpkin Center. Interstate 22, nobody should be driving along Interstate 22. You're in the polygon. The town of Cordova, Barton Chapel, you're in the polygon. Dora, Summerton, Sipsy, Empire. All these places, you are in the polygon with this storm. John Brown is going to be on this one. And let's see, John's on rim 11. Let's take his shot real quick, Dennis. John is going to be intercepting this storm along Interstate 22. And John does a very good job. For those that don't know, John was one of the heroes in the Tuscaloosa tornado back in 2011. He was out with Mike Wilhelm, and his work's just outstanding, second to none. And he does it with a servant's heart. He does it to help people, and that's so great. But you can see down below, that's Interstate 22, and John will put himself in a safe position. Listen, John has been trained for, goodness, 15, 20 years. He's very good at this. And again, we don't want anybody doing what he's doing. But the one thing we don't want to see is a lot of traffic out there. We are encouraging anybody that can hear my voice. If you're along Interstate 22 out here, you need to be off that highway, out of your car, into a gas station, into a fast food restaurant, some place that can offer shelter, because Interstate 22 is right in the path of this. So again, we're going to be watching John's stream with great interest, but let's go back to the radar. And there's your tornado right here that is now in the far southern part of Walker County. Now, Oakman is here. Oakman is not involved in the tornado warning polygon here. The possible tornado is about 8 miles due south of downtown Oakman. And again, that'll be coming right out here toward Highway 269, probably passing a little south of Parrish. The old Parrish High School sits right here. And from there, it's going to cross Interstate 22. And again, John is in a position to look up into this along Interstate 22, and we can really get a good view here. John's in a really good position, and we'll be watching his camera with great interest. From there, it's going to be crossing over Old U.S. Highway 78. That's the old 78 from Birmingham to Jasper. Now it's Alabama Highway 5. Around Dora and Summerton. Dora here, Summerton here, Sipsy, and Empire. And again, this is a very dangerous situation, and the encouragement today is to please take these seriously. I know that we've not had a lot of major damage so far. We hope it stays that way, best possible situation. But the atmosphere today can produce some very violent tornadoes, and every warning you need to take seriously, every one of them. And, you know, I think you can read the difference in my voice sometimes and in my demeanor. This is one where we're not fooling around. This is serious business. So, again, if you are in one of these polygons, you need to be sheltered. We're looking at correlation coefficient, not seeing any strong evidence of debris being lofted at this point, but that could easily change. A little negative drop right here that might be the beginning of a TDS or a tornado debris signature here. So let's pat back on the velocity, which is going to tell the story. And again, you can see the couplet is located about probably 7 miles due south of Parrish in Walker County. And again, that's going to be coming out toward Highway 269, which is right here. But Parrish is here. Tornado couplet just south of Parrish. And again, that'll be crossing out here near Good Springs. Gorgas, the old Gorgas steam plant that's on the river. The river is located right here. And from there, it's going to be coming out here along Interstate Highway 22. And again, the encouragement here, nobody should be driving along Interstate 22 between West Jefferson and Jasper. We encourage folks just to pull over, get into a gas station, some place that can offer a shelter, fast food restaurant. And then from there, it's going to cross over Highway 5. This should be near Interstate 22 at 440. That's in 10 minutes. And it might be faster than that. But again, I'm looking as hard as I can, and I'm not seeing extensive damage in Tuscaloosa County. Evan, I don't think you have either, right?
No, I've not, and I've been checking multiple outlets here, and as we know, if there's ever anything happening, James's inbox fills quicker than anybody else. So the fact that we're not seeing these damage reports is a wonderful thing. The fact that this continues to move into an area that's a little bit more stable is hopeful. It's encouraging. That does not mean this has lost its potency, its serious nature at this point. This is coming up, as we mentioned, here's 269. And then right after that, this is coming up on I-22. And then after that, it'll be Highway 5. And eventually downstream, and this is moving at about 50, 55 miles an hour, which is, I've tried to adjust our time of arrival tool here to reflect that. But within, less than 10 minutes, this is going to be on I-22, and within about 16 minutes, this will be on Highway 5, and then this could be in, southern parts of Cullman or Blount County by 5 o'clock this evening. So moving very quickly. This latest scan Much less impressive, however, I will say there still appears to be a little gate to gate here where the red and the green pixels are touching, and that's what you look for. Those are winds moving with relation to the radar, either towards or away within the same space. So that's your rotation here. And right now it appears to be just to the south of Pleasant Field. I'll circle where that would most likely be, again, if it is down in this general area here. It looks like continuing to cross, let's see, Tierce Patton Road, getting my letters crossed up there, but this is now it looks like the center circulation's jumped a little bit further to the north. So you see in between scans, these can sometimes oscillate and move, and this is now right over Pleasant Field. It's broadened out, but there's still that gate-to-gate concern here, and according to John DeBlock down at the Weather Service, there was indeed a debris signature, if not briefly, on this just a couple of minutes ago, and I think that's what we're looking at here. Not as defined as what we saw back in Tuscaloosa County, but nevertheless something to watch indeed here as we move forward. So very cluttered on the reflectivity product here. It certainly doesn't look as organized. If you're up near Parrish or even north of this polygon, there's a decent amount of hail here. As you get up towards Jasper, we've got our Jasper sky cam. We may take it here in just a little to see if there's hail coming down, but that's with this flank here where you're seeing those pinks right along 69 near Coal Valley and Hilliard. That's likely a good old hail core there. And then it's much harder to see that classic signature on our reflectivity than what we did earlier. That's a good sign that maybe this is losing some of its oomph. But again, here on our velocity product, we're still watching. This is right near Pleasant Field. Here's 269, and this is racing off towards, I mean, look at it. Every time we get a new scan in, it's jumped a good amount.
Let's go to WEX 05 real quick. This is going to be some damage near Lake Tuscaloosa. And again, this is from what could be either strong straight line winds or possibly a tornado here. This damage is from Pier 43, which is a boat dealer there on Lake Tuscaloosa. So again, this was some damage at that particular point. Also, this is a tree that was blown down. We're starting to see more and more images like this. This is a tree down right at Lake Tuscaloosa. And again, this is near Pier 43, which is on Lake Tuscaloosa. And there's a cat that loves to watch us. But again, this is more of the tree damage we're starting to see in Tuscaloosa County. And whether that was a tornado that caused that damage or straight line winds or rear flank downdraft, we don't know that yet. There's a tree snapped off. So again, we're starting to see evidence that we maybe had a small tornado down or certainly some strong straight line winds coming through parts of northern Tuscaloosa County up around Lake Tuscaloosa. So I just wanted to show some of that. So let's go back to the radar. And again, the storm that produced the damage you saw is here. And again, it looks like the classic supercell type storm, inflow notch, possible tornado here passing south of Parrish. And that's going to be on Interstate 22. So let's take John Brown's stream, Dennis, if we can. John is going to be on Interstate 22. And I believe he is on, let's see. Yeah, there you go. That's the one. So this is John's stream, and he's along Interstate 22 coming up on this in a safe fashion, and we'll see if we can see anything. At the rate this thing is moving on Interstate 22 in just a matter of 4 or 5 minutes.
We got a new warning. This is back in Pickens County, James.
Okay. So let's look at that. Let's go back to the radar. Let's take a look at our new tornado warning here. This is going to be a tornado warning in effect for Pickens County for this rotation here that is located east of Aliceville. East of Aliceville. All right, so this is Alabama Highway 17 right here from Aliceville back up to Carrollton. Tornadic circulation about 5 to 6 miles south-southeast of Carrollton that's moving northeast. And again, that will take it into, again, Tuscaloosa County, same places we called out before. Again, this may be, well, it's pretty similar. So again, tornado warning now for Pickens County, and we'll see. Gordo is in the polygon, Reform is not. So a tornado warning for Pickens County, the southern and really the southeastern half of Pickens County. US 82 is right here. Possible tornadic circulation south of Carrollton that's going to be moving northeast, and that will be crossing into, again, northern Tuscaloosa County. This circulation will not, like the first one, will not affect the city of Tuscaloosa or the campus of the University of Alabama. So tornado warning for Pickens County in West Alabama. If you're in this polygon, that would include Gordo. You got to be sheltered, no mobile homes, no cars. Small room, lowest floor, near the center, no windows, helmet if you have one. So let's go back up to the Walker County storm. Now that we have 2 tornado warnings, we'll have to kind of bounce back and forth between the two. And again, you can see the possible tornado that is in Walker County is just south of Parrish, and that's going to come right up on Interstate 22 in a matter of minutes, and it's approaching Cordova. So obviously everybody in Cordova, you got to be sheltered now. You should have been sheltered when the warning was issued. But let's go back to John Brown Stream on 11. He's on Interstate 22 coming up on this from the south. And hopefully we'll be able to maintain the signal through there. And again, we'll see if we see anything. The one thing about it is a fairly clear shot. We can see a pretty good distance from Interstate 22. And John will take a look and see if we see any sign of a tornado with this when it crosses the interstate. That's going to be in a matter of minutes. So again, we'll check back with John Stream here in just a second. But again, that's Interstate 22 as he's coming up on Cordova and the community of Barney, which is right there along Interstate 22. So back to the radar, we're breaking 2 tornado warnings now. The lead circulation is in Walker County, and quite frankly, the velocities have come down. But this has been kind of a cyclic storm. This has knocked down some trees and caused some damage in northern Tuscaloosa County, and that circulation will be up on Interstate 22 literally in a matter of minutes. In fact, it's probably approaching the interstate right now. We can give an all clear for Highway 269. So 269, Parrish down to Good Springs, Gorgas, you're good. This particular circulation has moved on to the east. The next concern is Interstate 22. So let's go back to John's live stream. Again, this is John Brown, who is coming up on the spot where we have that broad rotation. Again, it's relatively broad at this point, but we'll look and see if we see anything. And this has not been a day where we've been able to show a lot of tornadoes, so we've just not been able to do that because, number one, they've been rain-wrapped, the ones that we've had, and number two, so far we've not had that many. But again, understand we have a long way to go here. Understand the window for severe storms will continue for parts of the state until almost midnight tonight, the eastern side of the state. I think for the Birmingham Metro, the severe weather threat will probably be over by 8 or 9 o'clock. Anniston, Gadsden, 10 to 11 o'clock, and everything should be out of the state by 12 midnight tonight. But it's 4:30, so we still have a long way to go. In some parts of the state, you've got 8 hours left with a severe weather threat. But of course, we'll start to clear the counties from the west as we see the drier air beginning to come in here. So again, that's John's stream, and we'll keep a close eye on that. We'll go back to the radar. We're going to bounce between the 2 storms we have here, the storm that is in Walker County. And again, this thing is really broadened out, and that's good. The velocities have come down, and I would suggest really at this point, we've just got broad rotation. That's not really a tornado signature here. So again, looking at John's stream, there was no evidence of a tornado. We're not seeing much evidence on radar. So that's storm number 1, but this one looks nasty. Oh boy, that looks bad. That looks like a tornado is down. And let's look at the correlation coefficient real quick and see if we have any debris. Not yet. I bet you we will here in a minute, and there we go. There's your debris that's being lofted. So this is a tornado that is basically down. I would imagine this polygon will start flashing purple here in a minute. That means that we have a confirmed tornado. And this tornado is going to be moving out in the direction of U.S. Highway 82 between Gordo and the Tuscaloosa County line. And again, Gordo's in the polygon. If you're in the polygon, respect it, be sheltered, stay safe until we give you an all clear. But we clearly have a tornado down in Pickens County. This is the southeastern part of Pickens County. Reform, you're not in this. Carrollton, you're not in this. Pickensville, no. Aliceville, no. This is for the southeast part of the county. And again, that's going to be coming up on US 82 in about 9 minutes. It's 4:41, and the system's suggesting it's going to be on US 82. Boy, look at that. That's nasty. Wow. That's not good. This could be a very violent tornado that is down in Pickens County right now. That's the last thing you want to see. And again, it's clearly lofting debris, and that's going to be coming right up in the direction of Gordo. So this is serious. Again, everything we call out today is serious. This is a high-risk day, level 5 out of 5. We don't have these days that often, maybe once every couple of years. And the atmospherics would support a few violent long-track tornadoes today. We've been trying to communicate that for the past several days, and we hope this doesn't turn into one. It's not a good look. Let's go back to the CC drop, and again, you'll see that really dark blue showing up right there. That's a very, very strong evidence that we've got a very significant tornado down. And again, that is coming right up on US 82. This is the county line. This is Tuscaloosa County, and this is Gordo right here. So obviously no traveling on US 82 from the county line to Reform for about the next 20 minutes, 25 minutes. And we'll see how this thing behaves as it comes up on US 82. Where's Riley now, Evan? Do we know? Because I would love to get a camera on this thing.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I will reach back out to him. Last I heard, he was looking for somewhere to get a signal, and we've got another crew that is headed towards Pickens County, towards Gordo on 82. So I'm going to tell them to be very careful, to maybe up closer to the Tuscaloosa County line, because that is indeed not something you want to cross here. That is probably the most 100% we can define. That is a tornado debris signature headed towards Gordo. So Highway 82 heads up. I mean, this is coming right over there, and this has quickly become the feature of note on the map here. Is the velocity is looking very intense as well. So this is headed, I mean, right towards Gordo, right towards Highway 82. So we've got a crew there. It looks like, according to them, there on the right side, the Pickens County one, so they should be coming up. I don't know if we have their feed. Is that them on the side of the road on that live? If we can, we can take it. They should be looking off in the general direction. It looks like they're between Buell and Holman on 82, and they have stopped. So okay, so this is Aaron. They're in between Buell and Holman, and that is currently from the center of this. They are about 12 miles away, and this is going to cross right just about, I would say, about 5 or 6 miles in front of where they're at. And as you can see, there's just a ton of rain. You're not going to see this stuff, but this is a very good signature, and one that we already know is confirmed on radar. That's why it's, man, James, these values continue to go up here in terms of that CC. So debris signature, very scary looking one here.
Yeah, listen, this could be a really big tornado. This is serious. Again, every tornado warning is serious today. This is not good. So we've got what could be a major tornado down coming right up on Gordo. Again, if you're anywhere near Gordo, you've got to be sheltered right now. You've got to be sheltered. You've got to be sheltered. Alabama Highway 86 is this road right here. And this thing is just kind of trucking along Highway 86. That runs from Gordo back over to Carrollton. And again, this is going to be right up on US 82 in a matter of minutes. And you can't be in a mobile home. If this is a large tornado, you can't survive that in a trailer. And hopefully when the warning was issued, people got into a safe place. But again, if you're in Tuscaloosa County, Ecola back up toward Brownville, beware, this is coming to you, and you need to be out of mobile home up here. But again, this could be a violent, very strong tornado, violent tornado, EF3 or higher, based on the what we're seeing here with a TDS. And I've been doing this since we've had dual polarization radar, and I'm pretty used to what these signatures look like here. But this could be a very meaningful tornado that's about to come up right on Gordo in Pickens County. And for these larger tornadoes like this, this is the greatest threat to human life that we're going to have in this situation. It's not the hail, it's not the thunder, the lightning, but it's this, the potential for a violent long-track tornado. So again, Alabama 86, obviously nobody needs to be on that road. That tornado is basically on Alabama 86 now, and that thing is going to be coming right up toward Gordo. And that's just not a good situation here. So I understand we have a tornado warning in Walker, and we'll show that one in just a moment. But the good news, the Walker warning is still in effect, but the signature is much, much weaker there. The radar has broadened out the circulation. But again, there's the new volume scan, and the TDS continues to be there. And here's your new warning. So we have a warning now for northern Tuscaloosa County. Let's look at the Tuscaloosa County and the Fayette County warning. So we have a warning in effect now for southern Fayette, northern Tuscaloosa counties for this, what could be a very meaningful tornado that's approaching Gordo. In Tuscaloosa County, this does not include Tuscaloosa, Northport. This includes Samantha. It includes Brownville, New Lexington. In Fayette County, it does not include the city of Fayette. It does include Berry and Fayette County. You're in this tornado warning polygon. And again, we'll take that banner down right there. That's the tornado that's moving up in this direction right in through here. And again, it's going to cross US 82 in a matter of minutes. Again, this is Highway 171. This is US 43. And I know that if you're in these areas, you have been sheltered earlier in the day today. But I just would encourage you to please take everyone seriously. And I promise you won't regret taking a shelter for this thing. So it's going to come out to Highway 171 at 503. It's currently 446. US 43 at 512. And from there, it's going to wind up maybe moving back into Walker County out of Fayette County. But again, the warning, northern Tuscaloosa. This is far north of the city of Tuscaloosa and the southeastern part of Fayette County that includes the city of Berry. But let's go back to our correlation coefficient product, the debris tracker. And yeah, wow. So again, this is coming right up on Gordo. It's going to be a situation where you've got to be sheltered. You've got to be sheltered right now if you're in the city of Gordo. And again, from there, it's going to cross into Tuscaloosa County. And if we by chance have any traffic cameras on US 82 in Gordo, if you guys would let me know, I'd love to see that. Again, we want to get a visual on this if we possibly can.
We've got our field crew, Aaron, and them. They have inched their way in 82. I think they might be closer to Holman right now. If they inch a little closer to Gordo, I know there's shots up right there, and there's really not a whole lot to see. It's very, very calm. But this, James, is one of the scarier. I mean, look at the size of that debris signature. It continues to grow near Bostic and Bell.
Yeah. Well, let's go to Coleman County real quick because I think they've extended the tornado warning for the Walker County storm. Let's go back to the graphics here into Coleman County. So, again, this is a potential circulation that is near Interstate 22. And the Weather Service in Huntsville has issued a tornado warning now for parts of Coleman County. So let's look at Coleman County. Let's show you who's in and who's out. So the city of Coleman is in, barely. Holly Pond is in. Baileyton is in. Hanceville, Dodge City, Good Hope. Bremen, Brushy Pond. If we're calling out these communities, you're in this polygon. This is a new tornado warning polygon for the southern and eastern part of Coleman County, basically from Coleman South and Coleman East. This does not include places like West Point, Battleground, Jones Chapel. You're not in this. It does include Coleman, South, and East. So let's look at that circulation real quick. It's coming, it's along Interstate 22. And if we can take John Brown's camera real quick, Dennis, he's on this storm. And let's see what he's got. It looks relatively broad at this point, but again, it has produced some damage. And again, that is John Brown in the vicinity of that couplet on Interstate 22 that is in Walker County, not too far from Cordova. And again, based on the projected motion, that's going to come out towards Sipsy, Empire, then into southern and eastern Coleman County. So again, back to the graphics. So again, if you're in Coleman County, understand we have a tornado warning in effect now for southern and eastern Coleman County. This includes the city of Coleman and points south and east. Coleman over to Holly Pond, all the way down to the county line. This includes Hanceville, Dodge City, Brushy Pond, Berlin. All of these communities are in this polygon. So you now need to be sheltered in a small room, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows, helmet on, no mobile homes. You need to go to a shelter if you're in a mobile home. And these are approximate arrival times to Interstate 65, 509, US 31, 517, US Highway 268 at 525. And more than likely, this will be passing south of Coleman, but still, Coleman is in the polygon. So if you're in Coleman, we advise you to respect the polygon and be sheltered. So that is, and again, it's a fairly broad circulation, but it's produced damage in Tuscaloosa County, North Tuscaloosa County earlier. It's looked much better than this, but the circulation is now north of Alabama Highway 5, which is right here. That's the old US Highway 78. It's out here towards Sipsy, and that'll be crossing over into southern Coleman County around Arkadelphia, Bug Tussle here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So let's go back to Pickens County, and again, we're working multiple tornadoes here, and this is a very, very nasty looking situation here. We could have a very meaningful tornado down very close to Gordo. And let's look at our correlation coefficient product and see if we're still seeing debris being lofted, and we are. Wow. That's not good. And so this is a situation where you've got to be sheltered. We hope everybody in Gordo is sheltered. This is bad.
Yeah, National Weather Service is overemphasizing you got to take cover in Gordo, most dangerous cell we've seen.
Right. This by far is the most intense signature of the day in terms of tornadoes. And again, from there, it'll be coming out across Highway 159. 159 runs up to Fayette. And then from there, it moves over into Tuscaloosa County. And this could be a big tornado. This could be a big one. And again, the atmospherics today favor big tornadoes. All right. And again, Tuscaloosa County, that's Highway 171, Moores Bridge here, Brownville here. From there, it's going to move up in the direction of Samantha, Northside High School, and then from there up into southeast Fayette County, maybe affecting the city of Berry. And again, for the tornado warning polygons here, we stress the city of Fayette, not in this one. Fayette is not in this tornado warning polygon. Berry is. And in Tuscaloosa County, this is far north of the city of Tuscaloosa. This is not affecting the city of Tuscaloosa. This is affecting the far northern part of Tuscaloosa County. So this is the most dangerous signature on the board right now, what could be a very meaningful, significant, maybe a violent tornado near Gordo. Let's go to our other storm. We're going to bounce back and forth between the two. The second one is located here in Walker County, and we'll flip over to the velocity display. And again, you can see evidence of a tornado down here at Sipy, and that's going to be crossing out of Walker County into Cullman County, southern Cullman County. Arkadelphia, Wilburn, Bug Tussle, then out here toward Bremen, Brushy Pond, Colony, Dodge City, Hanceville, Good Hope. Then ultimately up toward Highway 278, that would be up toward Holly Pond and Berlin and places like that. So again, tornado warning in effect for southern and eastern Cullman County, and these are the arrival times. Interstate 65 at 5:12. And obviously we advise no traveling along Interstate 65 from the Blount County line to the city of Cullman for the next 25 minutes. Should arrive on U.S. Highway 278 around 5:26, ultimately up here toward Baileyton, Joppa, and Arab. And from there, if it stays down, it goes into Marshall County. We have seen the signature looking better here, but it's cyclical. It comes and it goes, and again, it's pretty. It's there. There's no doubt about that. So, again, and this has produced some damage in Tuscaloosa County, in North Tuscaloosa County. Watching a lot of reports coming in here, and the greatest concern for the moment is this thing in Pickens County. It's nasty, Evan, bad.
Yeah, absolutely is here, and it's good to see that one to the north is leaving Walker and heading into Cullman County. That it looks like it's beginning to weaken to some extent. Still not out of the woods with that one, but this is scary watching this one and the debris plume that came up. We have a crew that is on their way very slowly, headed towards the center of this. They're being very careful there on Highway 82, but this is certainly one of the scariest. Okay, so where you see bright green and brighter reds touching, that is as good a sign as you can have that there's a tornado on the ground. So this is the Birmingham radar. I'm going to switch over to Columbus because this is a good view here. But boy, I tell you what, this is scary. Folks in Gordo, this is moving just to the northwest. But if you live along Highway 171 here, you're next up, and this has been serious business as far as the strength and intensity of this. So again, we talked about this, the potential long tracker, and this cell is obviously not bothered at all by the fact that there's been some rain-cooled air. So near Moores Bridge, coming up here, this is moving into western Tuscaloosa County. This is kind of skirting the northernmost part of this polygon. So if you're down US 82 closer to Holman, you're in the polygon, but this is not going to hit places like Holman or Cola or Shirley. This likely passes just to the north of Brownville. Again, stay in your safe place for now. This will continue to move away from these areas, but eventually Highway 171 and then 143 again. We'll be looking at the potential of a tornado crossing here. So this one's been pretty scary. There's a look at the debris, and what you're noticing is because of the winds aloft, this is actually the debris being carried north of the center circulation, and it's continuing to produce debris. It looks like in the latest scan. So this is a tornado on the ground. Very, very serious situation coming out of Pickens and into Tuscaloosa County. So folks in northwestern Tuscaloosa County have got to take shelter to get into their safe place. And I'd even advance this ahead as you get up into parts of Fayette County, Walker County, because if this continues at even a marginal strength of what it is now, that'd be a big problem moving forward here. So big picture, those are our two main warnings. Unfortunately, we have to look back here as well towards Sumter County because we've got another confirmed tornado just on the Mississippi side of things here. So this coming out of Meridian, this will eventually be in Sumter County and then eventually to parts of Greene and Hale. And again, these are confirmed. They're blinking pink because we know they're there. We know they've touched down and they're a serious issue as of right now. So zooming back into our northern one here near Arkadelphia. This one's been one that's, as James mentioned, has been cyclical. and it does look like, once again, it's cycled better here. This is Wilburn, Arkadelphia. This is headed up towards Dodge City, and eventually will be coming up over I-65 here, momentarily, not too far from now. And I could do a little time of arrival on this, and this can vary, but you know, we've been saying about 10 after 5 for I-65 here as this arrives. So again, there's history with this one. There's been damage back in Tuscaloosa County. This is a very serious cell that's really gone all the way back into Mississippi. This went back and had damage reports in Kemper County, Mississippi.
Let's look at WEX 05. This is going to be some video from Summerton. And again, this is the storm that's prompted the tornado warning for Cullman County. And once again, that could be a wall cloud. That does look like the right part of the storm for where there would be a tornado if it was down. But it's already come through the Doris, Summerton, Sipsy Empire. That's the storm that is crossing over into Cullman County. So again, we can't say for sure there's a tornado there, but we certainly have seen some damage. In fact, this is some of the damage from that storm when it came through northern Tuscaloosa County. You can see obviously the location there was Tierce Patton Road. Looks like that sign is kind of stuck in the tree there. And we're getting a lot of tree down reports. This is Lewiston. This was in northern Greene County earlier today. And again, it's been a situation where we've seen a lot of damage like that. That fence down, that is up in North Tuscaloosa County around Lake Tuscaloosa County. So let's go back to our radar. We're at 4:58, and we have tornado warning polygons in effect now for southern and eastern Cullman County. Tornado warning polygons in effect now for northern Tuscaloosa and southeastern Fayette counties. Let's begin with our storm that's coming out of Pickens County. And again, it seems like there was a very meaningful tornado for sure. We saw the debris being lofted on radar here. And again, we've still got the what could be a debris signature right in through here. And again, that's in the far northeastern part of Pickens County. The tornado's already crossed 82. So if you're in Gordo, we'll give you an all clear. Gordo, US 82, points south and west, all clear. Now the focus shifts to northern Tuscaloosa and southern Fayette counties. And again, Moores Bridge, New Lexington, Samantha, up here toward Berry, Bankston. This is Highway 171. This is US 43. And again, of course, nobody should be driving during this. But again, we have a very strong indication of a tornado that is moving out of Pickens County into extreme northern Tuscaloosa counties. The tornado should be near Highway 171 in about 5 minutes. Should be over here along US Highway 43 at about 5:16, 5:15 or so. And then it keeps on moving up into eastern Fayette County. Fayette County is not involved in the polygon here. That would be Highway 18 up here that's a little to the east of Berry. But again, strong indication of a tornado. And again, this thing really looked nasty when it came through Gordo or close to Gordo. And again, that tornado will be coming up into northern Tuscaloosa County and southern Fayette counties here. Let's look at the next storm, the other tornado we're working to. This is the one that's coming up into Cullman County. And again, you can see the circulation located right here that's on the Walker-Cullman County line. I think it's safe to say we can give an all clear now to Cullman or to Walker County. Walker County, it's out of the county in this case. You can see that Brushy Pond is here. This is Cold Springs. Dodge City is here. This is Highway 69 that goes back down toward Jasper. And that possible tornado circulation is pretty close to Brushy Pond and Bremen. And it's kind of hugging the northern part of this polygon, which means the city of Cullman is in the northern part of the polygon, and you need to be sheltered. Good Hope is next, and the city of Cullman is next. So again, we advise no travel along Interstate 65 from the Blount County line to the city of Cullman for the next 20 minutes. And again, it should be along Interstate 65 near Good Hope at 511. It's going to be pretty close to the schools at Good Hope, and then it's going to come up maybe in the southern part of the city of Cullman at about 516 or so over here on US 278 near the water treatment plant. But it looks like with this particular rotation, it's going to stay across the northern part of that polygon. The circulation has kind of come and gone here. It's been cyclic, but again, both of these, Evan, demand our attention, both of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And this one, you know, we know this one has history going back into Tuscaloosa County, and it's moving fast. You know, as quickly as I draw these lines, it's moved even further. So, you know, here at about, 10 after, so less than 10 minutes from now, this is coming across I-65. And then this is very quickly going to jump up to 278, very quickly jump to places like Baileyton here before 5:30. So moving quickly. And again, the theme here today is they're fast moving, just be prepared to be in your safe spot here as we move forward. Folks in eastern Alabama that have asked, how come we haven't talked about, Gadsden? It's a great thing. If you're not being talked about on this map, it's wonderful because that means there's nothing severe there. There are 2 tornado warnings of note, both confirmed. Everything else here that we are seeing at this point, sure, there might be rain, there might be some thunder, and that can be scary. I hated thunder and lightning as a kid, even as an adult. But there's nothing severe there. So the second one, this has been the one that is really been very concerning, and there is still a debris signature showing up with this one. So this is the Birmingham view, and this is really almost splitting the difference between the Birmingham and the Columbus radar, but this is still producing a debris signature, and this is as it crosses into Tuscaloosa County. This is near Moore's Bridge. Here's 171. And again, off to the northeast, so Concord heads up there, Davis Chapel, and this is going to move into the southernmost part, it looks like, of Fayette County eventually, maybe very close to the Gorgas area, perhaps just west as this shifts to the north and east here. But again, moving quick. If you're in northern Tuscaloosa, southern Fayette, just go ahead and get prepared because this will be on you quickly. This is the Fayette County line here, Tuscaloosa, Fayette. This looks like it'll be just to the south of Berry, but we've seen this oscillate. We've seen these cells move. Wyndham Springs, you're in the polygon. Samantha, you're in the polygon, but on the current trajectory, this potentially will be to the north of you. Stay in your safe place for now, but we'll be watching this. And again, you can see another spike in that debris signature here. So now you're getting even more of those colors, those blues in there. So there's absolutely tornadoes on the ground, or a tornado on the ground here, it would seem. And this is headed right up towards 43. And we'll be moving into either extreme northern Tuscaloosa County, southern Fayette County here. There's 43, there's 18 as you head towards Berry, and this will be one that we absolutely need to watch. There's been no sign of weakening with this over the last 20 minutes.
Let's go back to WEXO 5. This is going to be the storm that is moving into southern Cullman County right now, and this is probably some of the best video we've seen. And this was taken from the vicinity of Sipy and Empire, and that looks like that's the tornado video we've seen right here. So again, this was, and there you see the power flash. So we've got a tornado down right there. That's a really good look at the tornado that came through Walker County, and that's the one that's coming into Cullman County right now. And again, that just increases the fact that this is a serious situation. So this is the storm that is in southern Cullman County around Brushy Pond, and this is moving up in the direction of Good Hope in the city of Cullman. So again, if you're in Good Hope, if you're in Cullman, you've got to stay sheltered. You saw the power flash there, and that thing's down. And again, that is in Walker County, not too far from Sipy and Dora. Again, there's another look from looks like the Piggly Wiggly in Dora. But again, that video is the best tornado video that we have seen so far today. Evan, wow. So, and that's what's going on here.
Yeah.
You can't fool with this stuff. A firefighter with Sipy police is saying confirmed tornado with damage. And obviously, we're looking at it. That is a confirmed tornado, and obviously it's going to cause damage. So again, this is Sipy in Walker County, which is north of Interstate 22, north of Alabama Highway 5.
Yeah, right. This is our crew, Aaron and them. They've just rolled up on 82 here where they've got the road blocked. And, I mean, it's hard to see. Quality's not great, James, but that looks like something of decent magnitude has rolled through there. Yeah,
this, and again, we're starting to see some other traffic in that there's been major damage around Gordo. We can't be specific, and at this early phase of the game, we have to be careful about what we say. We'll tell you what we know, and we will not tell you what we don't know. But again, there's been some very significant damage at Gordo, and again, both of these we've got to take seriously here. These are clearly storms that are producing tornadoes here. And if I'm going to throw to Evan for just a second while I rack up some more of this tornado video here.
Yeah, so a little reset here. If you're just now joining us, we got 2 warnings of note. Everything else is well below severe limits, which is interesting. We don't have a flurry of warnings along a line. These are 2 individual cells that have both produced a confirmed tornado. I want to start up in Cullman County, that is, as we head up towards Dodge City. We just talked about this getting closer and closer to I-65, it appears it is very close to that as we look at the base velocity. This is from Birmingham. Let's switch over to Columbus and see if you get a better view here. So this is hugging the northern part. There's the northern part of the polygon. Here's Highway 278. This is coming right up over Good Hope and then Coleman, then head towards Gold Ridge. This is going to come, it looks just to the south of Coleman here, perhaps just north or right over Good Hope there. And this is moving at about 50, 55 miles an hour. So this will be upon people quickly here. And you see the pink blinking there. That is because this is, again, another one that is confirmed for the Coleman County area. So again, this is coming right on top of I-65 within the next about 3 minutes. This will be crossing towards Berlin, just to the south of Coleman, before 5:20. And if it holds together up near Baileyton, about 5:30. So this one, again, a confirmed. Let's see, getting updates from the National Weather Service. It looks like radar confirmed with the Tuscaloosa County tornado. So we're going to hop back to that one. Again, we're kind of juggling between storms here, so we're trying to hit everybody. If you're watching, we're doing our best here to hop into this one. And here's the one in Tuscaloosa County as of now. This is looking from the Columbus radar. And thank goodness this one looks like its signature's not as impressive as it was. That does not mean do not take this seriously. It absolutely is. Look at this near Moore's Bridge. That's a debris signature here. And look at all that. That's, I believe, debris that was lofted earlier that is sent to the north. And that has to be lofted very high into the atmosphere to be sustained and displaced from the center circulation here. It looks like the debris in Pickens County got to about 21,000 feet. That's a sign of a significant tornado that moved through the Gordo area. So again, we've got a crew headed in that direction. We will see what sort of damage has come through, but this tornado with that history is headed towards extreme southern Fayette County. So time of arrival to the county line here just within a couple minutes. I mean, 2 to 3 minutes. Concord, if it makes it there, about 5:13, 5:14. Coming up on 43, right at this is northern Tuscaloosa County, southern Fayette County here, so coming right up towards Davis Chapel, and this will continue off in a general northeasterly track. This would take it in Madera and Bully Springs, it looks like, if it stays on its current trajectory. And again, this has been a very scary looking one for quite some time here. And again, we are looking at a potentially very strong tornado with this. There certainly was one down within the last 30 to 40 minutes. And this one spun up very quickly. The atmospheric dynamics today are so primed for this. And the other cell that we've been watching in Coleman County, same deal. This has been going since it was back in Mississippi. Kemper County, Mississippi is where we really picked this one up at. And so two very real threats here on the map. For the big picture here, there are still some that we're going to watch coming out of Mississippi, and we will get to those as soon as they move into our viewing area or into Alabama here. So back up to the Coleman cell, and again, this blinking pink here, or purple, whatever you want to call that, means it's confirmed. This is hugging the northern edge, so if you're in Coleman, heads up, this is coming towards Coleman. This took more of a northerly track with respect to the polygon, and looks like it is coming in that general area here. And Good Hope as well, heads up, and I'm going to draw a time of arrival here, assuming it hugs this northern edge.
Let's say WEX 05 real quick. This is Bremen. That is in southern Coleman County. That's our storm that came out of Walker County, and this is some video coming from Bremen. And again, there's clear rotation going on here, and there could be a rain-wrapped tornado in through there. And again, this is the storm that is coming, Good Hope in Coleman. So just wanted to show that. And again, we clearly had a tornado with this storm back in when it was in Sipy, Empire, that part of Walker County. So let's go back to the radar here. It's 5:10, and again, these are the approximate arrival times. You see coming up on Coleman at about 5:16, coming up on Gold Ridge at 5:19, and then coming up toward the Morgan County line about 5:29. The circulation does not look as intense now as it did, but this thing has been cyclic. It's been dissipating, and it's been coming and going. And again, everybody needs to take this thing seriously. So again, a tornado warning in effect now for southern and eastern Coleman County. This includes the city of Coleman and Good Hope. And again, that broad circulation is pretty much at Good Hope. It's going to be in Coleman here in just a matter of minutes. And Dennis, let's go back to WEX 05 real quick. I wanted to show you, this is what's coming up, the storm that's coming up on Coleman. This is what it looked like coming through Walker County. Again, this is coming through Sipy and Empire. And again, you can see that we've got a clear tornado here. Watch the power flash you'll see right now. And again, we've got reports of damage with that around Sipy and Empire in Walker County. And that storm is approaching Good Hope and Cullman right now. So it's clearly produced. This is some more damage. This is coming again from that same general area around Sipy and Empire up in Walker County. And we'll show one more quick video before we go back to the radar, and that could be a pretty sizable tornado that came through there. So again, back to the radar here at 512. We have tornado warnings in effect now for southern and eastern Cullman County, extreme northern Tuscaloosa County, and southern Fayette County. So let's go back. Let's start with the storm that is in northern Tuscaloosa, southern Fayette. And this came through Gordo, and it produced a lot of damage. In fact, let's look at the velocity first off and see what it looks like. And again, we've still got that rotation right here that's on the Tuscaloosa-Fayette County line near Highway 171, not too far from New Lexington. And that'll be coming up, probably passing near Barry, which is right here. It'll be crossing US 43 south of Bankston, then coming up pretty close to Barry. And from there, that circulation is going to wind up going into Walker County. So again, this is a tornado warning in effect for southeastern Fayette in extreme northern Tuscaloosa County. The circulation is basically on the Tuscaloosa-Fayette County line. Now let's go to our Cullman circulation. We're working two different tornado warnings here. And this is the circulation that is basically coming up into Cullman. And it looks fairly broad at this point, but again, you saw the video. This is the one that produced the tornado you saw down at Sipy and Empire. And again, as a course of least regret, you want to take this thing seriously and stay sheltered. So again, the broad circulation is very close to the city of Cullman right now. And obviously, if you're in the city of Cullman or points south, you need to stay sheltered. And the same thing downstream, including Highway 278, which is right here, and then ultimately up here toward Joppa and Arab. That's Highway 69. Fairview is right here. Fairview, you need to be sheltered. You're in the polygon. And we'll see if that is extended out, even though the circulation for now, Evan, looks relatively broad. But Dennis, do we have the Gordo crew by any chance? So what we'd like to do, if we can double box, I'd kind of like to stay with the Gordo video in a smaller box and put us in a larger box. Maybe flip the two, that would be helpful. I want the people to be able to see the radar. But again, we've had significant damage in the vicinity of Gordo. This is in Pickens County from a tornado that was very visible. To many, it was very obvious radar with debris being lofted to, the debris was being lofted to 21,000 feet. That's a strong tornado. And again, that's what it looks like here. So you're watching the damage in Gordo, and we're still going to keep working these tornadoes. And again, the tornado that is in here is in Fayette County, and like Evan says, we can cross out Tuscaloosa County. So if you're in northern Tuscaloosa County, you can come out of your tornado safe place and go about your business. The concern now is here in southern Fayette County. And again, specifically, the largest community in the path of this is Barry. So if you are in Barry, you've really got to be sheltered. Again, you've been under a warning for a while, but the circulation is going to come right up through here and then ultimately keep going into Walker. So the ETA for Barry around 526, that's about 10 minutes away. And so, again, no mobile homes. You've got to be sheltered in a community shelter or find a business that's open 24/7 that can serve as a shelter. And of course, in a site-built home, small room, lowest floor, near the center, no windows. And again, if the thing stays together, if it holds together, it will be up in this vicinity here about 549. That would be up around Oakman. Oakman's down here, actually. That'd be up toward Jasper at about 549. So again, circulation coming up on Barry. Let's go back to the Cullman storm. Any damage, Evan, on the Cullman storm so far?
No, everything I've seen is coming out of that cell that went right through the Gordo area thus far. And I believe they may be getting ready to actually cancel one of those warnings here because it has dissipated. In fact, they just canceled Fayette. Okay, so in a matter of 20 minutes, that went from having a incredible signature, debris signature, to they're going to let this tornado warning actually drop. And again, we're watching this. It does not mean it can't, re-intensify. But one thing to note, and we talked about this earlier, This is moving into an air mass. Remember, when this was back here in Pickens County, it wasn't as disrupted by the rain. Look at all this stratiform rain taking place here. This is a perfect example of a cell that was very organized, had a very good signature on it, that's moved into an area that no longer supports a tornado. So I believe this is about to disappear, this polygon, at least according to the National Weather Service. It does look like there's a new warning, though, down in Sumter County for that stuff coming out of Mississippi. So again, now it appears 2 warnings, this one up near Cullman, and then there's a new one coming down here in Sumter that includes the town of York. I believe Livingston, you're in here as well. Looks like Scratch Hill, Brewersville, Moortown, as this is the latest to move across the state line. And unfortunately, where this is, we just don't have a great view on radar. It's going to be a very odd look to it while we've got it down here. But this is headed towards the Warrior River here and eventually Forkland, Sawyerville, and those spots here as you get into southern Greene and southern Hale counties. So we've just canceled a tornado warning for Fayette. Again, that one pulsed up so quickly and then dissipated so quickly. What you're seeing on one side of your screen is the damage from that cell that moved through Gordo, 82 West. Can't confirm exactly what the damage was there. There was a tornado debris signature there. This did move across Highway 82, and that's where our crew is right now, just to the west of Gordo. But that warning's been canceled. That's how quickly these things can fire up and then dissipate. And then this is our newest warning that will be worth watching right on top of York. Again, this is a ways away from both of our radar sites here, so it'll be tough to see, at least for the short term. But we'll do some time of arrival. Again, if this gets into southern Hale County, southern Greene County, or rather, by about 5:45, into central Hale County, perhaps near Highway 69 by about 6 o'clock. And then if this continues, this will head into Bibb County. This will be further south than we've seen our other storms track to this point. And this would take it a little bit closer to Brent, to Centerville, to West Blockton, and way, way, way down the line, if this holds together, this would be something moving in the direction of Shelby County. But that is way downstream here. We'll stress that at 7 o'clock. But we want people to note, if it's been a quiet day so far for you, that's great. But we have more of these coming out of Mississippi, and there's going to be more to watch here as we head into the afternoon. The good news is, from everything that we've watched here today, all of those tornado warnings that were in southern Mississippi, over here near Laurel, near Hattiesburg, this is the lone one that's left. That's not to say we can't see more develop, but this right here near Demopolis and up here in Cullman, that's about to leave our central Alabama counties at this time, which is certainly some good news. I'll zoom back into that one. We haven't done a little update on that, but this is right on top of Cullman and moving again in the general direction of I believe Morgan County here, which would be just to the north of the viewing area. But there's a look, just not really a whole lot of rotation left on this, very, very messy, and again, this moving into a more stable air mass, and this is headed up towards county line and eventually again into Morgan County and perhaps Marshall County as it continues along to the north and east.
Let me just say, too, we're getting reports now of injuries for the first time today in Sipsy. This is coming from Sipsy Fire Department. Injuries reported in the 4200 block of Sipsy Road. This is in Walker County. So, again, this is the tornado that came through Walker County, and apparently it did get down. We've seen the video coming through Sipsy and parts of Empire. And then this is the tornado that is coming up through Cullman County right now, and that's prompted the tornado warning here. But again, the warning that was in effect earlier for Fayette, that's off the board. That's dissipated. So let's focus on the one we have. We have two. We have the tornado warning in Sumter, which is down below Tuscaloosa, which is right down here. In fact, let's look at that one first. So we're going to go to both of them. Let's start with our southernmost tornado warning. So we have a tornado warning in effect now. This one includes York and Livingston. And again, this is US 80 right here, Alabama 17 right here, York here, Livingston here, campus of the University of West Alabama here. So this is a southern Sumter County tornado warning. And again, this will be moving out toward the Tombigbee, ultimately crossing over into southern Greene County if this holds together. So just wanted to point out we have a tornado warning in effect now for southern Sumter. This includes York and Livingston. So let's go to the Cullman County storm. And again, this is the storm that produced the damage in Sipsy in Walker County. Let's look at the velocity display. It certainly looks less organized at this point. And again, it's going to be pretty tough to find any circulation. Let's look at high top just for the fun of it. We'll take a look at a second opinion here. And again, you've got broad rotation that's pretty much east of Cullman on US 278. Berlin is here, Cullman here, Holly Pond down here. You've got Fairview and Baileyton up here, up Highway 69. So again, we would advise clearly to stay sheltered. It's clearly not as organized as this was when it came through Walker County that produced the damage at Sipy. But got a report all is good in southern Cullman, which is good. But again, so for a little while longer, stay sheltered. Soon we can give an all clear to Cullman. Not quite ready to do that yet. But again, this broad circulation is just east of Cullman on US Highway 278. And it seems like it's want to go down Highway 69 or up Highway 69 up toward Fairview. So if you're in Berlin, Fairview, Baileyton, you want to stay sheltered here for the next 15 minutes or so, and hopefully this will not be extended. And again, it's moving into a rain-cooled air mass up in here. But the dynamics are very strong today. The dynamics can often overcome weak thermodynamics. So let's go back to WEXO 5. I want to show some quick images coming in. And again, this is from that Sipy, Empire, Walker County tornado that came through earlier today. And we've got a lot of images, and of course, a lot of the tree lines, they're going to block the view of the tornado, but we've had some pretty good views. In fact, that looks like a pretty decent wall cloud right there. But again, all these images were captured earlier today. Now, there's an Alabama storm pit right there. That might be old school, but it's good school. You go and you're in good shape. But again, it's been a pretty rough day. So back to the radar. It is 5:23. James Spann here with Evan Chickvera working the tornado situation in Alabama today. At the moment, there are 2 active tornado warnings. 2. We have one for the eastern part of Cullman County. We have one for the southern part of Sumter County. That's the Sumter County tornado warning, and that is the eastern Cullman County tornado warning. Other than that, that's it for now. We have no other warnings in the entire state, which is certainly a good thing. Evan?
We got one to the north is what I was trying to point out earlier. This one is for the Shoals area.
All right, well, let's pop on Columbus, and we'll take a look at this. So we have a new tornado warning in effect. And boy, it's noisy up here. This is just a big rain mass. Let's take a look at the velocity and see if we can find it. That's not the most impressive signature we've seen here. Let me go over to the Huntsville Weather Service chat and see what's the thinking on this. They don't have any explanation with it. So again, this is a radar-based tornado. And again, we don't see a lot of strong evidence of anything here. But having said that, even when we don't really quite know the reason they're issued, you got to respect these things. So again, Florence, Sheffield, Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals. I know you've been there earlier today, but it's the same thing. We're asking that you go to your safe place now and no driving. The tornado warning includes, obviously, the Shoals. It includes Killen and Lexington. So just like the one we had earlier today, tornado warning in effect, that is until 6 o'clock this evening for the next 35 minutes. And that is for our friends up in the Shoals. So now we have 3 tornado warnings in the state. We have this one, we have the eastern Cullman County tornado, and the Sumter County tornado warning. So again, Muscle Shoals, Florence, Sheffield, Tuscumbia, tornado warning until 6. That would include Killen, Green Hill, Lexington. Let's go down to Cullman County while we're up in this part of the state. We'll take a look at our warning for eastern Cullman County. And again, thankfully, this is not as organized as it was. And quite frankly, we just don't really see strong evidence of a tornado here at this point. Is this High Top or Shelby County?
I'm switching to High Top now.
Yeah, we'll take a look at High Top. And again, there's broad circulation here north of Berlin, up Highway 69 toward Fairview. Now, this is 69, goes up into Marshall County up toward Arab. So again, there's broad circulation near Fairview. And again, as long as the tornado warning polygon is in effect, we encourage people to remain sheltered, and we'll tell you when the warning goes away. And it's going to go away soon, whatever. The broad rotation will be out of Cullman County soon. This is Morgan County, and this is Marshall County right here. Arab is here, Joppa, Ruth right here. So again, potential broad circulation, maybe a tornado down that's approaching Fairview in Coleman County, moving to the northeast. Let's go down to Sumter County. We're going to bounce back and forth between 3 different tornado warnings this afternoon. So down in Coleman County, we have a tornado warning in effect, or in Sumter County. This is for the southern part of Sumter County. And again, this will include York, Livingston, University of West Alabama, and that's pretty noisy. I think this is coming from Shelby County. We'll maybe try the Columbus radar looking down in through here. And again, there's evidence of broad circulation down in through here, and that's really a little south of York and Livingston. But again, York, Livingston, UWA in the polygon. This is the Tombigbee River, and this is Greene County. Forkland is right here. This is US 43, and it should be on the Tombigbee at about 537. And from there, it moves up to US 43 in Greene County if it holds together. And 549 is the ETA for US Highway 43 near Forkland in Greene County. So southern Sumter County, that's tornado warning. 1 of 3 we're working right now. And the Weather Service in Huntsville, they're going to go ahead and issue a new downstream warning downstream of Coleman. So let's look at the new tornado warning. This will be for Marshall and some other counties up here in northeast Alabama. So here's your new tornado warning up in the Tennessee Valley, and this will include parts of Marshall, Morgan, and Madison counties. This is the extension of the tornado warning that's been in effect for Coleman County. And again, the circulation is near Fairview, and it's going to come out like this. This is US Highway 231 right here. ARAB is here. Of course, you've got Lake Gunnersville over here. But this clips the far southeastern part of Morgan County. It affects a pretty good little chunk of Marshall County, and it clips a small part of Madison County, south of Huntsville. And again, it comes up on US 231 at 5:44 this afternoon. Currently, it's 5:28. So again, the new tornado warning in effect for parts of Marshall, Madison, northeastern Coleman, southeastern Morgan. That's in effect until 6:15 this evening. And this is the tornado that the storm that did produce a pretty meaningful tow earlier today down at Sipy. In fact, let's roll that video, WEX 05, one more time. I want to show what it looked like coming through Walker County. This is probably the best tornado video of the day that we have seen here. And Sipy is located north of Alabama Highway 5, north of Cordova, north of Dora and Summiton. And you can see the power flash there. Obviously, it's down. And that's a pretty sizable tornado. And unfortunately, we've had reports of injuries in Sipy with several homes damaged by this tornado. And again, this was about 1 hour ago. This is some more video, as we can see here. And again, that's the same tornado. So back to the radar. How are we doing on the, let's take the Gordo shot full real quick. And Evan, there are now reports that we might have some people trapped in structures in Gordo. And typically when you have reports of that, those are trees that have come down on homes. Aaron, if you could talk to us, tell us real quick what you've got going on there.
Yeah, James, we're on Highway 82 here on the western side of Gordo, and there are several large pine trees down. Malik, if you'll just give them a view of what we're seeing. I mean, this is probably for about, I don't know, a 4 to a half mile stretch of road on Highway 82 on the western side of Gordo. That's got trees there, there are EMS out here. We also hear sirens that are watching. Of course, we heard a dog that...
Okay, again, we're getting some audio issues there. So it's obviously pouring rain where Aaron is, but we're getting some reports of significant structural damage and people being trapped in Gordo with that tornado that came through there. And it was a very, very vivid TDS, a tornado debris signature. So again, that's what's happening in Pickens County from earlier today, but that tornado is dissipated, which is good. But again, in Coleman County, again, this is really noisy. It looks very disorganized here. It looks kind of outflow dominant, but still, we've got evidence of circulation, again, up here near Simcoe and Fairview that's moving up into the southeastern tip of Morgan, up into parts of Marshall County, maybe clipping the southern part of Madison County. And again, that's the new tornado warning in effect here. And again, Evan, you say there was a spotter that I noticed we got a confirmed tornado tag on here now.
Yeah, that's what had me go look at it. It flashed pink right after they issued it. It said that it was confirmed by a trained spotter in Good Hope. So that is back here. I'm going to just grab that correlation coefficient and see if there's any evidence of that back further to the south. Because again, you know, no more information than that a confirmed, you know, sighting, and I don't see any debris signature. That certainly does not mean that there wasn't something there. But when you see that stuff, you're like, okay, so they've gone ahead and issued that confirmed. So that is why it is flashing pink, and we have seen that polygon color more than probably any other event that we've had here recently with these confirmed tornadoes. This is headed up towards the Morgan County, Madison County line, and then eventually all the way up, you know, to 431, a little bit after 6 o'clock. So this will be moving out of central Alabama into the Huntsville market, and something that will need to be watched as it gets closer. Big town of Scottsboro is off in northeastern Alabama. So again, our focus is now pivoting here, and again, there was that warning up in Florence. That was a very noisy warning. I just want to jump down here to switch the radar site and down towards York. Again, this is an area that has not been really contaminated. These other spots further north, a lot of rain today. This is still relatively far south on the line and could very well have unimpeded inflow here. So it's a very cluttered view. This is the Birmingham. I'll see if it looks any better on the Columbus site, but this is, you know, a good ways away from both sites. And we had this issue with the other cell that moved through, is that it's pretty far away. We get a better view of it as it gets closer and closer. So this is right over, it looks like Moortown, Bluffport, and this is coming right up on the Warrior River here. And if we look at our velocity product, where that might be, it's tough to tell. We're so far away that the beam is way up into the atmosphere, looking at the winds up high. But this is going to be coming across Black Warrior River into southern. Oh, in fact, did they just cancel that? That is a good sign if they did. They are canceling that tornado warning. So yes, tornado warning is canceled for that part of Alabama. So that's news, James. Let's go to the big picture and see what we're down to now.
That's the Sumter that went away, right?
Yes, Sumter's
okay.
canceled.
So the Sumter County warning canceled. Let's go to WEX 05. Wanted to show some damage images. And again, this is some of the damage at in Walker County at Sipy. We're getting a report from the sheriff in Walker County that they're calling in deputies that are on call for the weather to help, and that they've had houses hit in Sipy. They don't know about specific injuries at this point, but they're reporting that at least 6 homes have been hit so far. And again, this is some of the damage at Sipy in Walker County. And again, clearly we had a tornado here. This is some of the damage from Lake Tuscaloosa. This was earlier today. And again, this is Pier 43, that area on Lake Tuscaloosa. And you can see some pretty significant damage there. So again, that's from the storm that is actually the one that's coming up through Cullman right now. So that's in northern Tuscaloosa County. But again, it looks like Sipy perhaps took a pretty hard hit, much like Gordo took a hard hit. And again, this is the storm that is moving through northeastern Cullman County at this point. And again, you can see obviously a lot of debris strewn about here from a tornado that came through, and we've seen the video of the tornado is clearly down. Let's quickly go back to Aaron. Aaron, I think your audio has been fixed. If you would just kind of give us an update on Gordo, a lot of people are asking.
Yeah, James, sorry about the audio issues earlier. Hopefully you can hear me pretty good now. We're on Highway 82 on the western side of Gordo, where there are several large trees that are down, pine trees that are down. There are already some chainsaws going. You can hear them up there and see the emergency lights. This section of roadway is completely blocked off. There are people kind of piling up on the other side of it, and then on this western side as well, because the damage just continues. along these trees just all across the road right here. And we have heard sirens elsewhere. We've not been able to get anywhere else. This was our first location, so we're going to try and go move and see what there is going on out here. But as far as Highway 82, if you're traveling on the western side of Gordo on Highway 82 or trying to come through this area, please don't. There are a lot of emergency service folks out here trying to clear the roadway from what appears to have been on radar, a debris signature. We were watching it as we were just outside of Gordo on Highway 82 before we came into town. Wanted to make sure that we were safe as well, but we're going to try and get out to some other areas to see what other damage there is. James.
Yeah, thank you, Aaron. Again, houses have been hit in Gordo. We know that for sure. I've seen the images of that. So it's been a rough ride. They took a tough hit in Gordo. So again, here's our tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight. And again, looks like we have a new tornado warning up here in the Tennessee Valley. So let's go to that. We've got several tornado warnings in effect here. So let's look at the new one. This is for northern Cullman and parts of Morgan County. So let's look at our high top radar and check the velocity display and see what we can find here. Again, these signatures are not the strongest, but again, we have okay, here we go. It's right here. So that's the couplet that is producing these tornado warnings. So we have a tornado warning in effect now for extreme eastern Winston County for a tornado that could be near Addison. And again, that will be moving into extreme northwest Cullman County. This does include places like West Point and Battleground. And from there, it's going to move up into Morgan County. This does include Hartselle, Priceville, Decatur, Falkville, and the Interstate 65 corridor. So a new tornado warning in effect now for extreme northeastern Winston, for northwestern Cullman, and a pretty good chunk of Morgan counties here. This will likely reach Interstate 65 about 6 o'clock. So again, if you are in any of the towns we just called out, now you need to be sheltered. And again, some of the larger cities in this would be Decatur, Priceville, Hartselle, Falkville, Battleground, West Point, and of course, the tornado itself is pretty close to Addison right now, and this is a radar-indicated tornado. But again, tornado warning in effect for these counties, and that's the brand new one. That's our new tornado warning. This is the one that's been in effect for Cullman County, and again, you can see that circulation is over the southeastern part of Morgan County to the east of Eva. And from there, this is going to cross over into Marshall County. The community of Ruth is right here. They took a direct hit April 27, 2011, by a horrible tornado. I don't think this is anything like that, but still, we could have a tornado down. So again, Arab, Ruth, folks on up toward Owens Crossroads in Madison County, you need to be sheltered. U.S. Highway 231 is right here. This is Arab down here. And again, that circulation is kind of hugging the northern part of this polygon, and that will continue moving to the north and east. So again, a tornado warning in effect now for the extreme northeastern part of Cullman County and a pretty good chunk of Marshall County and also a small part of Madison County. And again, we have the new tornado warning in effect for the possible tornado near Addison in Winston County along U.S. Highway 278. That's for northeastern Winston, northwestern Cullman, and much of Morgan. And those are the only counties at this point under tornado warnings. Evan, I believe that to be the case here. So let's go quickly to WEXO 5. I want to show some of the Cullman County images. These were captured near Berlin about 5 minutes ago along U.S. Highway 278. And again, that looks like a rotating wall cloud. Whether there's a tornado down is kind of hard to see because of the tree line here, but clearly that is a storm that is rotating, spinning like a top. Whether there's a tornado down at the moment, we don't know that yet. But again, that's what like a little to the west of Holly Pond about 5 minutes ago. This is some more video coming from also from Cullman County. And again, the tornado, if it's there, it's going to be rain wrapped. It's going to be very, very hard to see. So let's go back to the radar here. It's 5:40, and we have multiple tornado warnings in effect up here. And we should mention the third one. You're right, Evan. We got the third one up here. This is for Lauderdale, the eastern part of Lauderdale. In fact, let's look at the velocity on this thing. We probably have to go to Columbus to see what's happening here. And this does include Florence. And again, we just don't see much there. I just don't see a whole lot. But this does include basically for areas north of the Tennessee River. So at this point, the polygon does not include Tuscumbia or Sheffield or Muscle Shoals. It does include Florence. Highway 17 is right here, and that includes up to the Tennessee state line, up toward Green Hill. Killen has been taken out. Lexington has been taken out. Is this a new one or is this the old one?
I think this is the old one. They just haven't got rid of it or shortened it up. So I was having a hard time drawing a rival because I'm not exactly sure where the center of this would be. But I think they've let this one ride, if I understand it properly. Only 10 lightning strikes that have, the only one recently issued was the one that we were talking about earlier, that it's impacting parts of Limestone, Coleman, and Morgan. But they are, looks like letting this one go. It looks like they may have just canceled it, James.
Yeah.
Right on.
So, there's nothing there. There's no tornado here. So that's off the board. So Lauderdale County, no tornado warning. It's off the board. So we've got the two side-by-side tornado warnings here. We've got the first one that is in effect for southeastern Morgan and parts of northwestern Marshall and southern Madison counties. And we can almost take Cullman County out of this one, but this part of Cullman County is in a tornado warning for this circulation that is near Addison, and that's approaching Jones Chapel. And again, this is moving to the north, and that will be clipping the northwestern part of Cullman County, moving up into Morgan County. And again, up in the northern edge of this, you've got Decatur, Priceville in the polygon, Hartselle, Falkville in the polygon here. So again, this should be near Interstate 65 around Hartselle at 6 o'clock if it stays down, and it should be crossing the Tennessee River at about 6:13 south of Huntsville. So two side-by-side tornado warnings, and that's it. The good news, the warning for Sumter County was taken out, and the warning for Lauderdale County was taken out. So we're down to two warnings in effect here at this point, Evan. And that's good. For having two tornado warnings on a high-risk day, that's good.
Yeah. And again, we're still getting reports in, James. I'm seeing a lot from Sipsy, reports that people are entrapped in houses on Sipsy Road, that from Walker 911. And then several houses from the Sipsy Fire Department recorded with considerable damage. I believe our Valerie Bell is headed in that direction. So again, we always say it only takes one. You don't need every part of the state to have a tornado warning or a long track tornado. You get one and it becomes immediately impactful to those communities. So we will have follow-ups on that. But again, as James just talked about, those are the only warnings of note. I'm just going to switch on back here to the Birmingham radar, and we're going to take a look really at the big picture here. And I still think as we move throughout the evening, I think the areas to watch are still going to be down here, okay? Because these cells that are here moving into eastern Alabama, there's a fairly undisrupted air mass. So that's not to take away from anything off to the north, but this is stratiform rain. Jasper, Fayette, Ewan, Hamilton, even Aliceville, Tuscaloosa, stratiform rain. And a stabilizing rain at that. I think the southern edge of this line probably has the best bet of re-intensifying. And the reason I had popped this up, which is the watch and warning map, is remember, we had talked about there being two windows, two threats here this afternoon. That initial threat, but look it back to the west. There is not a single warning, severe or otherwise, in Mississippi, all right? So that's back closer to the front. That tells me that this stuff that's preceding the cold front has exhausted the atmosphere to the point where even good dynamics cannot overcome that. So some positive news. You look back to Mississippi, the watches are peeled away. There's no additional watches put in place. And where we saw those tornado warnings down near Hattiesburg, those have fizzled away. And that's why I think moving forward, our biggest focus outside of these warnings that are in place right now is going to be this stretch here from Utah down south into Butler County, and then you look all the way towards I-65. So no warnings right now, but if I had to guess there as we move forward, the southern end of this line is probably going to be the better bet to intensify. Of course, we have our two current warnings that are off in the northern part of Alabama, moving out of Cullman County and up into Morgan, as well as Marshall counties at this time. So one of them are confirmed. I'm going to switch over to high top here. And if you're hearing thunder, I just heard some thunder here, and you're wondering, hey, how come we're not talking about you? That's good. If you're not talked about here, it's a good thing. It's not a conversation you want to be in, because if we're not mentioning you, it means there's not a warning. Warnings for northern Cullman, as you head into Morgan County as well, and then points to the south, nowhere is in a warning at this time. So Morgan County, Marshall County, Cullman County, Winston County in a warning. Everywhere else, we are free and clear of warnings at the moment. And there's a look at the velocity. This is off of the Huntsville high top radar site here. And this one that was coming out of Winston County, not quite as impressive as it looked just a few minutes ago. That one was never confirmed, but does not mean you don't take these seriously. All of these take seriously. This one has been, confirmed a while back. The one that's now, I believe this is actually shifted, and what's left of this circulation is actually outside of the polygon. At least that's what it's looking like from this radar scan. So this is Owens Crossroad. This is, let's see, you got Huntsville here. So this is almost due south, and I think the center circulation that once was what prompted this warning has actually moved out of the tornado warning polygon. This is along 231 near Briscoe, Lacey Spring. Let's see what Huntsville's saying about this one. Looks like, all right, so they've canceled the severe thunderstorm warning for Cullman. So there's some good news there. Cullman, it looks like you're clear of severe thunderstorms, at least the actual Cullman area and point south near Berlin Holly Pond. And then here, this circulation, I believe, is actually outside the polygon. James, would you agree with that?
Looks like
what's left of it there?
Yeah.
Not seeing anything from Huntsville, but that's good
Now let's
news.
roll some WEXO 5 video. Again, most of these images are coming in from parts of Cullman County, up Highway 69 up toward Fairview and Simcoe. And again, you can see there's some really good circulation going on here. That thing is spinning like a top. Whether we've had a tornado down with that in Cullman County, I'm not positive at this point. But again, that's what the storm looked like. Here's some more video, basically in the same area. And again, this is clearly a wall cloud that's back on the right rear flank of the storm. And could there be a tornado in there? Absolutely. And again, this is the storm that produced a tornado at Sipy in Walker County. This produced a lot of structural damage there. We've had reports of injuries at Sipy, and that thing came right on through parts of Cullman County. And again, all of these videos were taken up in Cullman County in the vicinity of that same storm here in the last 15 minutes or so. But this particular rotation is moving out of Cullman County into Marshall County now. And the greatest concern for Cullman County, it's the circulation that was near Addison and Jones Chapel that's coming up toward West Point. But again, all of these videos were taken here within the last 15 minutes. But let's go right back to the radar, kind of do a reset. Let's begin, and again, we've got a lot of complex tornado warning polygons here. So let's begin with the circulation that was near Addison. This is the reason for this western polygon here. And again, it doesn't look as impressive as it did earlier. There's broad circulation here that's north of Jones Chapel. And again, that'll be coming up here, crossing Highway 157, not too far from West Point. West Point is right here, really closer to Battleground. This is the Morgan County line. And again, it's very broad at this point. But again, still, we have people that are sheltered now in Hartselle, Falkville, Decatur. And understand until the polygon goes away, the advice is to stay sheltered here. And I would assume the Birmingham office is going to cancel the warning for Winston soon, that small part of Winston County that would include Addison. That's where this thing started. And again, clearly we've had the low-level rotation that's weakened a lot here, but since it might cycle back up, the Weather Service in Huntsville is going to leave this up. So again, we have a tornado warning that's in effect for extreme northwestern Cullman and Morgan County. So again, stay sheltered, and we'll give you an all clear as soon as they get rid of that. So we have this other tornado warning that is in effect up here for Marshall County. And again, it's kind of hard to pick out the circulation. This is messy, Evan. This is a very messy pattern here.
I was hoping they would cancel because I think this is what's left of the circulation, James. I've been watching it, and it's outside of the confirmed tornado warning, I believe, unless they're seeing something else that I'm not, which is, of course, possible. But it looks like this is veered out of the tornado polygon, and hopefully they'll cancel some of these so it'll be less cluttered because you do have several tornado warnings. I can tell you right now here in this northern Cullman County, where you have this pink confirmed, there's nothing severe here anymore. That has moved on. Same if you're over here near Gunnersville, near Grant. All this stuff here is, I think this is an old warning, so we'll see if we cancel those. Looks like, okay, so Huntsville just canceled Marshall, Madison, and Morgan. tornado warning. So I think that'll help clean up this map just a little bit here, because that's just a lot to look at.
Chicken scratch.
Seriously, tough to muddle through that. There's still a severe thunderstorm warning. That's probably what they'll leave in place there, where that warning was. And again, if I go back to the velocity, just tough to make out anything of note, which is. And again, a lot of this is a rain-cooled, rain-stabilized air mass. As it stands now, these are still some embedded cells to watch. Of course, we've got the one tornado warning. I think you're just about good here in Winston County. I'm wondering they may cancel this one soon, but this is moving again. In fact, there it goes. National Weather Service just canceled Winston County. So I'm gonna go ahead and put some X's here. That's always fun to do. You know, it's been a long afternoon for some. Winston County, you're good. Here in Coleman County, to the south of this polygon here, you are also in good shape. That includes Coleman and Good Hope. Again, that circulation is still right about here, thereabouts, and it's very weak. This will be headed up towards Hartselle. And it looks like they're watching another cell. And I said this just about 10 minutes ago, is we've got to watch what's coming out of Mississippi to the west and to the south, because this is still, I think, the part of the state that was been less hampered by earlier rains. And I think, I mean, just look at this, 748 strikes. Now, this is a big area, but we're going to have to watch what's coming out into Butler County, Sumter County, and eventually towards Linden, as this may, eventually cruise up towards southern Chilton. Some of this moving into Bibb County over the next couple of hours, and eventually that'd put it in Shelby County. So a lot of this stuff is still far in the western side of the state. The good news is that some of the storms have really worked over the atmosphere. You know, when this rain falls through the atmosphere column, it stabilizes things. And that's why we've seen a big time downward trend in the warnings here across southwest Alabama, across the Black Belt region, and hopefully that trend will continue here as we move forward. But that doesn't mean it's not noisy. For those of you who are at home and you're saying, man, it's really, really loud here. I live in Birmingham, I live in Alabaster, I live in Pelham, I live in Hoover. And it's really loud. There's a lot of lightning associated with this, and there's even some small hail in a few spots. It appears all of that is below severe limits. But if we haven't talked about your location, it's certainly a good thing. We've been honing in on the areas that are impacted, that have the warnings, that have the immediate threat here. And so if you haven't heard your town, it's not because we're trying to leave you out. It's because, quite frankly, there's not been a threat there. So that's certainly good news. And again, we had that one really strong signature that moved through parts of Tuscaloosa County, near Gordo and Pickens County. So that has been really the one of note. And we'll keep an eye on this down here to the south. So if you live in Moundville, Utah, Forkland, Demopolis, we will keep a close eye on this, what's coming out of Mississippi for the time being. It looks like they may have cleared up some of these warnings here to make it a little easier to see. They continue parts of Coleman County in this. I'll switch over to High Top. But yes, Winston County, you're also in the clear. It just takes our system a little bit longer sometimes to cancel those. But
let's go to WEXO 5. Let's look at some more video. Again, it's pretty fascinating to watch some of this. This was taken at Eva up in southern Morgan County. And again, there's been broad rotation with that thunderstorm that came through extreme southern Morgan over into Marshall. It came through parts of Coleman County, but it looks like we probably did not get a big tornado down with that, which is certainly some good news. And again, all these videos are from that storm up in northeastern Coleman and southern Morgan and Marshall counties. And all the videos are pretty much the same. This storm did produce a tornado at Sipy in Walker County. And again, that's the best tornado video. We showed that earlier of the day, and we've had reports of damage and possible injuries in Sipy and Walker County. And again, that's just some low-hanging scud right there. So let's go back to the radar. We're basically down to one tornado warning in the entire state, one, which is good. We had great concern at this hour of the day. We might have a bunch of tornado warnings, and we've had a lot today, but at the moment we've just got one. And this is in effect for the extreme northwestern part of Coleman County and parts of Morgan County. And quite frankly, there's just no evidence of a tornado there at this point. Could it cycle back? It's possible. And I think that's the reason Huntsville is hanging on to this. But at the moment, it certainly does not look like we have a tornado warning in effect at this point, or a tornado down at this point. But still, as long as you're in the polygon, you want to stay sheltered. So again, the polygon includes Decatur, Priceville, Hartselle, Falkville. And again, it includes the extreme northwestern corner of Cullman County, and I think they can take that out pretty soon, and we can take Winston out pretty soon. But for those of you up toward Battleground and West Point, that broad circulation, it's very broad, is crossed over into Morgan County. And again, it's hard to identify any specific spot here that would represent a tornado, but certainly it's just messy. In fact, let's look at the big picture. Let's look at the whole region here and just put the reflectivity on here. You know, it's just messy, and in a way that's good. This big, large rain mass, that's not really conducive for super big tornadoes. And we've had some significant tornadoes today, but instead of having these discrete, isolated cells that go supercell and drop these horrific tornadoes, we've had more of just a large rain mass, a big stratiform rain mass with bubbles of convection, and that's kept us able to some degree. It's not over yet, but understand, so far today, things have been kind of kept at bay. We've had major tornado damage, we've had big issues, we've had injuries, but the good news, I've heard of no loss of life today, which is good. But some of the most serious damage that's come in from Gordo in Pickens County, and also from Sipy in Walker County, with some injuries reported. But again, I've heard of no fatalities at all today. And whenever that's the case, that's a win. But we're not done yet. It's not over yet. Anniston, Gadsden, again, you've been pretty quiet today. The same for Alexander City, Ashland, Lineville. All the action's been north and west. All of this is gradually moving on to the east. But again, with this big convective rain mass, or big stratiform rain mass with pockets of convection, hopefully that's going to keep the storms at bay. And again, we are watching the higher reflectivity values down here in Greene, Hale, Marengo counties. It's, again, like Evan says, it's pouring. You probably have some small hail, but again, to be severe, you need 58 mile per hour winds or greater, or 1 inch diameter hail or larger. And so far, the storms down here are not quite at those limits, and there's no sign of any tornado activity at this point. So once again, let's go up to our one tornado warning polygon we have working here, just one. And that's up in the Tennessee Valley of North Alabama. And this is in effect for a very small part of northwestern Cullman County and a pretty good chunk of Morgan County. And again, we had a pretty good little circulation at Addison at one point in Winston County. And they're about to cancel the warning. All right, so that's good. The Weather Service in Huntsville telling us they're about to cancel this because there's just nothing there. And we don't like people having to sit in their tornado safe place when they don't need to. So in a minute, this is going to go away, and at that point, we're going to have no tornado warnings. First time in how long?
Yeah, several hours. We came on here at, 1:44, and I think that's when they hopped into Marion County. I do want to note, James, that I think Valerie's coming up on Sipsy, and we might have her here in just a moment. If we do, in a moment where it's a little bit quieter, we may jump over to her. I'll wait to get the cue on that one. But something else I'm looking at here is, we just showed you the big picture of the state. So they've canceled that tornado warning. All of this has been canceled. This is, for some reason, not clearing off the map, but Winston County, you're clear. In fact, no tornado warnings, as James mentioned, and that's a wonderful thing. First time in quite some time that we can say that here, really, since before 1:40 this afternoon. So we are going to still, I'm looking at a meso-analysis. It's a product the SPC puts out, and the only areas really that still have a lot of instability are over here, okay? Does that mean that we will have an intensification with these storms? Not certainly. We'll have to watch and see. The problem is, as far as keeping things from getting to severe, so this is the most impressive part of the line, I think, back here. And you're looking towards, Demopolis, you're looking at Sumter, you're looking at Choctaw and Clark counties. And this, as this mass moves, you've got this stratiform rain ahead of it. So what it's doing, that's robbing that atmosphere of energy that this line would otherwise feed off of. But that secondary threat is not coming together. The one that was the squall line that was supposed to produce some very strong winds, that is since really fizzled out. There's no warnings in Mississippi. The watches have been peeled away. So I think we turn our attention here to East Alabama, and perhaps east and southern Alabama, perhaps south of I-20. So Gadsden, Anniston, Jacksonville, Weaver, Heflin, Talladega, Sylacauga, Lineville, Ashland have all been very quiet. And as this mass moves closer, honestly, a lot of what is happening north of this line here is just.
And Evan, let me talk logistically to our folks back in the back. We'll need to stay with this for probably about 10 minutes. I know that there's a 6 o'clock news schedule for now, and they've got a newscast scheduled at 6. And the fact that we have no tornado warnings in effect, that means we can actually go ahead with the newscast, but we need to keep it here for about 5 more minutes. And so again, give us about 5 more minutes, and we will plan on going into a newscast, and we'll learn more about the damage that has occurred here. Again, not a single tornado warning in the whole state. Which is pretty remarkable here at 6:01. We had great concern we'd have a bunch at 6 o'clock, but again, we're just looking at a big, messy, outflow dominant type rain mass with embedded convection, with embedded heavier thunderstorms involved here. And again, we're still going to watch this like a hawk, and even though we've lost all the tornado warnings, and we're going to go to a newscast in a second, we're not going anywhere. We're going to be here watching this, and we want to stress it's not over yet. Now, I would suggest up here, if you're in the Shoals, Hamilton, Russellville, it's almost over. You've got that good rain, cool, stable air. And the greater concern, it's going to be down here, places like Ashland, Alexander City, Clanton, Prattville, Montgomery, where the air is pretty unstable, where there's not been that much activity so far today. And again, Evan's kind of drawing the line between rain, cool, stable air and instability down here. And the dynamics are obviously very strong. And again, we've got these pretty big storms sitting on. Let's look at our Demopolis Skycam if we can, Evan. I'd like to see what it looks like down there. Probably doesn't look very good at this point. Again, that's the, we'll have to tilt that thing up. That's at the Demopolis Civic Center. And I've been in that building many, many times. Again, that's historic Bluff Hall. And again, that's the Tom Bigby River. And it's just absolutely pouring. But again, the storm is not severe. Just because it's pouring rain doesn't make it severe. We're not seeing any evidence of large hail or damaging wind in that segment down in Marengo County, the historic White Bluffs of the Tom Bigby River. So again, that's what it looks like with that storm coming through Demopolis. But again, the bigger issues we've had, and we'll put the radar behind me here on the wall for a minute, and we'll start the newscast in about 2 or 3 minutes. We've had significant tornado damage in Gordo, near Gordo in Pickens County. We've had significant tornado damage at Sipy in Walker County with potential injuries there. And we've had some other scattered damage, had damage in North Tuscaloosa County up toward the lake, up 43. Again, so far the system is underperformed. And that's a good thing. When you've got a high risk, that's what you want to do, is underperform, because on a day like today with these dynamics, it can be rough. The last time we had a high-risk day was March 25th of 2021. We had 10 tornadoes. 3 were long track, EF3s. One of those hit our house that day. That was a really rough day. So again, for those that have been affected by tornadoes, it's a horrible day. But it could have been worse statewide. But again, we stress that it's not over at this point. But again, we'll watch key storms down here in parts of West Alabama. And Evan, I'll let you do the weather segment, if you don't mind, for the 6 o'clock newscast here.
Sure thing.
You are, I've been up since, I can't.
Thursday morning at what, 4:30?
That's about right. Yeah, Thursday morning at 4 o'clock. So Evan is a bit fresher here, so we're going to let him handle the weather segment here. But again, we're not going anywhere. Again, we're going to be right here. And if we do have a tornado warning, we'll come right back on the air. So at this point, we are going to say we're going to wrap up our weather coverage for now, and we're going to start our newscast. And if we need to come back, we're going to come right back. But at this moment, it's 6:04. ABC 3340 News at 6 o'clock starts now.
ABC 3340 News starts now with a Weather Authority storm alert.
Newscast here, and again, we are in the process of watching severe thunderstorms earlier. Evan, things have calmed down a bit.
It's calmed down a good bit. We came on at about 1:40, 1:44 for a tornado warning up in Marion County, an extremely small portion of northwestern Marion County. And since then, there's been a tornado warning somewhere in Alabama up until about 15 minutes ago. And the entire state is currently under severe limits in terms of all of these storms. Does that mean we are out of the woods? It does not. Let's go back to our watch map. And here's something that's optimistic. Remember earlier when I talked about, I did this online, I did an update. We talked about a secondary threat. This initial threat this afternoon followed by a possible strong line. That is not coming to fruition. Again, what is out ahead of this has absolutely killed that. We still have a tornado watch in place until 8 o'clock. For all of these Alabama counties, I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see some of these peeled away. I will say it looks like they're up to about 5 likely tornado tracks at the National Weather Service here in Birmingham, according to everything that has happened today. So we'll be looking at that here moving forward. Again, we'll continue to watch this very closely, and we'll have another update on not just what's happening now, but your full forecast that's coming up. For now, I want to send it back over to you, Megan.
All right, Evan, James, thank you so much for tracking this dangerous situation where we've had all day long here. We obviously have crews all across central Alabama here tonight to give you the very latest information on where you are. But first, I want to start with ABC 3340's Aaron Wise. Aaron, you are in Gordo in Pickens County. Tell us what you're seeing right now.
Yeah, Megan, we're on County Road 159, just north of Gordo, in the northern part of Gordo, where there are structures that have damaged. We see this home right here behind us. Really, half of the roof is gone off this home. I spoke with the niece of the woman who lives there. Thankfully, she was not in the home when the storm came through. She was with other people. She is fine. There are no injuries with this damage right here. They're just trying to work to get all of the belongings that are exposed right now into the lower levels of that home. Obviously, it is raining here. It has pretty much been raining for the last hour and a half since that storm came through a little bit ago. There's some roofs to some other houses along this road. Lots of tree damage here. Highway 82, that was the first place we came minutes after this storm came through Gordo, and there were just trees all across. There were just trees all across the highway there. So there were chainsaws going. So you know, hopefully they're clearing that up. There were a lot of cars as well. But this is kind of the situation. Lots of rain. There are people out. There are a lot of police out right now, checking on everybody. Obviously, trying to see exactly what's going on. But of course, there was that debris signature on the radar that we saw, and we're definitely seeing where this storm came through right now. But that's all we've got from Gordo right now. We'll continue to stay here and monitor the damage and try to talk to people in this area and have that for you as well. I want to add that I have reached out to the EMA director to get some more information about the overall damage here in this county. As soon as I hear back from her, I'll have that information as well. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Aaron. You have been all over West Alabama. We appreciate it. Now I want to go to ABC 3340's Valerie Bell. Valerie, I believe you're in Walker County in Sipy. Tell me what you're seeing right now.
Yes, Megan, we're standing off of Campbellville Road here in Sipy, and crews just cleared away a very large tree that was blocking the road. You can kind of see the debris of what's left. We've seen a lot of road debris. We've been in touch with the Walker County EMA director and the Walker County Sheriff and other agencies, and right now hearing of a few homes that have been damaged. We're not sure yet of the extent of those damages, but the good news out here is right now we're hearing of no injuries. Just a few moments ago, I was talking to Captain Rooks with the Town Creek Volunteer Fire Department, and he was telling me that they were able to move so quickly and wouldn't be able to do it without everyone here in the community coming out and helping. That's why they were able to clear this out of the road so quickly. And they just left here to go to another location down the street to get another tree off the road and cut that up as well. We do know, according to the Walker County Sheriff's Office, currently all roads in Sipy are closed unless you're a resident of Sipy. They're advising everyone to stay off the roads and not travel. Although we're seeing a little bit of damage here, the rain still continues to fall, and they're just trying to keep everyone safe. Again, we're not hearing of any injuries at this point, which is great news. And of course, we will continue to update you when we find out more. Live in Walker County, Valerie Bell, ABC 3340 News.
Thank you, Valerie. Now let's go to ABC 3340's Olivia Goche. She's in Jefferson County. Olivia, you're in a storm shelter in Pratt City, a neighborhood in Birmingham. Olivia, how many people came out today to seek shelter?
Yeah, Megan, I'd say there's well over 50 people here, and it's actually pretty interesting. I spoke with some people here who have come out to the storm shelter just for past severe weather events, and they tell me that this is a larger turnout than they've seen previously. And so there's families here, there's people of all ages that have brought blankets, pillows, snacks. Some people say that they got here a couple of hours ago, and since I've been here since about 4 p.m., people have steadily been rolling in. Now, most of our viewers probably recall that Pratt City was an area hit during that deadly tornado outbreak in 2011. I also talked with one woman who recalls that event, and she actually came all the way out here with most of her family today. She said that she brought her sister and her mother. So a lot of people are kind of making this just, a family event to do what they need to do to stay safe. Most of them say that they just plan to stay here at the storm shelter and kind of just ride this out until they get the okay that it is safe to go home. So again, it's good to know that people are staying weather aware. They're heeding these warnings and doing what they need to do to stay safe. I'm going to send it back to you now, Megan.
Thank you, Olivia. Now we want to go back to meteorologist Evan Chikvera. Evan, we know that this has been a very active day the past few hours, but what about tonight? We know this threat is not over. What do we need to know as we head night hours?
That's a great question, Megan. That's what everybody's asking now, I'm sure, at home. As we look at the big picture here, this is a look at the system in its entirety, okay? This up here is junk rain. There's some lightning, thunder in there, but this is not a big concern. It's this feature further to the south that still will, garner our attention here as we move forward. Watches, we still have that tornado watch in place, but notice back in Mississippi, that secondary threat, that line that we talked about earlier, it's not there. It does not exist. We still do have, again, that tornado watch in place until 8 p.m. for all of central Alabama. So there's a look at the loop over the last little while. And again, this is all stratiform rain. It is a stable atmosphere, one that's not really conducive to any more severe development. I want to jump down here to the south. So this goes from Moundville down to Linden, okay? A lot of lightning with this, and again, it's a robust line. Nothing severe at the moment, but this is what we're going to watch as we move forward here. So this is the motion of that. This will eventually be headed towards Valley Grande, Selma, Clanton, Millbrook, Prattville, Montgomery. We'll go to the Montgomery, the Maxwell Air Force Base radar here, and you can see where this line is. This goes from Maplesville all the way down to just southeast of Selma, and this is headed towards I-65. Is it severe right now? No, but it could intensify. So if you live down here on that southern edge towards Montgomery, towards Prattville, that'll be what we need to watch. But again, there's nothing of severity here at this moment, and all of this up here for folks in Gadsden, Anniston, Trussville, all these spots here. This is stratiform, very stable rain. I don't see any indication of severe threats here. We'll look at your future view, help you time it out, and a look at your 7-day coming up.
All right, thank you, Evan. Crews in Birmingham are ready to respond for urgent health and safety needs today. Birmingham Water Works is available in anticipation of today's weather. If you have any urgent concerns or updates, you can call the number you see right here on your screen. And fire crews are also increasing resources to those in need. The Vestavia Department has increased staffing to respond to calls. Chelsea Fire and Rescue even brought in 7 extra personnel to staff another engine, company rescue, and battalion to be able to cover the city. And the city of Gardendale is ready to assist to those in need throughout the day. Take a look at this, 3,200 additional resources prepared to join Alabama Power if need be. Power crews could be seen staging at the Gardendale Baptist South Campus really yesterday and into today. Resources were also assembled at Gardendale Pickers on Friday, and we're getting your viewer photos and videos. This was sent to us by Ashley Hendrick. This is golf ball size hail that fell at her home today. Send us what you are seeing and when it is safe to do so. Of course, your photos and your videos could end up on air or online. You can head to abc3340.com and click chime in. To keep up with the ongoing threat into the evening hours, you can download the ABC 3340 weather app. You can just scan the QR code you see right here on your screen. Well, new at 6 tonight, a man is now in custody after police say he fatally shot his sister. It happened on Jasmine Way in Hoover just after 8 this morning. Police found 55-year-old Rosalind Barclay outside of a home with several gunshot wounds. She was taken to UAB Hospital where she died. Jonathan Barclay was arrested at the scene. Detectives say an argument led up to the shooting. And developing tonight at 6, officials are working to determine a cause of death after a body was found in the Mulberry Fork in Holly Pond. The body was found on Friday. The body was sent for an autopsy. The Coleman County coroner is expected to release more information once the autopsy is complete. Well, still to come tonight at 6, more than a dozen people are dead after strong storms hit the South, the aftermath of severe weather from overnight. And coming up next in sports, a bad day in Nashville for both Auburn and Alabama. Jamie Hale and Johnny Condon have the action from the SEC basketball tournament. And before we head to break, we were taking a live look outside. Meteorologist Evan Chick-Vera is tracking the system that is moving through the state. We have what you need to know as we head into the overnight hours. Tonight, tragedy across the East. At least 16 people are dead after severe weather hit parts of Missouri and Arkansas overnight. This is breaking new video out of Missouri of just some of the damage. 10 storm-related deaths were reported in Missouri alone. At least 3 others were killed in Arkansas and 29 others are hurt. This morning, nearly 300,000 people were without power in 5 states. And your full weather authority forecast with Evan Chick-Vera is coming up in just 3 minutes. But first, a check on sports with Jimmy Hale.
Now, the ABC 3340 Sports Report with Jamie Hale.
Auburn and Tennessee meeting in the first semifinal game of the SEC basketball tournament today. The Tigers scored 9 points off 6 Tennessee turnovers in the first half. Auburn got 23 points and 6 rebounds from Janai Broome. The Tigers were trailing by 12 with 6 to go and stormed all the way back, cutting their deficit to 1 point. But the Vols hold on to beat Auburn 70-65, advancing to their 14th SEC title game. Johnny Condon joins us from Nashville.
Yeah, that's right, Jamie. Super semifinal Saturday from here in the Music City, here in Nashville, Tennessee, inside Bridgestone Arena, where earlier this afternoon, the Auburn Tigers fell to Tennessee 70-65. Auburn has now lost 3 of their last 4 games. So, Bruce Pearl, is it time to hit the panic button?
We lost to Alabama, Tennessee, and at Texas A&M. Yeah, we're panicked. That's a real softball. Some great teams. We lost the buzzer against Alabama. We had possessions here, so yeah, we're panicked. I can hardly wait till next weekend and start playing again. Just get me here. Let's get to Sunday. Let's find out where we're going. Let's find out who we're playing, and let's get back to work.
Fixing some kinks that we maybe slipped up on this scout. Man, you know, we played against a great Tennessee team. They was ready, and you know, we just got to go back to the drawing board, fix what we got to fix, and get ready for the NCAA tournament.
Many of our veterans, I feel like everybody has that in them that they be able, you know, and say something at any times. But, you know, our veterans do a pretty good job of just making sure, you know, everybody's head is straight and just, you know, we show confidence and keep it going.
I feel like I had to give a lot more energy. I had to make a lot more winning plays. I feel like I didn't really play my best today. I feel like I haven't been really playing my best past couple games.
There's no off nights, and there's no alpha either. You know, we had a great season, but as you can see, the last 2 weeks, we got beat, so no one's unbeatable.
We got to see our mistakes and learn from those. Because I mean, March Madness is coming up, and those mistakes we made in these 3 games, they can't happen. So just watching a lot of film and learn from those mistakes.
You know, now we're looking ahead to the March Madness, the tournament. You know, the first 2 we dropped, we was looking forward to the SEC tournament. You know, we let this one drop. It hurts, you know, but we got to learn from it. We're going to watch film, and then we're going to try to, you know, get better going into the March Madness.
And Jamie, Auburn now returns to the Plains, where they will tune in for the selection show to see if they are indeed the #1 overall seed in the upcoming NCAA tournament. But even if they're not, those guys in that locker room, they still believe they are the top team in all of college basketball. But for now, from Bridgestone Arena in Nashville, I'm Johnny Condon, ABC 3340 Sports.
Well, Tennessee will meet Florida in the SEC Tournament Championship. The Gators beat #3 seed Alabama 104-82. Alabama's the first team to win a conference tournament game by 20-plus points, but also lose another game in that same season's conference tournament by 20-plus. Tough day for our teams in Alabama.
What a March day.
Yeah, March Madness. They call it March Madness for a reason. And, you know, in weather, March Madness goes into April mayhem and so on and so forth. But taste of spring here the last couple of days. We had beautiful weather. I hope you guys got outside and enjoyed it. Yes. Followed by this, which so far it appears there are 5 different tornado tracks in central Alabama. That is the early estimate from the National Weather Service. We will keep an eye on it. Here's the great news. There is not a single severe thunderstorm warning out there as of right now. It does not mean that that won't be the case. This is a look at our tornado watch map. There is 1 tornado warning that will be coming into Alabama here within the next 30 to 45 minutes. So that will be something that we have to watch into Choctaw County and see how that tracks, because again, the northeasterly track could take this up into some of our southern counties as we head into the evening. But again, as of now, one of the concerns for a few spots may actually be, we've had a lot of it, especially in northern Alabama up here, and that's where you're seeing these flood warning polygons in blue. But that is the only thing we are seeing as of now. Further to the south, boy, I tell you, you look at this stretch in Demopolis. In fact, I'm going to pop our Skycam here in radar. And look at this. Wind's coming down pretty good, and you cannot see but like 30 feet in front. It is constant lightning. Look at the lightning strikes. 566 in the last 10 minutes. Now, granted, that's showing a pretty big area with this screen tilt here, but that gives you an idea. It is loud. It is heavy rain. There might even be some small hail, but everything at this point is below severe limits. Who's next up? Well, I-65 here, this is the major thoroughfare where this is all headed. I still think this is the strongest part of the line and the best bet to intensify as we move forward. I'd watch places like Prattville up to Clanton. Clanton maybe up to Calera. I think once you get north of Calera, the air is just too stable. Look at all this. For those of you wondering what I said, junk rain, this is junk in the sense that there's nothing of significance of severity here. So it's just junk rain on radar, nothing that is very concerning as of now. And that's Gadsden, Steele, Asheville, Springville, Margaret, the entire really northern half. You get north of I-20 and even points further to the south near Talladega, look like we're very stable here. So here's our future view starting at 7 o'clock. And again, this is the HURR depicting that big mass of rain, all of this being below severe limits. That stronger stuff potentially down to the southwest. This will continue to move off in the easterly direction here over the next couple of hours by 8 o'clock. A lot of this right along I-65. And again, this model is still trying to depict these discrete cells. I think the best bet, again, is going to be down here, south of I-20, along potentially to the east of I-65, where the air is kind of uncontaminated to this point. We haven't had rain down there. And then as we get closer to 10 o'clock, we're clear here in central Alabama, and then very quickly this will move in places like center, south to say Coosa, down to Prattville, and this will be clearing out of central Alabama. But I don't know that any of this along the line will have any sort of severity with it, because we have that relatively stable air. When rain comes to a location, it takes that energy, it uses it, it kind of zaps it, and we don't rebound. And that's kind of what we've seen here to this point, and we might continue to see as we move forward. But here's the great news. Our 7-day forecast. Tomorrow, we're back to partly cloudy skies. We're downright chilly a couple days this week. I think we could even have a morning frost by Friday. Only threat of rain additionally this week looks to come on Wednesday, maybe Wednesday night, and it doesn't look like anything of severity. And as of now, a look ahead to late week and early next weekend, things look pretty quiet. So we're in the final stages here, another couple of hours. Tornado watch goes until 8. No talks of anything extending. And then things will be much quieter moving ahead. So that is good to hear. We will have updates from all of our folks in the field later on.
Thank you for tracking that for us, Evan. Well, let's check in with ABC 3340's Valerie Bell. Valerie, I know you're in Walker County and a home has sustained significant damage. What are you seeing?
Megan, we're in Sipsy, just a little bit further down the road than where we were a few minutes ago, and you can see here at this home, the garage doors have been blown off, and then if you take a look up there at the roof, you can see the significant damage from where it's been kind of just ripped off right there, especially on that right-hand side of the home. We're seeing a few other homes with trees on them and other damage in this area. This road was just blocked off until about 20 minutes ago. So as we get further down the road, we continue to see damage like this. Now, again, I do want to emphasize I've been checking in with several agencies such as Walker County EMA, the Sheriff's Office, and first responders and firefighters that have been out in the area. And again, we're not hearing of any injuries reported here in Sipsy at the moment. We'll continue to check in on those updates. And as we get more information about this, we'll continue to bring that to you on air and online. Live in Sipsy, Valerie Bell, ABC 3340 News.
Thank you, Valerie. Thank you, photographer Bill Castle. Stay safe. Thank you for joining us for hours of storm coverage. We'll be right back in just a moment for one final check of your forecast.
All right, so I just want to leave up with this, the radar here. This is what we're going to watch, and I kind of talked about it. What's coming out of Mississippi and into Alabama, this would end up clipping our southernmost counties here. This is where the air mass is still unstable, where we could still see some strong thunderstorm here this evening. We're going to go off the air for now, but we will watch this closely into the Alabama evening.
Thank you, Evan. Thank you, James. That's all the time we have right now. We'll be back tonight at 10. Stay safe.